Thanks for the heads up. No audio. Oh, sorry about that. Can you guys hear me now? Okay, Flyfish said you can't hear me. Okay, it should be better now. I had one of the settings wasn't clicked. All right, so let me get the prior towards getting the card protector up. That way, Flyfish, since he's at my table, can't see. I'm actually going to shut down the visual just for a couple minutes here till I get that card protector secured, just to make sure everything's fair for everyone. All right, let's see what we can do. Card protector, that one's good. And I got the other card protector there. Okay, and this will be a nice test here because Flyfish is out of this hand. So we should be good to go. All right, let me bring this up here. Let's see, I need to bring this down there. All right, let's check it over. Give me 1 second. Let's get that card protector up there. Good. And let's get our other card protector up also. There we go. All right, that's decent. We'll need to adjust that just a little bit here. All right, so that's that one. All right, let's bring it down. 1 second. Good. All right, let's move that over there. That's pretty good. Good, that's fine. I do have a hand here. So let me see if I can get this also set up. 1 second here. Get that rolling. Perfect. Okay, that should be good. All right, let me know in the chat if you guys can see my hand or not. I doubt it at this point, but let me know. Make sure the audio is going and good to go at this point. Give me some other feedback on what you're seeing, what you're hearing as we're just getting fired up here. I think everything should be good at this point. Audio, the right settings are good and firing, and the visuals look good. Let me know about the Flyfish. Can you see my cards? I really doubt you can, but just let me know now with the card protector if you can see my hand or my cards or not. I doubt it. I think I have both parts set up. All right, getting some confirmations. The audio is working, which is awesome. I'm on the button. So we're deep stack play now. So what are you going to prioritize in deep stack play? High implied odds hands are huge. You know, you want to be going after suited connectors, you know, 6-7 suited, 7-8 suited, this sort of hands. Small and middle pocket pairs are great. So let's see what we have. Flyfish is out of the hand. Capital Credit. Anyone know if Capital Credit is on? I doubt it. I don't think they are on. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to uncover my cards here, which is, oops, wrong one. Let me see, card protector. That's what I want to see. Ooh, favorable flop. So we got the best hand ever created. And they're jamming into us for a pot size bet. And we have top set. What do you want to do? Call, raise, fold? Very clear, just a call. All right. Maybe they got clubs. Oh, that's a bad turn card. I could have clubs. They go half pot, so less likely to have clubs, though still possible. Let's get an 8 of hearts on the river one time for the best possible card. An 8 would be nice. Ooh, more clubs. Ooh, boy, vey. Yeah, if he jams a half pot, it's pretty gross. Gonna need to think about this for a little bit. Probably just folding, honestly. Wow. So let's think about this. So he leads out for pot size bet on the flop. And so what does that mean? Usually that means top pair, but not always. It can be middle pair. He limped under the gun, which he could have an ace quite easily. There's only one ace left, so it's pretty unlikely. I'm gonna need to think this one over for a long period of time here. We got about 60 seconds. We're gonna use most of it. So we've got, you know, one ace. He's probably leading a lot with an ace there. Honestly, it's less likely that we have it. It's probably just gonna be a fold. Half pot, basically 3-1 on our money. Got a call with the top portion of hands. Really brutal. Ay, 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 brutal spot. Top set. We beat literally everything except clubs. So maybe he's just got a king of clubs, queen of clubs. There's a lot of combos. We beat literally nothing if he's got any clubs. Half pot. 8-7. I doubt he's doing that with two pair. Ace and then turn something. The problem is most likely we put him on other than clubs as an ace. And we have all the aces except sad. I think we'll just fold. The other thing is, well, it's early on in the tournament, so you still have 80 big blinds. Oh, that one's tough. Tough one, family. All right, let me cover the card protector back up. Yeah, tough fold. Would you guys would have folded there? Let me know in the comments. Man, top set of aces. Brutal. Brutal, brutal, brutal. Any club, 3 of clubs would have been dead there. So that is what it is. It's poker, baby. Live to fight another day. Early on, deep stack, you can still recover. If I would have been pretty short, I would have only lost 1,000. It sucks to lose, especially when you have a really good hand. But sometimes you gotta be able to make big folds to run deep. So we'll see if that was. Let me know what you guys think. Was that absolutely a call, absolutely a fold, somewhere in between for half pot on the river there? That action, bet pot, half pot, half pot. What are you guys doing there? That was 6 spot, especially with such a monster of a hand. Oy vey. All right, let's see who's in the chat. We got Chief Hughes here, Unreal Skills. Beachy, how you doing, Beachy? Air Herb, legend, welcome in. We got Bexkey, Crusher, been running deep. Getting her poker game going. Excited to see what she's doing. Pacer Cop, all right, let's go, buddy. Brother from another mother from Massachusetts. Always good to have the state police on your side. No, honestly, a genuinely great guy. Really tough player. Pacer Cop, I was impressed to watch your deep run in the Prime Championship last year. Are you gonna run deeper this year? Are you gonna final table? I'd love to see it. Let's see. Char's here. Congratulations on the big win, Charantir. Wow. Impressive stuff what she just did. She'll be playing the Prime. You better believe that. All right. Our runner's here. Legend. Welcome, buddy. Thanks for everything you do for the Stream Team family. Good luck, everyone, today. High card 6, Texas. Let's go. How you doing, buddy? Jojo Screams. Welcome in. Bandit Jerry. Bandit Jerry, another crusher. Brutal. Brutal what he's doing, man. He is taking souls, stealing chip stacks. Talk about crusher poker player, Bandit Jerry. He's got biggest stack I know of for day 2 of the Mystery Quest. Shout out to, I mean, we're ClubWPT, which we all know is much different than ClubWPT Gold, but shout out to Gold with what they're doing. We'll get hop more into that later. But basically, Mystery Quest, $100 buy-in, 100 coin, whatever you want to call it. It's $100. Just call it what it is. Buy-in with $2 million added prize pool. First 2 days are online. You know, first day, top 5% of each field goes forward. It's best stack forward. You want a huge chip stack because day 2, there'll be somewhere between 500 to 1,000 players, and they'll all play down to the top 100 who will go on, and that's December 9th is day 2. December 12th is live at the Win for roughly $3 million prize pool, I'm estimating, for 100 players. So huge opportunity there. Bandit Jerry's got, correct me if I'm wrong in the chat, Bandit Jerry, like 550,000 chips or something. I've got 270K. I know Bexkey's got roughly 150K. I was talking to one of the poker professionals who's a World Poker Tour champion. I texted him. I said, "Hey, you got a good stack for day 2 of this Mystery Quest?" He said, "No, man, I can't get a stack." He's like, "Oh, for some large number of buy-ins." So if you got a stack for day 2, that's better than most, or better than a lot of people, especially even some pros, some World Poker Tour champions. So I've got a good stack. I'd like to get a better stack if possible. I think we would all like more, but remember that that's kind of a qualifier situation for day 2. All right, let's see who else is in the chat. Iraq Vet, welcome in, brother. Yeah, tough fold, tough spot. I don't know what to do there. I'll be thinking about that one for a while. I'm trying to think if I could have played that way any differently. He bet the flop, I bet pot on the flop. I mean, you hate to raise there. Call is the only play there because I guess, yeah, he bet the pot. You don't want to raise him out if he's got a flush draw, if you put his whole stack in, or if he's got a one or two pair, or if he's completely bluffing, you really don't want to raise on the flop. Then he bets half pot on the turn. That might have been my opportunity. I'm thinking maybe if I could have maybe have gone all in on the turn would have been a better play. Um, just because you're kind of protecting your equity. There's so many chips in the pot already. It's rare. It's possible he's got a flush there already, but you've got redraws, outs. I think the river is a fold overall, but I think the turn might have been my opportunity to go all in. The top set of aces. That's a tough one. I don't know. All right. Let's see who else. Chief U says I fold there on the river. Bad run out for a set. Yeah, Chief U, would you jam there on the turn? Maybe I don't know. Pyboathon, what's up, buddy? Another crusher in the chat here. Pyboathon's got all sorts of stuff going on. Big stack for the mystery quest day 2. Been running deep. So prime seats. Pacer got US 85, another crusher. Be playing in the World Championship. $10,400 buy-in with me. Good luck, Johnny Haha. Welcome in, Super Dan. Good to see you. Evening, Salem. Hey, good to see you, buddy. Welcome in. Glad you're here, man. Dr. Gretchen 19. Wes and I here on screen instead of 2, but here we are. Welcome in, guys. Wes the Best has got a seat to the won a seat. So IRACVAT won a seat giveaway. We're gonna, in the next few minutes here, when we get settled in, we're gonna do a quick seat giveaway. Watch until the end. There's gonna be several giveaways today on stream, so kind of encourage everyone to stay until the end. Yeah, that's great. So let's see what we got. Let's hop in on the chat. Next 5 minutes, there will be a giveaway. Just giving everyone a heads up. So stay tuned. Stay tuned the next few minutes to figure out how we're gonna give a seat away. All right, let's see what we got. TJ, and welcome in, buddy. All right, I'm looking forward to day 3, Bandit Jerry says. I like that confidence. Welcome in. Yeah, day 3. He said, forget day 2. I'm going to day 3. Good job, Bandit Jerry. I'll see you. You're going to be there either way. But we'll see you in Vegas. That's exciting. Hopefully, I'll be seeing you one of the final 100. That'd be great to get multiple Stream Team family members in there. You better believe I'm going to be giving it my best on day 2 to get to day 3. All right. So let's see what else we got. Bandit Jerry said I fired 2 bullets total. That's better than most. I think most people are firing 3 or more especially to get such a big stack. That's truly impressive stuff. Cards must have been doing good. I think you have something, I forgot what the starting stack was. Is it 30,000? You had something like 19 or 18 starting stacks that you ran up in one session. That's impressive. Must have been loose aggressive style, just accumulating all the chips. Your classic style. Let's see, who else we got here? US 85, day 2 of the mystery quest, conflict with our day, playing the prime. I think it might, day 2 of the prime. I've got some strategies there, things to discuss with there. I think the first thing to do, my first advice would be still to play the mystery quest. I think if you can get, by my math, if you're one of the final 100, even if you consider the prize pool 2 million added, that is basically $20,000 average per seat. If you're day 2 on the prime, you're talking like maybe $2,000-$3,000 value. So it's much more valuable to get one of the 100 seats for the mystery quest than to be one of the several thousand people on day 2 of the prime. So you're not comparing apples to apples there. So if you can get a day 3 seat on the mystery quest, that should be your top priority. And there's some strategies to talk about ways to approach that. Ooh, all right, Stream Team Family Violence right here. Flyfish bedding into me. I got quads. No, I'm just kidding. All right, get a hand, Flyfish. Take it down. I had 7-9 suited there. 7 of spades, 9 of spades. Nice hand, nice hand. So Capital Credit, I think, is gunning for me. Maybe they know I'm a bounty because every time I've had cards, I had pocket 10s and I isolated an ace king high flop, and then they And then we had pocket aces on the button, flop top set with flush draw. Flush draw got there on the turn, and then a 4-liner flush draw on the river. And we just got our soul destroyed. We got a playable hand here, which is King 10 offsuit. I'm going to save my chips, I think. Yeah, raise early, 2 callers. I'm out of position with a very marginal hand. We're actually middle stack of the middle parts of the tournament already. There's like, I've got 38 big blinds effective. King 10 offsuit's just not great. In that setting, kind of a tightish fold, but I think it's pretty standard. All right, so Utah Kurt, good day to you, Josh. Hey, welcome in, welcome in. All right. Utah Kurt and Utah Rowe both have seats to the Stream Team Family Championship at the beautiful Wynn in Las Vegas. Mick Frankson, welcome in, Mick Frank. Good to see you. Legend. I get to meet Mick Frank at Private Stream Team Family Tournament about 3 or 4 years ago. Tough player, really tough player. Great to see that he's here today. Utah Rowe, welcome in, Utah Rowe. Congrats on your seat once again. I think you're going to win it. I'm calling it now. I think Utah Rowe is winning the Private Stream Team Tournament. It'd be great to see her win that. That'd be awesome. All right, let's see. Flyfish, Taxman, welcome in, Texas Taxman. Mr. Renders in the chat. Jason SD, closest I got was 9 spots away from day 2. Jason, welcome in, man. Another crusher. Man, we got such good players in the Stream Team family. I mean that. Like, I'm excited to see what you guys do in the Prime and the Championship and everything else. Stream Team Family Tournament. I feel like we're going to have at least one or multiple people make it to the Mystery Quest, the 3rd day, the 100 seats. Texas Donk, welcome in. Texas Donk, are you joining us in Vegas this year? I don't remember. I think you're going to Bahamas if I'm not mistaken. Let's see. All right, Chief, let's see, same. I think I was within a few of the bubble. Run back and forth between tables. Yeah, Bandit Jerry, there's definitely some strategy there. If anyone gets into one of the top 100 and day 2 of the Prime, we'll talk strategy. There's definitely some strategy to be had. I think first look is looking at your value. I mean, there's most likely higher value in the Mystery Quest and the Prime, but in theory you could play 2, especially if they're in the same room. We can talk about it. First, win your Mystery Quest seat and get to day 2 in the Prime, and then we can formulate a strategy. Jason SD, all right. Is your better half here yet, Jason SD? Is she playing today? Bex, I bagged the Mystery Quest in 3 bullets. That's solid. Well, your day 2 value is definitely higher than 3 bullets, so congrats on doing that. I think I fired 3, and then I fired another one to try to get a bigger stack. I think I might fire 1 or 2 more to try to see if I can run up a bigger stack. Then 270K is pretty solid, though. I'm pretty much in the middle, I think. All right. So let's raise your hand if you want to be involved in a seat giveaway, which we're going to do right now. Raise your hand in the chat. All right. Let's see. 1, 2, 1,000. Got about 2 or 3 minutes here. Raise your hand. You'll get entered in. All right. Raise your hand if you want a free seat giveaway. We're doing a giveaway right now. So we're going to give away more than one. We'll give away several seats during this stream. We're going to give away a seat right now. So put your hand up in the chat. And I'll start. I'll guess I'm the first. I think we're on a little bit of a delay. So let's see what we got. Raise your hand in the chat if you want to be entered into a World Poker Tour seat giveaway. We'll announce what it is. All right, let's see what we got. I think we must be on about a 2-minute delay. So that's great. So deep stack strategy. Yeah, you want to know your ranges really well. I mean, you want to think about what you're going to be playing on the button, cutoff. You know, the farther you go, the deeper. Obviously, the button cutoff compared to the undergun or undergun 1, you can play more hands later. You're going to realize your equity better. I posed an interesting question on my Twitter last night, which I want to discuss. Kind of a poker strategy concept. It's really something I've been realizing within the last year or two. It's kind of an advanced concept. I posed the question of if you had King Jack offsuit from under the gun, let's say an 8-handed table. That's usually what the World Poker Tour is playing, is often 8-handed, sometimes 9-handed, rarely 10-handed, but often you'll find yourself 8-handed or even shorter. If you have King of Spades, Jack of Hearts, would you rather raise under the gun if you had, I said 50 or 25, but to make my point more glaringly obvious, I'm going to change that to 75 and 15 big blind stacks. So if you had a 75 big blind stack in your first act, 8-handed full ring table, versus if you are under the gun at an 8-handed table and you only have 15 big blinds effective. Oh, here comes the hands up in the chat. Finally going through. Must be about a 2 or 3 minute delay. That's perfect. All right, so everyone's getting entered in here. We'll wait a few minutes to see who's gonna be entered in. Lots of hands up. Love to see that. Love to see that. All right, get your hands up. We'll give it a few. Keep it open for a few minutes. All right, so we got a playable hand here. We are basically on the low jack, position 6, with a very playable hand. Looks like Flyfish is sitting out, so we will potentially be able to show the hand if he ends up being out. All right, so let's raise it up. Let's see if Capital Credit, they might want to mess around. They're kind of a, I don't know. Oh, they're going all in. I think I got a call here. Let's see what we got. Oh, we got another call. Wow. I was definitely calling Capital Credit because I got Ace of Diamonds, Jack of Diamonds. I don't think I can call another all in. When they call all in through a hand, this is just not strong enough. All right, I'm folding. Ace of Diamonds, Jack of Diamonds. Heads up, I was definitely calling. Wow, 4-2. As I figured out, Capital Credit's just going bananas. I still like my fold through way. Oh, that's tough. I wouldn't be upset if Capital Credit goes out there. Oh man, they win the pot. I would have won. Can't be results oriented. I think that was a good fold after that player called. They've got, it was close, 20 some big blinds, but I think a fold is standard. Capital Credit's really going after us. So when you have a player going after you, whether it be a big stack bully or if you got a bounty on your head, what you're really incentivized to do is to tighten up. You really don't want to bluff pre-flop. You also want to even tighten your standard opening ranges even a little tighter. Also realize that they're going to be in there with complete junk, garbage, air, so take that for what it's worth. All right, a couple more minutes here. We'll see who raises their hand again in the chat for the entry of the seat giveaway, which we'll announce in 1 or 2 minutes. How we'll win that. All right, good luck, Flyfish. Run it up. All right, so Salem Witch, I can't make Vegas. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, you've had a lot going on. It's interesting. I almost didn't make Vegas last year, and then I got a newborn baby. There's other things going on, but basically a newborn baby, and then I won the golden passport, so it made sense that I basically was gonna go or had to go, quote unquote. All right, I got another playable hand here in the big blind, facing a 3.5 big blind open from the under the gun player. I haven't really seen them play much. Flyfish re-raises. Now my hand that's normally decent shrivels up, so I'm gonna fold. Still got 22 big blinds. All right, by both on. Seat to the main event, right? Yeah, this is 10 seats to the main event for the World Championship and the World Series of Poker main event by both on. It's only a $200,000 value. I hope you're ready. Giveaway. Now that would be cool. Dr. Gretchen raised hands. Okay, you're in. Welcome. Phil the Mechanic, the OG winner of the giveaways. I had ace jack off here, Flyfish. So your jacks are good. Another ace, another jack. Let's hope your kings hold. Let's go. Kings will hold, all in player. Oh, what a 6. Suck out on the river. Especially considering my ace jack is what I had. Man, tough. Sorry, Flyfish. That was brutal. That was about as bad beat as when the golden passport travel got interrupted. Man, bad things come in threes. I hope that's enough bad beats or enough bad luck going your way. Better times ahead. Chip in a chair though. Still got one big blind. Brutal though, man. Sorry about that. All right, let's see what else we got here. All right, Phil the Mechanic, would you like to see if you want to designate now? Remember, Phil the Mechanic, you got a seat to give away to someone, one of the Stream Team family members. You won 2 seats. You were the first seat winner. I think there's been a total of 12 seat winners so far. Phil the Mechanic was the very first, and he still has a seat to give away. He has not designated who in the Stream Team family he wants to give the seat away to. I'd like to see if Phil the Mechanic would like to decide today on the stream, on the SUNRUN Bounty stream, who he is going to give the seat away to. If not, he can wait. He can wait up until the final day. If he doesn't want to decide who he's giving away to now, all respect. All right, Flyfish is all in. Good luck, Flyfish. You will not be getting any chips from me. I've got 9 of spades, 4 of spades. Queen 10 of hearts. Let's go. That's a very, I think Queen 10 of hearts wins. 10. Yes, let's go. Hold at least 70%. Oh my gosh. Get a king, 10, queen. Wow. Good run, man. Unlucky. Tough plan as always. Good run, Flyfish. All right, so give me a minute or two here. I'm going to announce what the challenge will be for the giveaway. Let me finish up the chat here. Cabby. Yeah, we're going to miss Airherb Legend. I can't believe he's not going to make it. Airherb. Yo, I will miss everyone. All right, Jason Jams. I got Queen of Hearts, 10 of Clubs. I'm actually going to, I'm on a delay too, so I can show my cards regardless. So let me get rid of the card protector here. Yeah, I'm just going to get rid of my card protector going forward. I think that makes most sense. All right. Pyboathon said he recorded that. Awesome, awesome. All right. Okay, lots of witnesses. Okay, just get JC to approve those seats. Yeah, they got $200,000 sitting around to give away. All right. Dang, yeah, good run, Flyfish. Anyone out already with Flyfish? Oh, Flyfish took some bad beats, man. He got the money in good and took bad beats. That's all you can do. Kings versus Ace Jackhand was so brutal. That player was drawing so thin. So, okay, here's the challenge. So I'm going to give this about maybe 5 minutes. So I drew a number. I've already got it up. Random number generator. First one, super simple. We're going to make this go fast. We don't have the Wheel of Doom yet. So we are giving away a seat to the World Poker Tour ClubWPT Private Stream Team Family Tournament at the Wynn in Las Vegas. What you need to do right now for anyone in the chat, in the Twitch chat, live stream chat, comment a number between 1 and 1,000. There was some strategy there about my favorite number. I just pulled up a random number generator and drew a number. So that's how I came to it. I've got it sitting here. I'm looking at it on my cell phone. So I'll give you guys about 5 minutes. Put your numbers in the chat and we'll see who gets closest. Over or under is fine. Whoever's the absolute closest wins a seat to the stream team. Let's see if IraqVet wins his 4th seat. He is on fire. He's won 3 seats already. He's given away one to he's given away to a seat to West the Best, which is awesome. Oh, Capital Credit's out. All right, see you, Capital Credit. Actually like to see that. He was putting the screws on me a little bit easier for me to play and chip up. Felt like I was in the Bay 101 SUNRUN Bay 101 tournament again with the bounty on my head. All right, count out your numbers between 1 and 1,000. Random number generator. Drop your number in the chat. I'm gonna give this about 5 minutes. We're basically rewarding people who are in the chat early on for for the SUNRUN bounty stream. Those who joined us in the first few minutes, welcome in everyone. Cabby's here. Hey Cabby, looking forward to seeing you. Cabby, what are you playing this December? I think you got a prime seat. You planning on playing anything else for sure? So we got Ace-7 offsuit versus 6-10. Looks like Magnus is going to take out another player. Jason 999. Let's see if the table breaks. We'll be down to 5. Yep, down to 5. Probably going to break our table. See if we need to get that going up. How long is the delay, Meta? Good question. Probably 2 or 3 minutes, I think, is what it seems like. Let's see what we need to do here. Table's breaking. All right, give me a second. Oh, nice. Okay, it just brought me straight in. Okay, that's pretty cool. Meta's here. Meta, get your hand up. We're doing a giveaway. Throw your hand up in the chat. Welcome in. Better late than never, Meta. Welcome to the party. All right, Bobby. Welcome in, Bobby. Man, I want to say thank you to everyone who was involved earlier with the discussion, the stream that Brad Braulio Nesser put on. That was awesome to be able to discuss that. I'm sure it's recorded. If you guys didn't get a chance to check it out, watch it. It was super important, very impactful. I took a lot out of it. I was happy to be a part of it. All right, we got some numbers coming in here. High card 6 says 67. We got 77, 17, 23, 29. Keep in mind, these are numbers between 1 and 1,000, not just 1 and 100. All right, between 1 and 1,000. Drop your number. All right, that's good. All right, let's get back over here. So are we heads up? I think we are. How do we want to play this? This is a limp pot. What's the old saying? Never go broke in a limp pot. All right, let's see if I can go broke in a limp pot. I'm just kidding. I got a check raise situation here. I got the high end of a straight. Put an ace out there. That'd be glorious. 3 is nice for our range. 600. All right, got a fold. Let's go. So we double barreled after the check raise. Check raised the big blind. Basically, if he had a queen there, he would continue. Anything else, he's probably going to fold. Even some under pairs, we get to fold out. So one of the keys of bluffing, semi-bluffing is great if you can. And also with bluffing, you want to bluff your bluff better hands out. You want better hands to fold. So we check raised the flop, and then we double barreled or continued on the turn with, we want to pot with 5 high. That was great. All right, so we'll fold that hand. All right, so I'm going to drop about 2 more minutes here. We'll go to 4:41 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and then we will close the numbers. All right, between 1 and 1,000. Drop your number. Howdy, all late to the party. Been busy losing money. Hey, welcome in, Lana. Better late than never. You better drop your number in. 744. Nice. Welcome. All right. Great. 744. That's good. Yeah. Drop a number between 1 and 1,000. Closest. This is not Price is Right or Bob Barker rules. This is absolute closest. You can go over or under. Whoever's closest to this random number I used on my cell phone random number generator wins a seat. The 13th seat giveaway. To answer your question, Phil the Mechanic, there's not a list, an absolute list posted, but I can tell you who they were. If you guess Iraq Vet, that's a pretty good guess because he's won 3 seats. He's already given 1 seat away. He's going to retain 2 seats. West of S has 1 of the 3 seats. So that will be good. Brad Braulio Nesser has a seat. Utah Rowe, Utah Kurt, Old Lady Jane. Phil the Mechanic has 1 with 1 to give away. This is just off the top of my head. I know I'm forgetting a few others. I have a list. I don't have it right in front of me. So stay tuned to that. Bexkey has a seat for sure. Who else? Those are the ones that come to mind. I've got a list. Let's see. Yeah, let's see. Okay. All right, we're gonna go, okay, so 441, good. So it's 441 now. I'll keep it open through the end of 441. When I see 442, which is a few more seconds on my computer, I will just comment stop in the chat. That way we know entries are closed, so we can have just a little bit more time here. All right, so now I got 18 big blinds and a dream. Really got to chip up. The tournament is progressing. Mr. Clutch Logo, welcome in. Crusher, glad you're not at my table. What's up, Josh Stream Team family? Who's the early number 1? Yeah, I'm not sure who's in the lead right now. I'm gonna have to pull it up in a second and see. Maybe if someone has it readily available, they can comment. Let's see. Cabby has 3 bullets for the prime. Yeah, but Cabby's been crushing. All right, so it's, let's see, I'm just going to comment stop, closed. All right, so the action's closed. Let me review. So the number is 447. Awesome. So let me get to the question. I saw a couple close ones there. Let me review it and see who is the closest. I'll be able to grade our answers. It's a little bit harder, 1 in 1,000. So Bobby is close. He's 30 off, 477. Anyone closer you guys see? Super Dan. Oh, Super Dan's closer, 429. That's 18 away. Anyone closer than 18? Super Dan. Let me see. Oh, wow, Pacer Cop close, 1 off. This is quite the sweat. Let's see. So several people guessed early on, double-digit numbers. McFrank had a good guess. Cabby was close, 70 off. Let's see. I think Pacer Cop was close also. Super Dan is the closest that I see, 18. Let me get else. TJ was also close, 33, but not too close. Let's see. 18, 410, 18. Let's see. Gunboats had a nice, it was very close, 32 away. Fatal changed his number, which was fine, but was not close. Let's see. All right, so close. Oh yeah, Piboathlon trying to cheat there. No dice. All right, Super Dan, congratulations, Super Dan. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'll give you guys a couple minutes to grade it. If you see any other comment, we'll keep it open for a couple minutes. But I think Super Dan 1974 was the winner. 18 off. Congratulations, 429 compared to 447. Super Dan, awesome. Very dedicated member of Club WPT Stream Team family. Glad to see that he got a seat. Very happy for you guys. So just so you guys know, that is the 13th seat given away to the private Stream Team family tournament. So what I'll be doing is compiling a list, and essentially what I'll do is I'm going to end up Venmoing you, or figuring out a way. If Venmo doesn't work, fine. And I might end up finding a central person. Actually, we'll see if my travel plans change based on a couple of factors. I don't think I'm actually going to be able to play the private Stream Team family tournament this year, unfortunately, because I'm playing the main event as part of the ambassadorship and sponsorship. So I will either one of two ways. Either I will get a Venmo list from everyone and just directly send you the payment if you're going to play that tournament. Remember, if you have a seat and you cannot play the tournament, you can also use the value. I don't think it's officially been announced. It's been roughly $120. If you play a live tournament, yeah, let's see, I got an opening hand here. If you play a live tournament, then you can also use the value of that to play. Let's see, I'm getting min raised here. All right, so I opened up 2x off of about 18 big blinds, and I got a min click and a call. I think I only have one option here. I'm getting good pot odds. Let's hope to flop a flush draw. Didn't flop much. So let's see what we've got here. Checking is the only option right now. Yeah, that was a bit of an unfortunate flop. Let's see if he bets miniature. 200, that's what I was gonna say. If he bets like 200, maybe I can continue. Yeah, I think I've got enough backdoor priced in, one big blind. All right, let's get a four of clubs rather. 6 of hearts, one of the worst cards I could have seen. As far as realizing my equity, I've got absolutely nothing right now. All right, so anyone else see anything different than Super Dan? I think Super Dan won. Utah Row, okay, folding there. All right, perfect. The price is wrong. Cabby, Medi, welcome in, buddy. Crusher player, longtime streamer. All right, Pacer Cop, bringing my kid to the airport. We'll be listening and playing on my cell. All right, love that. Whatever you say goes, Pacer Cop, Massachusetts State Police. If you say anything, I just listen. So respect, mad respect. So take him to the airport. I guess you're meaning Logan, probably, unless you're down in Alabama. Let's see. Runner stepped away for a second. What's the number for? Oh, we gave a seat away, our runner. Be the first of several here. I got a playable hand, but not with this action. I got Jack of Hearts, 8 of Hearts. Yeah, just nothing to do here. Open and then 3-bet. I think a lot of the people know that I'm the bounty. There seems to be, the way they're playing is not very standard. I think they're kind of loosening up, trying to get the bounty, rightly so. Let's see if we know any people here. I don't think there's any Stream Team family people at my table. I recognize some of the names. California Grinder, RNEP I've played with. Yeah, Cole Decker, that sounds familiar. Yeah, congrats, Super Dan. Let's go. 13th seat winner, private Stream Team family tournament. So like I said, either I'll get your guys' Venmos, or maybe someone like Brad Braulio can take one for the team and help divvy up the seats if he's there. I might just send the allotment to Brad Braulio and he'll divvy up the seats. We'll see, someone like that. We'll figure it out. We'll come up with a game plan. We'll figure that out over the next week or two. But rest assured, if you want a seat, you're going to get a free entry to the private Stream Team tournament. Entry, about $120 value. Once again, if you want a seat and can't make it there for whatever reason, your plans get canceled, I will honor that if you play a local live tournament of similar value, of equal or lesser value. So make sure that we are good with that. All right, RNP raising it up. We got Limp. We got ISO 6. It's a pretty big size with how shallow I am. I'll fold. All right, we need to chip up. We are down to 12 big blinds, getting on the button. One thing I'd say for sure, I mean, ClubWPT, really the value of like developing your skill in your game is multifold. Getting access to all these real tournaments every night, really tough competition. I mean, everyone in this chat are absolutely crushers. That if you dedicated and went to real-time poker, you guys would all have crazy amounts of live earnings. I'm certain about that. I've been playing on the main events of the World Poker Tour now for a few years, and everyone in this chat right now can compete on a very high level on live tournament poker play. That's for certain. But the point I was trying to make is ClubWPT, it prepares you to do a lot of things successfully. One of the things it's really good at is it prepares you to navigate the short stack like this. I mean, I don't know how many times I've been in such a short stack like this. I got 12 big blinds on the button. It's a little tricky because I got a bounty on my head. So I think you got to tighten up instances like this because people will be calling you super light. So kind of disincentivizes some shoves that I would otherwise be able to shove. I think people in general, especially online, ClubWPT and the like, don't call wide enough generally. If you study push-fold charts, I think, and calling charts, I don't think people call wide enough. So that is what it is. 447 was the number. Congratulations, Super Dan. Okay, sweet. Yeah, awesome. All right, that was a Price is Right bid. $1 higher. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, Super Dan was like $1. Patient Cop said $1. Super Dan said $2. All right. Piboathon says, you ready to come to my table? 35, 814, sitting at 19K. You would never knock me out, Piboathon. No chance. I'll come to your table. You double me up. Utah Row. Congrats, Super Dan. It's official. No going back now. Super Dan, first seat giveaway. Stay tuned till the end. Make sure you're in. There will be more seat giveaways. I can guarantee it. So we'll figure out ways to give away more seats on this stream. You'll want to watch. They'll be random. They might be at the end. They might be in the middle. So make sure you stay on. If you're not on, snooze, you lose. All right. Let's see what else we got here. All right. Watching on YouTube and couldn't see all the comments. Yeah, T. Robbins. Is it live on YouTube or not? I'm curious. T. Robbins, you're here. Welcome. T. Robbins is here, everyone. The latest, the greatest. He lives in the central part of the U.S. Some people think it's Missouri. Some people think it's Nebraska. Some people think Kansas. He's a mysterious man. No one really knows. He's not on the coast. He's in the center. Beachy, California. No surprise where she lives. SoCal. Beachy, who we highlighted on one of the episodes. Might as well, let's see, let's get back into some strategy chat here. So we're getting short stacked, 8 big blinds. I mean, in a way, you do have to remember that you have the bounty on your head, but you also have to you're playing a poker tournament, right? You got to chip up or you're going to go out. So I'll be looking for any shovable hand here. I'll be coming up to the hijack next hand. The problem is if you get too short, you're going to get called multiple ways and your equities go way down. Whereas if you get any random 2 cards in against any random raise, you're usually around 35% equity. So one like super short stack, I'm talking like 5 big blinds or lower, one actual strategy is if someone raises big, is just to get in there with any 2 cards because you're getting the right value to call, as opposed to just waiting around for a great hand. Just go in because you know a lot of people won't be calling, and you can go heads up with someone who you're probably 30 or 35% chance to win. All right, I got a shovable hand here. Let's see what we can do. Limp in from grinder. Do I jam? Tough, tough, tough. Ay, ay, ay. What do I do? It feels like a shove before I lose any fold equity. Shoving it in. All right. Little bit of tough spot. I think I had to go with it. I got a suited ace. Still got a little bit of fold equity, 7 big blinds over the, I'm getting called definitely by at least one or both of these players, but a California grinder is like 80% chance to call me, probably higher, 90 or 100%, especially if they know if I'm the bounty. Maybe they don't know I'm the bounty and they just fold. That would be glorious. Yeah, if I get called, I'm not great shape. Oh, that's terrible. Let's go 3 hearts. Summon the 3s, chat. Ooh, chop. I'll take a 5. I'm not greedy. 7, 5 or 7 or 3. This could be done quickly. Oh, 5. All right, staying alive. Good chop. We'll take it. We'll take it. We'll take it. Limped in with ace queen offsuit. Tricky, tricky, tricky. Hoping I didn't see a bigger ace, but c'est la vie. Okay, I got a folding hand now. 9 big blinds, 9 or 10 big blinds. Tripped up a little bit. That's pretty good. All right, Super Dan is not going, so not qualified. So goes to runner up, question mark. Interesting thought there. Super Dan, can you confirm you are not going? If not going, I think Pacer Cop wins. Confirm that for me, Super Dan. Although I would say Super Dan still wins a seat, in which case if you can't make the tournament, if you want to play a live tournament in your area, really what I'm doing, I'm trying to promote people to play live poker. So if you can play a live poker tournament in your area, let me know and I'll honor that. If not, we can give the seat away. So Super Dan, well, let me know what you think. Number 1, are you going to Vegas? Will you be playing this private stream team tournament? If yes, the seat is yours. If no, can you play a live tournament in your area? Send me the receipt by the end of the year, and that will be honored. So yeah, Super Dan, let me know what you think. If you will play in the private stream team tournament, and realistically, if not, can play in a live tournament by the end of the year. If not, then we'll give away the seat to the runner-up, who I think is Pacer Cop. Big sweat, Pacer Cop. Let's see if you get a seat or not. Thanks for pointing that out, Beachy. All right, Mr. Clutch Logo's in first place right now. Let's go. All right, remember, so this is, you want to cash this tournament. If I cash the World Poker Tour World Championship $10,400 buy-in tournament December 13th through the 19th in Las Vegas, if I cash there, all the payouts from today's SUNRUN Bounty Tournament will be doubled. Good luck to everyone playing today. First place would be a nice win and nice double there, Mr. Clutch Logo. You better believe I'm going to be ready for this $10,400 buy-in tournament. All systems go. We've been studying for a long time, preparing mentally, physically, working on, getting our mind right, getting our game plan right. We're going to be full systems go. So you're going to want to cash today in this tournament. That way you can get double payout. All right, and all of your buy-ins refunded, in fact. All right, let's see what we got. T. Robin says, grew up in Kansas, live in Lincoln, Nebraska for the past 20 years. Very good. So I got a kind of a debatable spot. I think a regular tournament might be a decent spot to 3-bet all in, or these hands are really nice. Tony Dunst talks about all the time, kind of blocker effects. However, I've got no fold equity, and it's a pretty marginal hand. So if I would have raised all in there, I would have 100% gotten called by California Grinder. So decided to fold, and we'll take our 7 big blinds to the button. All right, Taxman says Salem with boom switch. All right, Taxman. Cabby says not looking good. Ace King of Diamond, short stacked all in. Need some luck. Poof. Okay, good run, Cabby. Good run. All right. Good effort. Can't win them all, man. That's something I learned. Went 5 for 5 on main events. Took it out to Bay 101. And the SUNRUN took a bit of a hitch. We made it to day 2. Finished, I don't remember exactly, less than 300. Between 200 and 300 people out of 690 or something. So we did not cash our most recent tournament. We're 5 for 6 in main events. Looking to start a new streak here. We'll go 6 for 7 starting after December. Main event, trying to follow in Catlin 1989's footsteps of cashing the main event. Anyone else from the Stream Team family cash the World Poker Tour main event at the World Championship that we know of? I can't think of anyone else. So we got 7 big blinds here, and I got King Queen offsuit. We are in there, family. Let's see, what's better, call or raise? I think call, 3-bet. I think 3-bet. It's close, actually. I got no fold equity. Let's raise. I'm getting called, but it is what it is. Strong hand. Ace King. Hate to see it, family. Let's get a queen. See how lucky we can get. Oh, flop the stones. Flop me dead. Let's get an ace. I'll take a 10 or a queen or an ace. Not to be greedy. I think it's over. Oh, 10. Lucky. Oh my goodness. Wow. That was crazy. California Grinder, I feel for them if they don't end up getting my bounty. That's 2 spots they were ahead. That was a sick suck at. Sorry, California Grinder. That was dirty. Wow, that was insane. That's tough. Might give him another chance here. I got another playable hand. All right, what's better, jam or min raise? I think jam is better on this specific setup. Ace Jack offsuit, back in the game. Folds it. All right, back above starting stack, 5,300. Man, that was a sick suck out. I almost feel bad, but I don't. It's poker. All right, let's keep it going. Keep it going. Cooler, poof. Iraq figure out already, man. As I say, it takes bad beats to knock out crushers. We've been seeing that already. Iraq vet, Coolard, Flyfish, Coolard, both exceptionally winning players. Did you get a spot in the prime yet? T. Robbins asked Iraq vet. He's still working on it, from what I hear. It's gonna happen. It's inevitable. Iraq vet's gonna be in there. We got the winner already announced as the winner. Iraq vet. Mr. Clutch Logo, what day are you arriving in Vegas? Good question, Mr. Clutch Logo. The answer is I don't know. Fluid dynamic situation. Hope to see you for Stream Team Cocktail Hour and Private Tournament next Wednesday the 10th. I am hoping I'm going to be there. It seems unlikely at this point. Current travel plans are the 13th of December arriving, leaving the 19th of December, subject to change. I'm definitely playing the main event. I have a sponsorship bullet there through the World Poker Tour as part of the ambassadorship. I have a real positive chance of making the mystery quest, which is day 3 would be live, which would be December 12th. If that happens, I'll probably come in the 11th. I would like to see if I can swing and make it the 10th. That's also a possibility. So that would be December 9th. So it'll kind of be a game time decision. I would love to be there the 10th and the 11th. Yeah, that's all on the 10th. Man, I would really like to make it the 10th. I think let's see, I'm just trying to think ahead. I think if I make the mystery quest, I think there'll be a very good chance that I can swing it to come in early to midday on the 10th, play both of those events. That would be great. And then rest for the 11th and play the quest on the 12th. Yeah, and then maybe just cut my trip short on the tail end, assuming I don't make the final table of the main event. Yeah, that'll probably be what happens. So a lot riding on day 2 of the World Poker Tour Club WPT Gold Mystery Quest 3-day live tournament. A lot riding on that, so that'll be December 9th. It'll kind of be truly game time decision, I think. Wow, another cooler California grinder. Man, been getting the worst hands at my table have been winning. Just get it all in with behind and you'll win. All right. So let's see. Let me know in the chat what everyone is confirmed playing. Who's got, I'm curious to see who's got Prime Championship seats, who's got main event seats. Let me know in the chat if you got good stacks for the Mystery Quest Day 2. Looks like JV guy is going down. I got a playable hand here. So what did he start with? 44. So that's about 15 big blinds. I got 9-8 offsuit. We'll be looking to get in there. Oh, that's a terrible flop. Favors his range. Is the early position raiser. I don't have a lot of aces or kings in my range, and it's crazy because he bets small. He bets one big blind, and I'm going to be getting something like 6 or 7 to 1 on my money, and I can't even call. No backdoors, no potential. If a 9 or 8 comes, I've got no hope, or don't feel confident realizing my equity. Just have to fold. So that's one mistake a lot of people make is they get married to their hand, because the big blind you need to call super wide for various reasons, but you also then just need to fold something like 40 or 50% of flops to a continuation bet, even a small flop bet like a third pot, or in that instance one big blind, which was 20% pot bet. You basically are you're realizing your equity by calling and getting the chance at getting good hands and bluffing opportunities later. But yeah, you still need to fold something like 40 or 50% of hands on the flop to continue to a continuation bet. All right. Yeah, there's so much stuff going on. This is exciting. So I think there's who knows the information on the stream team qualifier. I think who's getting it going? Is it John Miner? I think Meta John is for sure involved in it. About the satellite qualifier that you guys are getting together. I'd like to hear more info on that. Let's see. So what do we say here? If you play a day 1 flight of the Mystery Quest but do not advance to day 2, you'll be entered into a 500,000 second chance raffle and a chance to win a $100,000 ambassadorship. That's pretty cool. So there's the Mystery Quest. Someone dropped a link there. I love that. All right, so what does Super Dan say? Give it to Pacer Cop. I'm cool with that. I owe him anyways from last night. Okay. I'll give it a couple minutes to, 5 minutes or so for that to be official, but it sounds like Pacer Cop won a seat the first giveaway. Yeah, that sounds good. We'll make that official if that's what's going on. We got about a 2 or 3 minute break here, then we'll hop back in. Let's catch up with the chat, see how everyone's doing. All right, Texas Taxman. Taxman, what are you playing? Are you coming to Vegas? I haven't heard anything from you. You've been pretty quiet last few months. Are you playing the Prime? You playing the Main? Playing Mystery Quest, you playing high stakes cash games. So another fun little announcement. It's not official or it's in the works, in the talks. I might end up playing I don't know how high stakes it'll be, but one of the cash games that's featured at the World Poker Tour at the Win, one of the live stream cash games. So that'll be fun. We'll see if that ends up happening or not. There've been some discussions, so that'll be a fun way to get some recognition for Club WPT. It'll be full swag gear. It'd be hilarious if I showed up in the this attire, in the Superman attire. It'd be funny if someone. We gotta decide if I get on the cash game, maybe I wear this. That would be kind of ridiculous, kind of funny. We'll see. I don't know. I'm indifferent. All right, let's see what we got going on here. Barfalot, nothing really want to go badly. Chief U playing the double milestone on the 7th. Make a decision. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, Pilo Turbo looks good. There's a couple like $600 buy-in tournaments, no limit tournaments that look really favorable. All right. Sarge is getting married. T. Robbins says there's about a 50% chance that's true. We'll see what Sarge has to say. Vet Tix, free tickets. Yeah, good call, Bobby. Vet Tix for free tickets and stuff while you're there. That's awesome. Action Dan has a main seat. Is that right, Action Dan? Okay, I didn't realize that. Main event seat. How did you win that? I don't remember that. Cool and Calm has 2 prime seats. Crusher. She's going to run deep, run up a big stack. I know that for sure. Pybothon, day 2, 217K, and the mystery quest he's talking about. Let's just talk about that briefly for anyone who's interested. It's a really cool opportunity. I've got no sweat off my back one way or the other. I mean, it doesn't help me one way or the other, but if you play in the mystery quest, ClubWPT Gold, 3-day tournament, day 1s are going on now. Top 5% from day 1 field goes on to day 2, which is another online event on day 2, ClubWPT Gold, and it's basically a qualifier down to the top 100, who then will play live in Las Vegas at the Wynn December 12th. That will be a $2 million added tournament. So you're looking at $3+ million prize pool probably. There's a G-Wagon going to be given away. Conservatively $20,000 seat value for all of those 100 seats on average, but probably closer to 30,000. And that'll be starting with even chip stacks. It kind of resets. California Grinder is down, shoves it. Probably going to get called at least one or multiple ways here. I bet RNEP will call. All right, let's see. Airherb, Salem Witch Cash in the main event. Satellite spun it up, 75x. Nice job, Airherb, 130. Let's see, King Jack. That's an ambitious jam. King Jack offsuit. I guess only not terrible. 8.5 big blinds. It's close. Probably would have folded there. All right, let's see. California Grinder. What a bad beat, man. 2 chances to knock me out. Got it in the head both times and didn't make it happen. Let's see. Do we shove here from the button with this hand? 11 big blinds. If I was not the bounty player, I would say it's close. Still probably a fold. Being the bounty player, it is. Definitely a fold. Live to see another day. It was close. That's one of the exploits I like on Club is to shove a little bit wider from the button because people don't call generally wide enough. Oh yeah, yep. And so that's something I'll do quite often in tournaments on ClubWPT is shove pretty wide from the button, knowing that you're going to get folds vast majority of the time, more than half for sure, maybe upwards of 80+%. Small blind and big blind will both fold. All right, let's see what we got. All right, okay, Super Dan says, I feel good about it. Go Pacer Cup. All right, it's official. Crossing off the list, Super Dan 1974 Pacer Cup. Congratulations on your seat. You won the first giveaway today. This is the private stream team tournament. You were the 13th winner. Pacer Cup, correct me if I'm wrong. Do you already have a seat? Is this your second seat? I don't remember. I feel like you might already have a seat. I don't have the list readily in front of me. This might be your second seat. All right. Let's see. Let's catch back up on the chat. All right. Sit and go. Choose out of either. Yeah. So, anyone playing any live events coming up before December? It's coming right upon us. I mean, it's like we're a little over basically a week away, right? Who's getting in the earliest? Anyone going in before the 6th? I've heard several people going in on December 6th, which is, 6 days away. Is anyone going sooner than that? My schedule is super fluid right now. As of now, my flight's for the 13th. I'm hoping to make it earlier. Like 10th during the day would be ideal, I think. Definitely not playing the Prime this year, just the way that things worked out. But I would love to be there on the 10th for all of the main festivities. I gotta make another final table run at the private stream team tournament. I ended up 3rd the year that Jason SD took it down when he got 1st. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think 2nd place was a World Poker Tour employee, if I remember that correctly. Let's see. Lady in the OC, welcome in. Thanks for the shout out. All right, looking forward to Vegas, all the stream team family and all that will attend. Great, Railing Clutch, all the streamers, excellent. All right, all in here, pretty close equities. King, top pair of kings versus flush draw with the overcard ace. Kings hold. Nice double. All right, so we're still pretty short stacked here. We're going to be in position 5 under the gun with 10.5 big blinds. We'll be looking for a shovable hand. Queen 4 offsuit is not that, so we'll take it to the big blind streets. One nice thing about ClubWPT is they do not utilize the big blind ante format, so a little bit less penalized to play a little slower. Live World Poker Tour events, they're utilizing the big blind ante format. So if you get to the big blind, you're basically paying 2 big blinds. You pay the ante for everyone, plus you play the big blind. On ClubWPT, it takes a small, basically the old school way of you pay a small amount of the ante each hand. There's some debate whether they both got their pros and cons, but effectively you can play a little bit slower. You're a little bit more incentivized to stick around longer, jam with jam less often, essentially, just to a small percentage point. Let's see. All right, we'll see what happens here. Let me see if I can get rid of this there we go. That might be better. All right, that's fine. All right, let's bring it back up. All right, let's see what we got. Ooh, dropping the mystery quest. Let me post the YouTube. Might as well post my YouTube, give a little shout out there. Let me get the website, the address there. Drop a pin in the comment. Give it a lot more seats. So I want to make sure everyone's involved over there. Also, let's see something. All right, there it is. All right. Decent hand there. All right, www.youtube.com/Josh Guindon Poker. All right, we got the Bank Rolex Challenge going on. So yeah, make sure you are involved over at the YouTube channel, giving away lots of seats. We got some fun challenges going on. Let me see what we got going on. Half pot bet, that doesn't feel good. Got no good hope of realizing my equity. Third pair, really minimal backdoor draws. Not great. Not a great situation there, family. All right. Okay, that's all fine. A pretty playable hand here. Let's see what we got. Got a limp. Jam is okay. Do I jam for 9? Feels close. I think I can chip up more, put a little pressure on. If I still have a decent stack. I was close to a jam versus a my hand's a little bit disguised. I want to flop top pair. Second pair is okay. Not great. T. Robin says, talk simple strategy to the rooks playing in a huge tournament for the first time. All right, I like that. I like that. So jam for the full. All right, simple strategy for a deep stack tournament. Let's say the prime, 10,000 runners, right? First of all, what's the goal of the tournament? I mean, you gotta finish top 100. You want to finish final table, right? So min cash is nice, $2,000, but you're gonna be there 3-4 days playing multiple. Do you want to play 3 or 4 days in a row to make $2,000 min cash? I don't know. I don't think that's what the primary goal should be. If you min cash, that's great, but that shouldn't be your goal going into it. So, think about why you're playing the tournament, and that should dictate how you're going to play the tournament successfully. If you just look to play a really tight passive strategy, you're not going to chip up. You really, to finish the top 100 where the big money's at, you got to be aggressive. You got to get in there. You got to chip up. You want to be a big stack going through it. What the heck's going on here? So I got 3x open. I got a pocket pair. That's not great. Fold. So I think a 10,000 person tournament, $1,000 buy-in, the Prime Championship, you want to chip up. you gotta play aggressive. You gotta play tight aggressive, loose aggressive. Be raising a lot, bluffing a lot, looking to take down pots a lot. You can't just sit around and hope for good hands. There's almost no chance to finish in the top 100 if you're just waiting for the deck to run over you. It just won't happen that way. So I think you got to play more lucid, way more aggressive. Anyone on ClubWPT who's playing there, you got to play way more aggressive, three betting, re-raising pre-flop from the blinds, um, you know, just playing way more aggressive, but tighter, or folding more hands too. You can't just limp in. First of all, you can never limp to open the position. You gotta come in raising. You gotta have people fear you a little bit. Don't be afraid to bluff a little bit. But also, so then you got to kind of think of the tournament in stages. I mean, you're going to start super deep stack, 300 big blinds or something like that, most of which we've never seen on ClubWPT, right? Have you ever played on ClubWPT with 3, 4, 5, or 600 big blinds deep starting? Probably the answer to that's no. So deep stack poker, what do you know, that's going to be the first several hours, if not half of the first day, is deep stack poker. So how do you play deep stack poker? Number one, patience. I mean, just realize you're going to be folding most hands, 80% of hands, something like that. Just be locked in for a long day, keep your focus, keep your mind right, get your energy up, make sure 10 hours into the day, you're going to be ready to compete. So just patience is super important. You're going to be there all day, and hopefully you're going to be there for 3 or 4 days in a row. But you got to be aggressive when your good hands come up. You can't be bashful. You got to be aggressive. You got to put people into spots. You got to put people to a test and make them consider going out, right? So patience is most important. Then being aggressive when you have the spots. In general, a ClubWPT player, they need to be much more aggressive. They need to loosen up their style a little bit. Three betting from the small and big blind is huge. That's most important. And also, really importantly, 30,000 foot view, you've got to keep your eye on the prize. What is the goal? 10,000 player tournament. Do you want to play for 3 days just to min cash? I don't know. I'd say most people probably don't want to do that. So you want to be running deep, top 500 score is nice, but you want a top 100 score. You want a final table. You want to win it. That's where it's at. So play to do that. In order to do that, you have to be aggressive, super aggressive. I mean, if you're ever in a decision where you're thinking, should I do this? Should I take the passive way or the aggressive way? If you're at least considering doing it, being aggressive, you should probably just do it. I mean, just do the aggressive thing. And especially coming from the tightish style that we come from on ClubWPT, be more aggressive. Number one, most important thing, be more aggressive. Be more aggressive. Be more aggressive. Also, brush up on how you play deep stack a little bit, which is patience, being aggressive, knowing what hands are good deep stack play. If you check out my YouTube, in the most recent episode, I did a breakdown on deep stack play. Basically, the high implied odds hands go way up in value. I got a shovable hand here. We're going with it, family. Pocket nines, 5 bigs, and a dream. Let's see how many ways we get called. Everyone's getting pretty short stacked. I'll take folds. I'll take one caller, maybe. Nope, folds. It's all right. About 4,500. Let's see if we can chip up some more. Now we're in position 5 with about, how many? 8 big blinds? 8-ish? Oh, wow, look at that. Another hand. Snowman coming in. 7. Yeah, 7-ish big blinds. Gonna be ahead of most hands that call. I'll be flipping a lot, like ace jack, ace queen, king queen, sort of things that call. People probably aren't calling enough small pairs here, so I'll probably not be dominating anyone that calls. Although I got a bounty on my head, so people in theory should be calling pretty wide. But yeah, so deep stack play is huge, right? Let's say you're playing the prime. I don't know exactly how you start out. Say you start out with 50,000 chips. Your goal should be, you got to be, plus 100. You should be up 100, 150, 200, 250,000 chip stack by the end of the day. You don't want to eke out, you don't want to just finish the day with 30,000 chips. And, there's too much glory, I think, on like making a bag or getting a chip stack about your, oh, look, I made day 2 with my bag. That's fine, especially if you've never done it before. It's a good milestone, but don't alter your play to do that, because it really means very little in the long run. You want to chip up. You have to chip up. You want to build your stack. You want to be aggressive. Deep stack play, you want high implied odds hands. You got your suited connectors, your suited aces, your middle and small pocket pairs. you know, be able to fold, make big folds. Like I made a huge fold with pocket aces. I flopped a top set. If you got 200-300 big blinds deep and you only have one pair post flop, you know, pocket aces going in, that's not a good hand. I can guarantee you. You get 200 big blinds each going in, all in, you know, after the flop. Deep stack poker, just fold it. You want really good hands. So be patient, be aggressive. Know what hands make good value, which are suited aces, suited connectors, suited gappers, big pocket pairs, this sort of thing. Also, I'd say deep stack play and playing well in one of these major tournaments like the Prime Championship, you're going to be with the same group of people for at least 8 hours, you know, and so being hyper focused. One of the things I've been best at is paying attention. I wear sunglasses mainly to mask my tells, but also so I can be looking at everyone and they don't necessarily know it. But every single action someone makes, you want to see what they're doing. Are they hesitant when they've got a good hand? Do they bet right away when they're bluffing? You know, if they bet half pot on the river, is that a bluff? If they bet a third pot on the river, is that a bluff or value? If they bet full pot on the river, is that a bluff or value? If you're on your phone or watching a sporting event, forget it. You know, you have to be paying attention if you want to win at tournament poker. Also, then you'll realize, okay, who are the super tight players? You'll be a little bit more likely to bluff. You know, if you got a flush draw on the flop at the end, if you go all in, you know this tight player is probably going to fold. That's a nice spot late in the day. You know, and you'll get these reads on players. You know, you got some aggro, crazy, loose aggressive player, fishy player that's playing like crazy all day. They raise you from the cutoff. You're on the button with ace king offsuit. You're 10 hours into the day. You got 20 big blinds. That's probably a good spot to go all in, where you might be nervous to do so otherwise. So just paying attention, these subtle little things. You're never going to look at a player and be like, oh, they're breathing faster, they're bluffing. Like that doesn't happen. But the reads come from paying attention to timing, paying attention to bet size. That'll give you a lot of tells. Paying attention to players' actions. These are the things you want to focus on. This is what makes tournament poker so valuable. Just showing up, paying attention, putting players on reads, not reads in the sense like, oh, they're blinking twice, that's a bluff. Reads in the sense of how big are they betting? What sort of range, what sort of strength of hands are they getting to the river with? This sort of thing. So that's like a little crash course on how to run deep in one of these super deep stack tournaments. All right, Pacer Cop, congratulations again on the first seat giveaway. So we've been live for 1 hour and 23 minutes. We will give another seat away by the 2 hour mark, just a heads up. So we're going to give away multiple seats today. So within the next 36 minutes, we will give away another seat, just a heads up. So hang in there with me. We'll be talking strategy. We'll give you a little bit of entertainment. We're gonna stick around here on my table until we bust it or win it, and then we will open up the tables to sweat some Stream Team family people that are members that are running deep. I hear Mr. Clutch Logos got a big stack. No surprise there. We'll hop on his table quite soon. Watch him make a final table. That's the plan. All right. Let's see what we got. All right. US 85NA says, if you're flying on the 13th, you were playing a different day 1A than the most of us. I was told we were playing day 1A the 13th. Yes, US 85. Good points. You're talking about the main event. You are absolutely right. I'm planning to play day 1B as my first day. Mine's a little bit different situation than yours. You earned a seat. Mine is part of the sponsorship or ambassadorship, so I've got a little bit more open to what days I can play. I'll be playing day 1B with the understanding that I will have another bullet almost certainly for day 1C. That's the plan. I suppose if I get cooler and go out super early on day 1B, I might fire bullet 2 for day 1B. That's a possibility. All right. All right, remember, Arab says, Salem, reminder, this tournament cash is 55th place. Excellent. Thanks for the reminder. 55th and above get their cash, their payouts doubled. We'll see who's gonna take down that first prize. It'd be nice to double that. That would be huge. That'd be a couple buy-ins right there to the prime. It'd be all your travel expenses and your buy-in in one. That'd be great. All right. All right, let's see. This is close. Feels like a fold. Yeah, I'll be a little bit more patient. That's a fold. I've been known to get a little too aggressive on ClubWPT. Not quite like Rampage Poker, but I've made a few punts in my day on ClubWPT. That would have been a punt there to shove 8 big blinds in from the low jack with Queen 4 suited. All right, let's see. Oh, actually, Dan won his main event seat last December. Congratulations. All right. Hey, Meta, can you share some details of this prime qualifier you guys are putting on? Is it you or is it John Miner or both? I mean, who's putting that on? Provide some details if you could. Pocket sixes. My queen 4 would not have been good. All right. 7-3 offsuit. Dead. All right. Yeah, Barfalot, 1967. Yeah, you want to, not stick out at the table. That's a really important point, actually. Don't tell the table it's your first time playing live. If it is, I made that mistake. Yeah, 100%. You do not want anything sticking out about your physical appearance, anything to make it seem like you're not experienced. I mean, they want to look at you and be like, is this a professional? That's what you really want. So I wouldn't even tell. I mean, you guys do what you want. But I would say don't share with even the person next to you, like, hey, I'm a ClubWPT member. I qualify. This is my first time playing. Like, you're not trying to make friends. It's okay to pass small talk and be favorable or friendly to the people next to you. There's actually some strategy in that, which we can talk about. But you definitely don't want them knowing you're inexperienced if you are. I'd say we're all inexperienced, roughly, compared to most of the people, myself included, compared to some of the people we'll be playing against. You want them to think you're a world-class player, crusher, or at least potentially, right? If you fold 2 hours in a row, you might just be card dead, not super tight. You might be both, but you don't want them thinking you're super tight. If you got that appearance of being super tight, well, guess what? When you bet, they assume you got top pair or an overpair, and they're going to fold, right? And if you don't ever have any bluffs in your range, if you don't show a bluff, or if they don't think you could be bluffing, you get to the river, you can just hero fold. Playing against a tight player is one of the easiest things there is, because you just fold, you think they have it, and if it's a marginal spot, they're never bluffing, so you can narrow down their range super narrow. That's why you got to be aggressive and bluff. Not show some bluffs, but flip it up proudly. If you get called down with queen high or something and you're bluffing, show it, right? That's a good opportunity. You want them to know you can be bluffing. You might be bluffing. You don't, no sense of being shameful, bashful. You want to show bluffs. Don't show cards if you don't have to. But showing bluffs is a good thing. And now patience is rewarded. Look at that, pocket kings. I see that so many times on ClubWPT. You're like, oh, I got 8 big blinds. Should I shove it? And you're like, I'll wait a little bit for a better spot. Pocket kings on the button is one of those spots. What do I do here? What's the play? All in, no fold equity. I think calling is better. It's obviously getting all in, but that's not great, but we're definitely not folding. Showers, we're done. Good run. All right, slick 999. Spade, nope, we're done. We got one out. King of hearts. And we're out. All right, slick 999. 3 nines. Congratulations. Got the bounty. Ace king. Cooler versus kings. All right, we went out 966th place. Let us get rid of that table. Give me some numbers in the table numbers in the chat if you guys could. Mr. Clutch logo, I'd like to know what your table was. You're running deep. Let me get to the list and see. All right, what is going on? All right. Give me 1 second. Let's see. Let's see. Let's go to playing. That's fine. 4 o'clock. All right, perfect. Pull that up. All right. so let me find, I bet I can find, oh, there you are, right there, 47412. So what table are you on? Clutch. Let's see. Table. Let's see if I can find it. There it is, 704. Okay. There it is. Great. Let's get Clutch's table going here. Wow, there's some big stacks here. All right, I'll pull that down. Table 704. Awesome. All right, let's get rid of that one. And let's see what this is. I don't know what that is. All right, let's pull up Clutch. Stay with me here as we get Clutch pulled up. All right, 704, there it is. Beautiful. All right, let's optimize that a little bit. All right, that's pretty good. Get rid of our card protectors. Card protector, get rid of that one. Okay, great. That is pretty good. All right. Give me 1 second, family, as I get this situated. So I'll bring Clutch down here. All right. Alrighty. All right. Clutch. Awesome. Great. There's Clutch. I want to squeeze him all the way out. Can still see his name. Move it over just a smidge. Yeah, that's reasonable. Decent. All right. That's pretty good. Let's lock him in there. All right. That is good. Let's see what the action is. Is it frozen? Is that what's going on? Let me see something. What's going on here? All right, putt bogey's raising. Looks like it's back up. All right, that's pretty good. All right, so let's see. All right, great run, Salem. Thank you. 900 something place. Couldn't get a lot going. Had a couple, turbo tournament like this. You just got to run really well the whole tournament. I had pocket tens, bad hand went sideways. I flopped a set of aces. I had to fold on the river to four flush. So yeah, that's tournament poker. A really good player will cash 15% of the time. So 85% of the time you're just gonna be losing. It takes a lot of mental fortitude to be able to stick out those times you're losing, because most of tournament poker is losing. It's not often final tables, so enjoy it when you get there for sure. Let's see. Bex said, I ignored the cameras when they came to your table. You better get comfortable with that, Bex. I feel like you're going to be on the cameras quite a bit coming up with everything you got going on. All these good playing you're doing, especially on the mystery quests. Get a seat going. Let's go. All right. The 10K just popped, they said. All right. That's favorable. Let me get over and see what we've got going on first. Since Mr. Clutch is not in this hand, let me see what I got going on here. Let me see. All right, that's that one. I'm going to focus on streaming. So Mr. Clutch logo is in the big blind here. Looks like he's got about 60 big blinds. Raising player here would have had about 20. This player has 17 big blinds. Mr. Clutch takes a call here. 5.5. This board is pretty equal in ranges. Favors the under the gun raiser just so slightly. Half pot bet. You basically want to be calling with pretty much any pair here, any backdoors. Check raising things like 6-8. Flush draws are nice to check raise there, especially smaller ones that don't have any equity by the river. 9-7. Yeah, Mr. Clutch logo played it perfectly. Very standard, just kind of a cooler there. Middle pair versus top pair. Yeah, nice hand. Unfortunate result. All right. So Mr. Clutch Logo is in the small blind now. 50 big blinds. I still got a really healthy stack. Limped in from a player who has 35 big blinds roughly. Fools for cards, I think sounds familiar. I can't remember exactly who that is. Another limp, a jam, which is basically another limp. Let's see, Mr. Clutch Logo will complete, or see if he raises. All right. So calls, nice call. So we're gonna have about close to 5,000 going to the pot, assuming these other players just call. All right. High card 6 until they look me up and see I have 0 career earnings. Hashtag dad life. Jojo Screams, Grey Wolf. Ace King of Diamonds, first hand of the 10K. Or Ace King of the first hand of the 10K, Jason. Have we only had one seat giveaway so far? Yes, high card 6. Only one seat giveaway so far. We've announced there will be a second seat giveaway in the next 23 minutes sometime. So stay tuned. Don't want to go anywhere. Could be now, could be 22 minutes from now. So stay tuned. Congratulations to Pacer Cop, who won the first seat. Pacer Cop, remind me, I don't have the list in front of me. Did you already win a seat? I think you did. I think this is your second seat. Correct me if I'm wrong. Thank you to the generosity of Super Dan 1974. We've seen a lot of generosity. I've given away, as I've given away these seats, I've given away 13 seats now, and several people have given seats away to other people. It's been really cool to see. Brad Brother Nesser gave one away. Iraq Vet gave one away. Super Dan gave his seat away. Just keeping in line with this kind of community family vibe. There've been a lot of giveaways. Cool to see the giveaways amongst the giveaways. I'm trying to give back to you guys, to the players, to encourage people to play live poker. You know, as I've been fortunate on the SUNRUN, kind of put a little bit of the buy-ins back in your guys' pocket to encourage you guys to play more live poker. And it's been cool to see the generosity of other people to give some of these seats away. It could be, you know, it's only quote unquote only $120 buy-in, or it actually has not been announced the exact buy-in this year, but it's historically it's been around between 60, 70, $120. I don't know what it'll be this year. Look at that, straight versus drawing dead. And my biggest score, I think 3 years ago, the year that Jason SD won it. My biggest score of that entire festival that I was out there, I played multiple different tournaments. My biggest score was the private stream team family tournament. I can't remember how much it was. It was over $1,000, over $1,000 for third place. I can't remember how much Jason SD won. Must have been more than 2,000. But we're talking some real money, even in the private stream team private tournament. So it's cool to see the generosity of people giving these seats away even after they've won one. It's really, really neat. So, all right. Yeah, here's Mr. Clutch Logos, table 704. Yeah, we've got it pulled up. Remove the card protector. Yeah, it should be off now. Both card protectors. Jam by Mr. Clutch Logo. All right, and a fold. That was a nice jam. Probably a small ace. What do you have? Ace deuce offsuit there, Mr. Clutch Logo? Ace or ace 9 offsuit maybe. I feel like you probably had a nice ace, like at least ace 9 offsuit, I bet. All right, let's see if he comments in the chat with us. All right, so let's see. Second chance, 1K up for registration now. Sharon Tier, congratulations on your win. What did you win? You won a prime seat? You and your compatriot, both you and your friend both won a prime seat through a social media giveaway. Is that correct? Oh, that's a nice pro tip, guys. Keep your eyes open on all the social media, not only mine, but everyone else, ClubWPT Gold, that are giving seats and things away. There's some really cool chances to win. When I won my golden passport, which turned into over $100,000, I won my seat from Tony Dunst on, I think it was Twitter or something at the time, or I don't remember. He did a post, and I ended up winning the seat that way. So there's some around from now until at least the tournaments go on. Pay attention to like X, Instagram, YouTube, all the social media sites, because there's some big giveaways. You can win some seats last minute. I'll definitely be giving away some seats on my X and Instagram, which is at Josh Guindon Poker. Also on the YouTube channel, subscribe, get involved there. I'll be giving away seats there too. I've got a Bankroll X challenge going now, so we'll give away some seats. All right, let's see. All right. Bandit Jerry, yeah, I'm proud to let them know I beat over 2,000 people to get the seat. Yeah. Yeah, that actually holds some weight. If you say, like, oh, I won this seat, I got first place out of 2,000 people, people look at you like, wow. I remember even telling some pros that when I was playing that first tournament, they were like, that's respect, that instantly gives you some credibility. I mean, if you ever win a tournament if you get first place in any tournament, I don't care what tournament it is, over 1,000 people, you're a pretty solid player. Like, this can't be all luck, right? There's a lot of skill involved to be able to win first and in such a big field. So that does hold some credibility. Yes, Meta John, I'm sorry, I did miss your answer, but now I think I'm caught up on the stream. So Meta John is running satellites, ClubWPT satellites. One at Red Lobster. Okay. Well, lobster dumpling to go there. And Charentier hooked us up with the location. We'll have a private room to play and eat dinner. That's pretty cool. Second one, we will have a private tournament at South Point. That's even more cool. They're both awesome. Ace 8 suited there, Mr. Clutch Logo says. Nice shoving hand. That's a great jam. It's a really good play. Yeah, I like that with the low suited aces and offsuit aces from the button. When you have like the effective stack, covering stack of 10 big blinds or fewer, you can jam. If you got a better hand like ace king offsuit or ace queen suited or something, I still like a min raise usually, because you kind of want to entice the people into the pot because you're more likely than not going to stack them. So, but yeah, nice play. All right, Joe Sharingo's in the chat. Hey, buddy, welcome in. Joe, we just announced that we're going to be giving away a seat in the next 17 minutes at least. So stick in. We're about to give away another seat. Yeah, Sharon Tier, how did you win the seat? It's probably a lot to type in the chat, but someone was given a giveaway. It was through ClubWPT Gold, I think, and you won 2 prime seats with travel, or I don't know. Like, how did you win it? That's super cool. All right. So Mr. Clutch Logos doing really nice here. Big stack. Still over 40,000. 3x raise. And then a miniature jam. Technically, it does not reopen the action. So that's good. So he's obviously calling. Kings, let's go. Big favorite to win here. Something like 75-25 maybe, or even 80-20. But yeah, pretty much going to be drawing dead to 2 remaining kings, 4% chance, very unlikely. Oh my gosh, Mr. Clutch Logo, what a bad beat. Thankfully, shake it off. It was a small pot. It only cost you 5,000 chips. Shake it off, shake it off. Get back, get your head in there. You got 30 big blinds. Take it down. Yeah, that was your bad beat. If you can survive that one, hopefully that was your one bad beat for the tournament and you can still win it. All right. I don't think I've heard Medi has won a seat. So my +1, who shares the hatred of Ace Jack, I choose Medi. Okay, congratulations, Medi23. Another seat winner officially announced by Phil the Mechanic. Wow, good job, Medi. Nice, thanks for the generosity, Phil. That's awesome. Wow, that's super cool. That's great. The Medi23's got a seat to the stream team. Man, there's going to be what stiff competition in this private stream team tournament. This might be the most difficult one we've ever had with everyone there. It's going to be insane. I hope I get to make it. We'll see. I think there's a somewhat decent % chance. We'll see. If I make day 3 of the mystery quest, December 12th, I will very likely be able to come in on the 10th and make it and play the Stream Team Family Tournament. That would be awesome. All right, so Mr. Clutch Logo, sub 30 big blinds. He's got a nice stack. He's still got more than everyone at his table. That was unlucky. Medi23, congratulations. You just won a seat to the World Poker Tour Private Stream Team ClubWPT Tournament. Phil the Mechanic had an extra seat to give away from the very first seat giveaway I did earlier in the year, and he just announced you're the winner. Congratulations, Medi23, winner of the seat giveaway. That's so cool. I- I'll be curious to see what first place will be this year. It's gonna be several thousand. I mean, more than $2,000 for sure. Been some cool prizes associated with first place too over the years. A couple watches, this sort of thing. Um, so yeah, super exciting, man. That's great. That makes me smile. All right, what do we got here? We got some Ace 4 versus Ace 6. I'll chop pot a lot of the time on that flop. Ace 4's got some outs now. Three ball, 4 ball. Ace 8. Ace 6 wins. Brutal. All right, clutch. Let's go. Run it up. 60,000 by the next break. All right. Doo-doo-doo. All right. Chief, you said unlikely unless you are playing on club. Oh, I missed that. She actually shot her video from St. Martin and texted me about it. I did my side just in time after work. Nice. I love that. Why would you? Why? Oh, why you should be in Vegas versus the Bahamas. Oh, I see. WPT forever. I'm on board with that. WPT till the day I die. I love that. That's awesome. Wow. Great. We should do a video together. WPT forever. I feel like there's me as the ambassador, one of the World Poker Tour, the Club WPT ambassadors. You and I should do like a quick little video, like highlighting your win there. That'd be a really cool little thing. We'll have to talk about that. All right. Meta says $125 buy-in, 15 dealer sat Red Lobster. 15 to dealers at Red Lobster. 140 buy-in with 30 going to house at South Point. Okay, 1 to 10 getting a prime seat. We are maxed out at South Point, and Red Lobster has 4 slots open. All right, put your hat in the ring right now. Do you want a Red Lobster seat for a prime championship seat qualifier? Meta John has got 4 more seats open at Red Lobster on, I forgot what day. Meta John, drop in the comments the day and the time of Red Lobster, and ideally of the other one too. Clutch versus a very smaller stack. Come on, we need a queen. Oh, we need a queen. Nope. Queen, and queen only. Oh, tough one. Okay, that's okay. Small. You're basically priced in. That's kind of another cooler situation, but playing great. Keep your head up. Playing great. You get a nice stack still. 20 some big blinds. Let me get to the list. Any other one running super deep already that we can highlight? Let me lock this in. I think I'm moving that around. No, I'm not. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Yeah, Phil, nice pick. Bragging rights. Phil the Mechanic and Medi. 2-3. Seeing some more generosity already. Superdan 1974 gave his seat to Pacer Cop. I love to see that. That's great. Makes my heart a little warm on the inside. You know what I mean? Us poker players have been said that we're heartless. It's not true. Look at all the generosity going around. Whereas we're approaching the holiday season, Christmas coming up. All right. Let's see. Biggest prize equals bragging rights. Yeah, bragging rights hold a lot of weight. You know, I think Jason SD is still bragging about, you know how much bragging he does. I think he's still bragging about his win when he won the private stream team tournament a few years back. Medi says, ride or die, WPT for life. I'm on board with that, man. WPT for life. This World Poker Tour, there's nothing like it. I don't care what anyone says. WSOP is technically a bigger brand, but forget it. WPT is number one by far. You listen to what the pros talk about too, like the player experience. They favor WPT, So yeah, I'm partial, obviously, but yeah, I love the World Poker Tour. Pum, pum, pum. All right, let's see what we got. All right, let's get to the list and see who is running well. All right, so we are down to, let's see, 2,021 players have already been eliminated. And let's see how many are left. Let me see here. It's probably an easier way to see this. It looks like there are 622 players left. Do some math, 2,646 players total. Down to the final 600, getting down to about maybe 30% of the field left. 600 out of 2,600. Yeah, 25-30% of the field left. All right, let's go to the top and see who's running super deep. All right, anyone that we know that is toward the top, we're gonna jump on their table. Texas Donk, 22nd place. Let's go. All right, let's see. Texas Donk, Terrace. Oh, I wonder if that's Terrace from Texas fame. All right, Infinite. All right, let's go. Texas Donk and Infinite are running super deep. Love to see that. I got to get their tables pulled up. We're going to start there. Texas Donk and Infinite. All right, so let me get their tables. All right, so Infinite is on. Let's find him. There he is, 775. All right, 775 is Infinite. I'm gonna pull that one up. And let's see, who else? Texas Donk is, let me get Infinite's table up here shortly. And then we can get, is that gonna break already, Infinite? Your table gonna break? Let's see, yep, oh, there it is, it's done. All right, so I'm gonna have to find your table again. That one broke. Let's see, Infinite. Where is Infinite? Let's see where he went. Let's see, Infinite. I think your table is gone, unless it's still 775. Yeah, no, that one's gone. All right, let me see if I can refresh. Get Infinite's table pulled up to start. And then get a few more going here. So let's see, there's Infinite there. He is on table 775. No, he's not. He needs to refresh. Let me just double check. Failed to launch. Yeah, it's because he's not there anymore. All right, we'll table that for a second. Let's go to Texas Donk's table. Drop in the chat if you see what table Infinite is at. His table just broke. So let's see what we got there. Let me look one more time. Oh, 730. Okay, I see it, 730. I'm gonna pull it up right now. There you are, Infinite. Good luck, Infinite. Run it up. Big payout coming, double money. Be nice. All right, that is table 730. Let me get this up and rolling. We'll hop back in there. Mr. Clutch logo is doing well. All right, 730. Perfect. Window capture. Let's say Derek. And source. All right, 730. There it is. Perfect. Awesome. Let's make this bigger for now. All right, that's gonna be pretty close. Pretty close. Let me drop this down here. Perfect. All right. Let me see, and we'll just bring it down just a little bit like that. That's pretty reasonable. All right, that's good. I'll lock that one into place. Derek. All right, and let's see what we got. All right, Mr. Clutch logo is there. I wonder if that is frozen, I wonder. Let me look and see. Let's pull up Infinite's table again while we're waiting on that. Let me see what's going on here. All right, Derek folded, infinite folds. All right, let's get back over and see if we can still see Clutch Logos table. Looks like it's frozen on my streams. Let me see if I can find him. Mr. Clutch. All right, let me fix that. All right, so there's that one. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, that's infinite. His table's going well. And then 1 second here. No, that's fine. I don't need that. All right, I think I'm gonna have to pull it up again. That might be what I need to do. Let me just pull up Derek's table for now, and I'm gonna have to pull up Clutch's table again. Yeah, that's what we'll do. All right, that's fine. Mr. Clutch logo. All right, Mr. Clutch. LMN. Mr. There he is. Table 300. Awesome. All right, table 300. Let's just make sure we open that one up. It moved on me. Let's see, table 300. All right, Mr. Clutch logo is at 1 second here, family. We'll pull that one up in a second. Let's just watch infinites for a second. We'll get Clutch's table going. Oh, he's still at 704. Why does it say he's at 300? That's okay. All right, there's 704. So let me see if it's live again. Should be. No, it's not. Okay, that's fine. Clutch's table is, let me do this, see if that changes things. Let me see something, Derek. No, it's fine. All right, we'll roll with Infinite's table for a little bit. All right, let's do a seat giveaway. Let's get that going. I said we're gonna do that before 6 o'clock. We got 1 minute. We're gonna go with the strategy we did before. That was pretty quick, painless, pretty quick and easy. So for everyone in the chat, looks like there's 59 people currently. Raise your hand in the chat if you, I will demonstrate like this. Raise your hand in the chat if you want to be considered for a seat giveaway. And let me just double check to make sure my internet is, yeah, it's got a good connection. Just a little bit laggy. I wonder why that is. A really strong Wi-Fi up here. Mick Frank and Mr. Clutch logo are at 704. Let me see if I can get that rolling. Might have to shut down the stream and start again if we cannot get this going. Let's see. All right, got some hands raised in the chat. That's awesome. All right. So there's McFrank. Actions on McFrank. Folds. All right. Mr. Clutch logo is in the big blind with 11 big blinds total. Actions on him. Limps over. Checks it down. All right. Flop. Ace 9 8. That's going to favor the small blinds range quite a bit, though they decided to check. So Mr. Clutch logo checks also. And 10 is interesting. Hand, limp, check. I'd like to see a bet for Mr. Clutch logo at this point. Check. Another ace. Small bet. 1 big blind. If you have any single hand at all on this board, you have to call. Any pair. King high would be. No, I probably fold king high. It's close. Yeah, probably fold king high. Let's see. All right, Fatal raised his hand. All right, get your hands in. Triple T, welcome in. Fatal, welcome in. Good Midwestern gentleman there. Southern. Fatal from Fatal is in Kentucky. Triple T is in Ohio. US 85 hands in. High card 6. Mr. Clutch logo. Short stack now. Mick Frank battling. Stream Team Family Violence. Hands are raising. All right, let's get some action going. Let's give a seat away. Talking several $1,000s at the final table, and some nice prizes, some luxury watches last year. I can't say what JC's gonna do. He's the man that holds the keys. He's got all the surprises. Yeah, there's been some good giveaways over the years. You can turn a little over $100 buy-in into a few thousand pretty quickly. A fun night of poker too, man. You definitely want to get one of these seats if you don't have one already. So far we've given away 13 seats. We'll give 2 or 3 more minutes here to raise your hand, get your hand in, announce that you're in the giveaway that we're about to do. We're gonna do it the same way we did before, random number generator. Just pick a number. Let me pick one. I'm gonna go, let's see. Let's go 1. We're gonna go 1 to 1,000 again. Okay, we got our number locked and loaded. This is not Price is Right style. It'll be, you can go over or under. It's the absolute closest. We had 2 good guesses, Super Dan and Pacer Cop. Pacer Dan, 1974. Super Dan, 1974, won the seat and gave it away to Pacer Cop. Very generous of him. And Phil the Mechanic announced to Medi23 that he won a seat, that he gave him a seat. Just a lot of generosity going around. I love to see that. We got a good family. We got to support each other, help each other out. You know, I want to get people into playing live tournaments. I mean, I love ClubWPT, I love World Poker Tour, but play more live poker. It's so important. I'm going to try to play. We'll see how it works out. I got to look at my schedule. Let me know in the chat if anyone's planning to play any live tournaments before Vegas. I'm going to probably play December 9th at my local casino. There's a $1,100 one-day tournament at Boston Encore. It's a nice tournament. Won't be able to play the Prime, but if I could play that $1,100 tournament, that'd be pretty cool. I think it was 50 or 60,000 for first last month when it ran. It's a good one. All right, so let's see what we got. So we got some short stacks here. Mick Frank has just under 20 big blinds, decides to fold. Mr. Clutch is facing a limp. He's got almost 14,000. That's about 8 big blinds. 8 or 9 big blinds. He's in the tank. He's thinking about it. He lets it go. He folds. All right. So let's see what we got. All right. Let me take a look here and see if we can do something. Let me make this easier. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Card protector, we're gonna get rid of. Awesome. Okay, let's see if we can get, here's Infinite's table. Where did it, there's Infinite right there, 43,000 chips. Nice, Infinite. All right, let's get back over for now. Now we've got a couple different tables going. I like what we're doing here. All right, we got Mick Frank and Clutch logo will be the featured table. We got some Stream Team Violence, and we've got Infinite as the backup table. All right, guesses are coming in, 1 to 1,000. Drop your numbers in the chat. We're gonna keep it live for a few more minutes. 1 to 1,000. Could choose number 1, could choose number 1,000, or any number in between. Don't choose 0. And closest wins. We'll keep it open for 4 more minutes. When it turns to be 6:10 p.m., we'll announce, once I see 6:10 p.m., which is about 4 minutes, we'll announce closed and we'll review. We'll see who is the closest. Let me keep my eye open. Let's see if someone guesses it correctly. I might just end it right there, but I haven't seen the number yet. No surprises. No clues. Got to be fair here. I'm really bad with surprises, as anyone who's dealt with me knows. I used to open my Christmas presents when I was a young kid, tape them back up. Man, I was a bad kid. Let's see. I'm just, yeah, not good with surprises. I can keep a surprise and keep a secret when people have trusted me with secrets. I'm pretty good at it when I know it's important, but in general, I don't like surprises. I just want it to be given away, you know. All right. Let's see. All right, Shrine Tier says 228 actual guess. Good, good. Jason SD played a bounty tournament a couple weeks ago. Did you cash? How did it go? Bounty tournaments are interesting. You've got to be a little looser because there's more money and more equity in each pot rather. So you need to play looser, just by a default. More looser ranges. Call all ins a little looser. Sharon Tier busted the 5K. Okay, good run, good run. Got about another 2 or 3 minutes here of the seats being open. The giveaway, the most recent giveaway, lucky number 14. Seat giveaway. We're gonna have a lot. I think we're gonna have over 100 entries. I don't know, maybe not 100 unique players, but we'll see if JC decides to make it a rebuy tournament. We'll see what the buy-in is. We need JC to come give us some scoops, but we'll see. We haven't heard from him yet. We'll see if the man, the myth, the legend makes it into the stream or not. See if he's gonna drop any scoops. Let me just message him, see. Let's see. Let's see what we got. All right, so I got some numbers in the chat. You got about 1 or 2 more minutes. Drop your numbers if you haven't already. Make sure you only enter once. If you happen to put 2 numbers in, I'll see whatever number you put in first. All right. Hopefully, I'm guessing Iraq Vet will probably win another seat because he's already won 3. He's really good at winning these. He's not as good at the random guesses, but any sort of, if it takes skill, he's won so many seats. All right, we're on a little break here. Mr. Clutch Logos hanging tough. Chipped down a little bit. 13,000. Chipping a chair. He took his bad beat. I think he's about to spin up though. Let's see. Derek Infinite. Let's get over his table. Wow, we got a big all in at his table. He's got 43,000 chips. I'm assuming 1K, 2K will come back. He's got over 20 big blinds. Infinite Derek Vest reminds me of Lana San Diego. 2 players that can absolutely run up crazy stacks faster than almost anyone I've ever seen, especially from ClubWPT, you know what I mean? So it's been impressive to watch. I remember when Infinite Derek Vest won the seat onto the Voyage, man, he finished top 5. He just ran up like a 1,000,000 chip stack and just seemed like a few minutes. All right, let's see what we got here. All right, one more, less than a minute here for guesses. I'll close it when it turns to 6:10 on my computer, which is 6:09 currently. So let me write down my number that I formulated. That way I can just know what it is. All right, there it is. Okay, let's see what we got. It must be frozen. Does anyone know why that happens? It like freezes sometimes. That's strange. All right, 6:10. Okay, I'm gonna drop it in the chat. Closed. Number is 854. I didn't see that. All right, let's see. TJ, you're too late. I said closed. It was already been time. You weren't. Okay, so 854. Didn't cash. Finished 19th. Had 1 bounty. That's nice. All right, so who's close to 854? You guys can help me grade this. I see Iraq Vet, 29 off at 854. 29. I bet there's someone closer. 854. It's nice being on break. It's a good time to grade this. 854. 29. Mick Frank is closer at 876. That's 22. I think Mick Frank might be the closest. Is that right? Mick Frank at 876 looks pretty favorable. Let's see, 22. Anyone see anyone closer than Mick Frank? 854. Let's see. Iraq Vet is close. You're right. I'm close. I don't know if I got it though. Yeah, I think 854. Let's see, I'm pretty sure. So 854, 825, that's 29, if my math is correct. 854, yeah, that's 29 off our Iraq vet. But McFrank was closer than that. Let's see. McFrank, 876 compared to 854. That's 21 off. I think that's the winner. Anyone see one closer than 21? We'll let it ride for a couple minutes, but I'm pretty sure that's the winner. Gabby's trying to guess now. 328. It's a good guess, Gabby. The answer is 854. Oh, table 328. Maybe that's what you're saying. All right, we got one more minute on break here. We got McFrank's and Mr. Clutch logo. Oh, Cabby's trying to throw it in last minute. Yeah, good get. I'm gonna announce now. There'll be more giveaways. Stick away till the end of the stream. We're gonna get. This is not the last one. In case you guys are wondering, this is not the last one. So there will be more giveaways on this live stream. So stick around till the end if you want your best chance to win giveaways. Josh Guindon Poker, your club World Poker Tour ambassador. All right, let's see. Unfortunately, I run it down just as fast as I run it up. Oh, no, I mean, that happens. It's part of tournament poker, you know. I got to work on that. Yeah, running it up is the most important thing. Some people never get a very big stack. I mean, some people just make enough to min cash and just kind of stuck in the min cash verse, you know. You never want to be that person that can only min cash. You want to be able to win tournaments, you know, and you need a loose aggressive style for the most part. Tight aggressive doesn't really cut it in tournament poker because you can't just rely on good cards. You're not going to get enough good cards often enough. You got to find ways to accumulate chips, chip up. All right, McFrank on the cutoff, 5 big blinds. All right, new winner, McFrank. Let's go. Alexa picked my number. Giving the secrets away. Congratulations, McFrank. All right, so I'm going to say congratulations, McFrank. I don't know the NC. That might be... You want a seat. Private stream team. Great. McFrank, awesome. Legend of ClubWPT. Happy to give away a seat to him. Add him to the list. McFrank. All right, awesome. McFrank, can you confirm? Were you coming to Vegas? Are you gonna play the private stream team tournament? Are you planning to attend? All right. So let's see. Action is on Hoosier. Both McFrank and Mr. Clutch logo are both short stack sub 5 big blinds. Down but not out. Chip in a chair, as they say. Probably an overused term in poker, but it's true. I'm sure everyone has a chip in a chair story. On Brad's 3rd anniversary stream, there's about 150 people left. I got down to 1 big blind, and I spun it up. I ran it up, and I ended up winning. I got first place. Made $1,000. Crazy. Pay for travel expenses. Pay for a prime buy-in. You know, that sort of thing. So, chip in the chair. Never give up. Clutch logo or McFrank could easily still spin it up and win. Both crusher players. All right, let's see. Actions on Clutch. He folds. Okay, so now on the button, McFrank is going to be under the gun +1, 7-handed table. So from position 6, essentially, with 5 big blinds. Actions on McFrank, and he folds. Mr. Clutch logo is on the button now with 4.5 big blinds. All right. Man, McFrank, what a legend. Alexa picked his seat, or picked his number. That's awesome. I love that. All right. Bum, bum, bum. Anyone else planning on playing any more tournament series that are live after December? We've got so many people playing in December. Is anyone playing otherwise? There's some really good series down in Florida in January. I think I'm gonna try to make it out to California again to Thunder Valley, which will be probably March or April. The dates haven't been released, but I'll try to make it out there then if I can. We'll be seeing. I was curious to see if they're gonna have anything in Montreal this year. I'd really love to make it up there. It's like 4 hours from my house. Um, so we'll see. Um, we'll see what happens this December. It's you never know what the future holds. It's crazy what opportunities come up after you make a good finish, a good run. So first things first, we're gonna focus on December. But let me know if anyone's playing any other live events planned after December. So Mr. Clutch logo, Mick Frank Limpton. That might be a strong hand. Jam by Putt Bogey. I don't know McFrank. I got it. He's got a strong hand. All right, McFrank's there, locked and loaded. He's in. Congratulations. I remember when I met McFrank, I played at his table. Tough player. I think he ran circles around me. Chipped up. All right, Queen 10 off. Good call. Let's flop a good pair here. All right, we need a little bit of help. We'll take any queen or any 10. We got lots of outs. 10 ball. Turn. Let's go. That's awesome. Yes, good hold. All right, McFrank doubled up. Spin it up. Great. All right, Mr. Clutch logo, your turn. All right. Mr. Clutch logo's been a little card dead. Card dead for sure. Galaxy Quest. Never give up, never surrender. I love that. Action Dan, he has a question about the Prime. It looks like it will be 5,100 plus buy-ins to meet the 5 million guarantee. Will there be an overlay? No chance, Action Dan. There will be at least, my estimate, 10,000, guaranteed at least 9,000 buy-ins. Some people fired 3, 4, 6, 7 buy-ins. I mean, people are just firing at that thing. Zero, never say never, but basically going to say there'll no chance there'll be an overlay on the Prime. Such a popular event in December. It's a good price point. Yeah, there's almost no chance there'll be an overlay for the Prime. And December, 5,100 plus buy-ins. Yeah, I think the numbers have been about around 10,000 buy-ins for the last couple years. I know I didn't play it last year, but I know the year before that I contributed more than one. We'll just leave it at that. More than one buy-in to the Prime the year before last. Yeah, the only event I played last year was the $5 million free roll. I actually thought I wasn't going to be able to make it out to Vegas. Talking about what's going on. It's kind of fortuitous how that all works out. If anyone, just my little 2 cents worth, if anyone is considering going to Vegas and they're kind of on the fence, do whatever you can to make it there. I mean, even if you don't have your Prime buy-in or whatever, like just come out, join the group, play some side events, get involved with the ClubWPT, the stream team events, just come out, get involved, try to play, take some shots, play some tournaments. Strongly recommend it to anyone. If you have any questions, message one of us, anyone in the stream team to kind of get more of the info. We can get you plugged in, but it's a huge opportunity. It's crazy what happens when you meet everyone and get involved, so definitely come out to the win in December, a week away. Who's flying out the earliest? Who's going to be there? Anyone going to be there before December 6th? A few people have said they're going to be there December 6th. Anyone going out flying or driving, taking Greyhound or a boat maybe? Anyone? Oh no, I guess you can't get there via boat. Train, I guess. Anyone else going out there sooner than December 6th? I might be the latest arriving. I hope I'm not the latest. I don't want to be there December 13th. I want to be there earlier. Sure, I said I'd be in Montreal if I could. It's a bit of a hike from I can't say it. Saskatch to Montreal. Be a long, long trek over. All right, Mr. Clutch. Let's get a double. Hopefully it doesn't come through McFrank. Ruby. 15 big blinds effective. Has to be smart here. Could be a pretty wide range. Calls 2. Would be nice to double now. If he could. Mr. Clutch. With Mr. Clutch's stack, if he's going to play, I like a call as opposed to an all-in because he lacks fold equity. You can put people in some weird spots if you have, you know, a bet left. You can induce some action. You open the one chip behind kind of scenario. If you get, strongly encourage people to do that. It's part of the strategy currently. The Dirk jams, jam. 2 pair for both players. So, Mr. Clutch, keep that in mind. Ruby's opening 3x on the button with King 6 offsuit. Seems ambitious. And gets stacked. I guess they're gone, so don't worry about that. Pocket 8s is a good hand. Probably would have 3-bet shoved that one from the small blind. All right. Yeah, US says 9,800 players. Yeah, we'll put the over-under on like 9,500 this year. We'll see. There was a lot of hype last year around the $5 million free roll and what ClubWPT Gold was doing. There still will be this year, but I think there will be overall a little less. We'll see. Hard to know for sure, but we'll see. 96.70. Yeah, double the guarantee. Yeah, the guarantee's really low. They'll crush the guarantee. All right, 5th, Utah Kurt, Utah Row, making it out earliest on the 5th. Joe Shringo, 7th. Joe, how you been? You been doing well? Snow skis. What is that? Is that a poker hand? Snow skis? Oh, ace 4. Is that snow skis? Ace 4 all in. Oh, goodness. Diamonds, come on. Diamonds working. Or 2-3. Oh, out. Good run. Clutch logo. Cabby and I live here. Yeah, good run, Clutch. Brutal. Man, you just bad beat. Takes bad beats to knock out crushers. He took got ahead, got it all in ahead 3 or more times and got knocked out every time. That's tournament poker. That'll happen sometimes. Good run, though. That was brutal. All right, let's see what McFrank does. 12.5 big blinds. From position 7. Short-handed now. Let's hop over to Infinite and see what he's got going on. His must be frozen. Ay. Let me see if I can get that fixed. Let's see. Why does it look like it's frozen? Let's just take a peek at the leaderboard also. See who is up there. Shout out in the comments if anyone sees anyone that's up crushing. We can pull up their table. Texas Donk, long overdue. All right, let's pull his table up. He's got big stack. All right, he is table 793. So we're going to pull that one up. 793. Excellent. Texas Donk. All right, we're going to do that. We're going to take this down. There's a couple that are like laggy. All right, Texas Donk. That's good. All right, so get rid of that one. And we'll get rid of this one for now. Let's pull up Texas Donk. At source. T-Donk. All right. No. See, Texas Donk. All right. There we go. Perfect. Let's get Texas Donk up and running. Let me see something. All right, Texas Donk. Getting you up and running here. That looks pretty good. pretty good there. Good. All right. There's Texas Donk's table right there. Lock it in. So Texas Donk has chipped up nicely. Top 10 chip stack. He has over 90,000 chips, which is good for close to 40 big blinds. That's a really nice stack as things are kind of shallowing out now, or kind of almost, T. Robbins asked me what is some keys to running deep in these tournaments, and like live tournaments, especially like the Prime. Think about what stage of the tournament you're in. Are you in the early stage or deep stack play, which is one of my favorite forms of poker, which we don't get a lot of practice on ClubWPT? Are you in the late stages where everyone's sub 20 big blinds? Or are you in the middle stages, right? This will kind of govern your play. It'll help you understand how much you should be open raising. Right now, we're kind of in the middle or the late middle or early late stages sort of thing, and so that'll really change how you're playing. So let me see. That's fine. Highcard 6 says, if I win a seat here, does that include the flight and hotel? No, Highcard 6. The seats I'm giving away now, which have been 14 seats total, have all been to the private stream team tournament. That is the buy-in to this private stream team tournament only. Approximate value of $120. Nothing else included. No travel, no flights, no hotels. About $120 value. So pretty low value overall. It's not a package. It's just the seat giveaway to the private stream team tournament. There are some bigger seat giveaways. I got some prime seat, which is $1,100 giveaways planned. We got a couple different challenges going on, so stay tuned to see if we can give those away before December 10th comes up, or December 9th, whichever is the start date for the prime. All right. Let's see. Texas Donk raises it up from the button. Min raise, min click, 4,800. I like that size in a player who's got sub 10 big blinds. Iowa couple calls. In theory, probably should be calling with most of the range. It's Iowa couple, maybe 70 or 80% of the range. Fold was quote unquote the death triangle. And then, yeah, now he jams. I like that play. Almost like what was called like a stop and go back in the day. Probably before I was born. I haven't seen the stop and go in a long time, but there's that sense of you call out of the blinds and then you just jam on the button. It's a powerful play. It's got its faults. It's not no longer around for a reason, but it's a nice play if you get under 10 big blinds, especially under 5 big blinds, but under 10 big blinds, if you call from the blinds and can get in a pretty high equity spot where you're getting multiple blinds, and then you flop any pair or any draw and you just jam your stack in. That's a pretty good play. There's some nuances to it, but it's a nice play to have in your arsenal and your repertoire. Once you get below 5 big blinds and you're in the blinds, you can call super wide, looking to pick up any equity at all, any pair, any gut shot, any draw whatsoever. You just jam your stack in. At that point, if you fold, you just make it. If you don't hit the flop at all, you just make a trivial fold to a continuation bet. Let's see. Texas Donk. Missed some of that action, but looks like he's got King 10. Got some overs. I like King 10 still. He's got a chance. 10, bing. Oh, no diamonds. Still has to dodge a lot of outs. But probably going to win. Yeah, nice hand. Texas Donk. Yeah, that's... knocks out another player. Running deep. Now over 100,000 chips. Tough player, Texas Donk. Always running deep. Another crusher of the stream team family. ClubWPT. I got to meet Texas Donk. I'm probably certain it was last year. It could have been 2 years ago at the at area 51 or 15, whichever that was. That was awesome. I think area 15. Yeah. Curious to see what people have heard about the tournament on the stream. Cool. High card 6. Yeah. Good question though. I like the ambition high card 6. That's ambitious. It would be no all expenses paid, unfortunately. Maybe. Once I build it up though, let's build this ambassadorship up. I'm committed to giveaways, and you hear it here from me first. If this ambassadorship gets going, there'll be a lot of giveaways for forever. As long as I'm an ambassador, you better believe there's going to be giveaways. Something I'm passionate about, giving back to the community, getting you guys involved. Live poker, I think live poker is so important. Just the social interaction coming out of COVID, the pandemic's over. Still be sensible. You're at the table, good hand hygiene. Anytime you're going to touch your eyes, nose, mouth, you could potentially be acquiring one of the bugs that are going around. Um, if someone's sick, you shouldn't be playing live poker, obviously. Take a break. But we got to get back out. We have to socialize. Thank you to Brad Braulio Nesser, Phil, um, and all the others who joined earlier. We had a deep dive, a discussion about mental health and some of the struggles and how to combat that, mainly through community and being there for one another. We really shined the spotlight on mental health and kind of highlighted some struggles that people had gone through and the importance of community, the importance of the stream team family. I got to take part in that discussion earlier that Brad Braulio Nesser hosted. It was a really touching discussion and really a lot of benefits to a lot of people, a lot of community. So if you didn't get a chance to check that out, follow up with Brad. I'm not sure where he's going to post that. Maybe check his YouTube. No pressure, Brad. But that was a really important discussion. We had Bobby check out his new book. Derek Vast Infinite was talking. Really meaningful discussion we had. So that was really really great for those that were able to tune in, and I would encourage anyone who's interested to check it out, retroact secondarily. So let's see. Bobby. All right, Bobby. Yeah, anyone else in Vegas that lives out there? I know Cabby's in the area. Bobby's settled in. Party at your guys' house. Let's who else is out there? Matt Savage, break down his doors. Anyone else live out there in our group? I don't think so. I think that's the balance. Let's see. Yeah, Joe Shringo says, doing well. He'll be moving slow. Yeah, I hear you, buddy. I hear you. Glad you're going to make it out. That's awesome. Mr. Clutch logo. Yeah, sorry. I don't know if I have that power. I don't think I brought the run bad your way, but definitely it was coincidental that you had a lot of run bad and got unlucky once I started following you. That is not true for Texas Doc, who is running it up nicely. Let me know if we have anyone else running deep, and what table that is. And just put table and then the number. That way I can pull it up. I can pull a few more tables up here also. Yes, all you can eat while you were there. So what does he say? Johnny Haas says, all you can eat while you were there. Sat out for a while, had to tend to the leg. Okay. All right. Just got word from the man, the myth, the legend himself, Jeremy Clemens. He is Coach Clemens. This one shut down. Coach Clemens says he will not be making it on the stream. Sad panda. He's tied up with a flag football game. Shout out to his daughter. They got a crusher team, and JC's coaching. So getting some notoriety on the national stage. All right, let me close this table down that fell down. Let's see who else we've got going. All right, so let's just get this refreshed. Looks like we have about, if my math is right, around 300 players left. We're really getting to the late stages here. About a little over 10% of the field left. This is when we'd be coming in the money. Oh, there's Unreal Skills. Okay, big stack, 15th place. We'll pull his table up. Perennial Crusher, Unreal Skills, and Texas Donk is in 19th place. Let me just survey the field real quick, see who else. Let's see. I'm just gonna go quickly. Let me know if I'm missing anyone. Who else is left here? Sharingo is there. Joe Sharingo has a nice stack. Sharingo's running deep. Old Lady Jane is running deep. 64th place. Davey wins. 67th place. Real good. Remember, 55th place is cash out. So several people really close there to the kind of cutoff. Keep chipping up. It's going to be a good payout. I'm really hoping it's really want to make it double payout. Super Dan currently 108th place. Gunboats is right there. All right, we'll get back to who's running deep. Let me pull up some tables here. All right, so top player currently Unreal Skills. Let's go and see where Unreal Skills is at. All right, there, 724. Okay, that's good. We'll get that one going now. First and foremost. Good, there's Unreal Skills. Really nice. All right, 724. Awesome. Okay, that's good. Perfect. All right, let's get rid of this one. I think I can remove that one. All right, there's Texas Donk's old table. We'll get rid of that one. Let's pull in Unreal Skills. Stage. We got more giveaways coming up. Giving away seats. This is kind of the last opportunity here. The last opportunity, big one. Will be some more seats given away on X, Instagram, YouTube. But why not give away a bunch of seats today? Let's see what we got. So this is Unreal Skills. All right, we're gonna add that. We'll hop into that one right now. Probably that one. Is that Unreal Skills? Nope, that's Infinite's old table. Okay, Unreal Skills. There he is. Infinite, are you still in? I gotta find you. Or if you're still in, or did you bust out? Are you still in? Let's see. Unreal Skills. All right. Awesome. All right, drop it down. Good. All right, that looks pretty good. All things considered. Great, we're gonna lock that in. All right, that one's pretty good. So this player's facing an all-in decision here. All right. So that's fine and dandy. Bring us down for just 1 second. All right. So. All right. So that's all good. Let me see if this is actually true. I feel like there's a little bit of lagging going on. Bum, bum. Okay. Unreal Skills. Yeah, we're back. There we go. Bartman, 53. That's another tough player. Played a lot with Bartman. I don't think part of the Stream Team family, but that is a tough player. Whoops. Oh no, what did I do? Okay, I messed that up. Let me fix that. Let me fix that real quick. 1 second. Let me get his locked in. Very good. All right. Unreal Skills in the small blind. Got about 40 big blinds effective. Top 10. Let's go, Unreal Skills. Run it up. Pressure Poker. 3x raise. I like that size. Off 11 big blinds effective against a big blind player. Takes it down. Mr. Clutch Logo. Saw Mr. Scoops. JC. yesterday at Ocean's 11. Saw Daisho there also. Wow, some celebrities. Tough players between you three. Jeez. Remind me not to go to Ocean's 11. All right, let's see. Bum, bum. Okay, Bobby says he's officially a poker dealer now. Good chance of be dealing at the win this time next year. Got to pay his dues by dealing the WSOP first. That sounds like a gauntlet. That is paying your dues from what I hear. That's exciting, man. Congratulations. Ace Queen offsuit versus Ace 9. Bit of a loose call there by Ace 9. Looks like it was about 10 big blinds. Yeah, not advised. Oh, no, must have been a jam by Ace 9 and a call by Ace Queen. Yeah, Ace 9's drawn. Oh, look at that. Bad beat. Man, I got the bad beats following me today. Look at that. 2 outer on the river. Runner. Woof. Brutal. Less than 5% going to the turn. Runner. Ouch. Yeah, super exciting. I hope everyone's as excited as I am. We've got some fun stuff coming up next few weeks. We've got the Prime, Stream Team Family Private Tournament, Cocktail Hour. Hopefully at least one of or multiple of us will be in the Mystery Quest Day 3 live at the Win on December 12th. I know several of us are playing in the main event championship starting December 13th. Some really fun stuff coming down the pipeline. Some really good tournaments will be going on at South Point. The cash games will be insane everywhere. The Win, Aria is one of my favorite places to play. There will be some really good side events even at the Win. South Point's like a good price point. Yeah, really exciting few weeks coming up. I've got the Bank Rolex Challenge with a twist going on. We're currently working on episode 11. So if we get to $10,000 before episode 16, which I'm going to go play some cash games to try to get there. All the episodes might not be out, but I'll have 16 episodes played before the start of the Prime. If we can get to plus $10,000, then we'll give away a Prime seat. So keep your eyes open for that. We'll make some announcements on my X and Instagram. If you're not following me there, go ahead and give me a follow. I'm just going to put the X and IG. Follow me now if you haven't yet. That way you can stay up to date on all the scoops. Oh, Infinite just busted 241. Damn, good run, man. That would be a cash if you would be playing a standard tournament. I always like to keep that in mind, right? Like compare a ClubWPT tournament to like a live big tournament. 241 out of 2,700 runners, 2646. Congratulations. Easily top 10%. Must have been a bad beat to knock out a crusher. Yeah, good run, Infinite. Top 10% finish. That's awesome. Okay, Pacer Cop says he's back. Must have dropped his daughter off at the airport. Welcome back. Heard you say don't watch football or be distracted while you're playing poker. One of the biggest distractions I see regularly. I'll play with some pro poker players, and I know if they've got a big bet on the game and they're watching the game, they're playing dead. They're dead money. There's no when you're distracted, forget it. I don't care who you are. Phil Ivey's got bets on the game. He's watching the game. He might be the one exception, but to the rule. But if you're playing distracted at all, get your phone off. Forget social media. Tell your family you're not available. Call them on the break. Like you don't want to be looking at your phone. Forget a sporting event. Do not do sports gambling while you're playing a poker tournament. You might as well not even buy into the poker tournament. All right, Pacer Cop got knocked out of both the SUNRUN and the 10K at the airport, trying to say goodbye to my daughter. That's important. Congratulations, Pacer Cop. You won a seat given away by Super Dan 1974. Is that your second seat? Correct me if I'm wrong. I think you joined Iraq Vet as the second person to have 2 seats to the private stream team tournament. Correct me if I'm wrong. All right. Let's see. What did I miss? You missed winning a seat. I think you know about that. You won a seat. Other than that, people are running deep. We got Unreal Skills up in the top 10. We're sweating him right now. A lot of people running deep. Texas Donks running deep. Infinite had a nice run, top 10%. Several people are still right in there. So we'll see what's going on. We're about to give another seat away. I'm feeling it. We'll see what we're gonna do for this one. It's coming up. Hang in there with us. Don't go anywhere. We're about to give away a seat. If you can right now, hop on over to Instagram, IG, or Twitter, which is X. If you have that, give me a follow, Josh Guindon Poker. That way you stay up to date with all the latest giveaways. There'll be several more, including Private Stream Team Family Tournament and the Prime Championship, $1,100 buy-in. I bet That's going to win the Prime Championship seat giveaway. He is so good at winning these seats I'm giving away. He's got like a second, like some spidey senses or something. I swear we're not colluding. Let's see. I'm going to post my my YouTube channel here. That way you can stay up to date for all of the giveaways. Let's put that on there. Unpinned or end of stream. Okay, let's do that. All right, that's fine. That should be pinned. Let's see. Yeah, okay. So my YouTube channel is there. If you haven't yet, head on over there, subscribe. If you comment on the videos, that's what's going to get you entered into the Prime Championship seat giveaways I'm giving away. So I haven't announced it exactly how it's going to happen yet, but once I get a Prime seat giveaway, the entries are going to come from the people who have commented and interacted on the channel. So make sure you comment at Josh Guindon Poker YouTube channel. Comment. Let me know how you would play some of those hands I've played, gotten some of those spots. If you got any advice or any thoughts, anything you want to talk about, anything fun. Yeah, get involved. Let's see. Unreal skills. Okay, under the gun player. Let's see, 12K, that's 4 big blinds. Unreal skills, calls, which I like that a lot. That's 24, 28, 31. Yeah, that's a really nice call. Yeah, he's high, great call. He's way ahead. Really ahead now. Unreal skills, playing a nice game. Only 6 outs to the river. And he dodges them all. Nice call, nice win. Knocks out another player. Unreal skills chipping up. Top 10 chip stack. Let's go. Take it down, Unreal skills. Got some people competing with you though. A lot of stream team is running it up. Let's see what Unreal skills does on the button here. Pacercrop says, I don't think I won before. Yeah, you might not be right. I might be confusing that. I've got a list. I'll double check to make sure you don't have 2 seats. All right, so that's good. All right. Yeah, Bobby says dealing in the WSOP is a grind for the dealers. 10+ hour days, 12-hour days, 7 days a week. Start training now, Bobby. I'm sure you know about the physical, core strength exercises. I implemented a weight vest just to get the tone, all the core muscles. As you're sitting at the table for such long days, helps the posture, helps your back. You don't want to develop spine or back problems sitting there so long. All right, find a tourney to play. My wife plays the ladies. Yeah, Jason SD ladies meetup game she's playing. That'll be a fun one. Yeah, Bex asks, is the ladies meetup game a 1-2? Last time that I'm pretty sure I saw that it was either 1-2 or 1-3, Bex. So I saw that announced. It's definitely the small blind will be $1. I can't remember 1-2 or 1-3. I think it's 1-2 for one of the games they announced. Let's see. All right, might need to find. All right. So we are at 50 viewers currently. So if we get up to 55 viewers actively or get to 3 hours and 15 minutes of runtime, we're currently at 2 hours and 50 minutes of runtime, so that's 25 minutes. Whichever one triggers first, 55 viewers or 3:15, whichever one's first, we will give away another seat. So stay tuned. Don't want to go anywhere. 14 seats given away. Jason SD, do you mind sharing the first place prize that you got when you won the private stream team tournament? I feel like it must have been between $2,000 and $3,000. If you mind dropping the money amount in the chat, it'd be helpful. Be great. And do you remember, was that a $120 buy-in when you won it, or was it less? I don't remember. Doo-doo-doo. Yeah, we got quite the list. So far from tonight, we've learned that Pacer Cop and Medi 23 now have seats designated. Super exciting. Unreal Skills, let's go. Table of 7. All right, let's see what we got going on. Let me get back to the list, see who is running deep. Texas Donk, 5th place. We're gonna have to pull up his table again. 5th place, wow. 204,000 chips. Let me just run through the list real quick. So we've got, let's see who we got left. Unreal Skills, 17th place, 134,000. We have Davey Wins running it up, 29th place, 109,000. Wow, tough player, Davey Wins. Bartman is not part of Stream Team. Family. Let's see. Poker Dart 69, running deep again. Tough player. Let's see who else. Who's the one? Super Dan 1974, running deep, right on the money bubble, right on the cusp. 60th place. Keep chipping up. You're doing great. Let's see who else. What do we got? Getting down to the 100th. Let's see. Bare Necessity 105. Very good. So we're down to 185 players left. Desert Shark is not Stream Team, but is, I don't think so at least, but is a really good player. Let's see. Pitbull Lefty, 158th place. Needs a chip up if we're going to cash. Drake is there. Old Lady Jane, 38,000, 133rd place. Sharingo hanging in there. Keep running well. Let's get a double up coming your way, Joe. 122nd place. Need to chip up. 55 places get paid. I'll double check. I'll confirm that. Let's see. Bare Necessity is there. Yeah, so that's everyone left. Okay. Let's look at the payouts. So 55th place is $25. Not shabby. 28th to 55th is $25. First place, 1,500 for second. If you double that, it's 2,000 and 1,000 for first. So keep running well, everyone. All right, so we said we're going to pull up Texas Donk's table. He's in 4th place. He might take this down. Let's pull this up. All right, Texas Donk is there, 670. We're going to pull up his table. 204,000. That's a big stack. All right, 204, and that is number 670. Okay, great. All right, so look at, I got Texas Donk and Unreal Skills so far. All right, let's hop right back over. All right, let's drop it in. Unreal Skills is out of that hand, fine. All right, here we go to Texas Donk's table. All right, Texas Donk. Here we go. Add source. No, it's the other one. Okay, there it is. All right, so we can pull this one down. Awesome. That's good. Yeah, let's bring it back here. Yeah, nice. Awesome. Great. Let's make it a little bit less. All right, that's pretty good. Yeah, that's nice. Okay, good. And we're gonna lock that one in. Great, there's Unreal Skills. And here's Texas Donk's table. Okay, awesome. That looks nice. So let's see what we got. Texas Donk is on the button. Let's hop over. Unreal Skills is thinking. 4 big blind raise, calls it from the cutoff. What hands would he do that with? The medium pocket pairs, small to medium pocket pairs. Could be trapping with aces. That'd be a really cool play. Maybe some big Broadway cards. Let's see. Texas Donks out of that one. All right. Oh, Air Herb, not showing you love. I've been showing you love all night, buddy. Do you need a hug? I'll give you a hug. I'll come over there. I think you're in New York, right? I'll come over and give you a hug. Get on the train, show you some love. No, Air Herb, you're always in my heart. You're a legend, man. Legend of the stream team. All right, $120 buy-in. Okay, Jason SD said $120 buy-in. Chop the money when we got to the final table. Triple T was first in chips, I think, so he got the most money. I was third in chips and got about 1,300 after I tipped the dealer. Oh, interesting. I vaguely remember, was I part of that chop? I remember finishing in third place. That was my biggest cash of that entire series. I don't think I even cashed the prime or anything else. I think that was my biggest score was a private stream team tournament, maybe 3 years ago. So yeah, that's important. And it's interesting, like the min cashes or the smaller cashes, quote unquote, how important they are for your bankroll and like your future in poker. So don't take a small cash lightly. I mean, that's basically double the buy-in of that same tournament. So everything adds up. The small caches are super important. All right. RIP to Charentier's washer and dryer. Had a good run. Good run to washing machine. All right. Da-da-da. Yeah, never tip the dealer. So how much should you tip the dealer? I heard Jonathan Little say 3%'s nice. Keep in mind they do get, most of the tournaments, there is a fee taken out for dealers, but I've heard a standard, you make a final table or something, or just want to be generous. 3% is nice. I mean, if you paid 3% on top of the cutout they're getting to dealers for tournament poker, I think if every poker player did that, I think the dealers would be very happy. The 3% is a nice number to remember. All right. Crayjack says, yo, stream team family, let's go. Next Sunday we'll be on. All right, it will be on. Confirmed. He says on like Donkey Kong. All right, Unreal Skills. I missed the action, but he took a little bit of a beat. Down to 72K. Still in there. Still 18 big blinds. And a dream. Texas Dog sitting nice. 200K, about 50 bigs. 49 bigs. Top 10 stack. All right. Okay, let's see. Pyboathon showing Craig Jack some love, saying what's up. All right. Florida. Oh, Airherb, Florida. Oh yeah, you always get priced out of the revolving months off. Yeah. Why have you not come to see me and show me any love when I play in all my tournaments, Airherb, down in Florida? I'm always down there. Seminole Hard Rock, Best Bet. You never come to say hi. You gotta come show me some love. All right. So it looks like an all-in at the other table. I missed it. It was Kings versus Queens. I didn't see who held. It's all right. All right, Bex, I'll be there a week from today. Sweet. We chopped at 9 or 10 and played down for the watch. Maybe that was it. I really don't remember. All right, Medi, Crayjax, you're looking at the most recent seat winner. Congratulate Medi, 2-3 on winning a seat. Free entry to the private stream team tournament. Crayjax, you making it out? You gonna be there? Private stream team tournament. Ace Jet. Okay, hold. Unreal Skills. Oh my gosh, brutal. I think I've got the Jeff. Bad beat. Oh my gosh. All right, good run on Real Skills. Didn't quite make the money, but that would have been a cash of a standard tournament. Keep that in mind. That was a really good tournament. Really good run. Brutal. Brutal, brutal, brutal. Let's get Texas Donks table going. All right. Anyone else super deep? Let's take a look. All right, let's get rid of that one. All right. Crayjacks will be there early Sunday, hanging out over at Fremont Street, Old Vegas. Let's go. What's your guys' favorite quote unquote dive places to hang out in Las Vegas? There's some fun ones. Pybothon says, if you win the prime, 1.1 million, the expectation is to tip 33,000. I think that's reasonable. You can write it off. Maybe, you know, if you win $1 million, 3%, tip 30,000. I think that's reasonable, honestly. 1.1 million, 30,000 gets spread up amongst, I don't know, a few hundred dealers. I don't know. I think that's reasonable. Chief U's gonna tip $33. No, I don't know. I think there might be 33% is a pretty good number, but there might be an upper limit to that. You could probably cap that out. Like if I wonder how much the grinder tipped when he won 10 million of the main event. I could almost guarantee you he did not tip 300,000, right? Yeah. So there's levels. I think there's levels to that, right? So yeah, it kind of caps, right? For 100 million, you're not going to tip 3 million, you know, but I don't know, 30,000 for 1.1 million. It's hard to say. It's hard to know when you're in those shoes, but you can probably get a lot of it back with taxes. So anyways, all right, Crayjacks will be there. Let's go. Airherb says where? Hollywood or Tampa? I've been to both, man. Either one. You tell me. You tell me where you're going to be. But the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open is at Hollywood. I've been down there. I was there in April. All right. Just remember the tip's going to a pool for all the dealers. Yeah, 30,000. I don't know how many dealers there's going to be. It'll be several hundred probably. And then if the person who wins doesn't tip, it's like really brutal for the dealers because I don't know. I don't know if I'd tip 30,000. Seems like a lot. I'd probably tip several thousand. I don't know how much it would be. It's hard to say. 1.1 million is a lot though. It's ridiculous. I made my final table and pulled the bounty. I took all the ClubWPT people out to dinner. That was the most hefty dinner bill I've ever been a part of. So yeah, so I don't know. That was a few thousand. So, and that was a 100K score. I think 3% is pretty reasonable. It's one of those things. I could think of it like a tax, 3%. I know some people don't think we should pay anything in taxes, but you're essentially paying for, you know, what I don't want to get into a big debate here, but 3% if off 100%, I don't know. I think it's doable. It's reasonable. Some people might say more, but 3% is standard. I'll leave it at that. All right, good run on Real Skills. Yeah, unfortunate, bad beat there. You got your money in ahead. Just got a little unlucky. I hope I'm not starting a Jeff Platt curse 2.0. Feels like whoever we've been pulling up has gotten unfortunate exit pretty quickly, or gotten unlucky at least, I'll say. Texas Donk has not followed that trend, so hopefully we can turn things around. Yeah, I think they do actually surmise yes, I think they actually do take the 30K out of the amount you win. You can get that on your taxes, I'm pretty sure. I don't remember. Yeah, no, there's no way you'd have to pay taxes on the 30,000 tipped. I think you just get a receipt, basically. Yeah, I can't remember. I've tipped quite a bit in some of the big wins, but I've actually not been. I'm trying to think if I don't think I had it put on my tax form. I had a big score last December, but yeah, I don't think I did that the right way. Now that I think about it, I think I just put it in the box and I think I'll be able to claim it. I don't know. I'll have to think about that. Yeah, some of the tax stuff is pretty complicated when it comes to poker winnings, especially with the one big beautiful bill that just got dropped. A lot of things are up in the air. Talk about uncertainty, with the climate with poker currently. A lot of moving parts, you could say the least. But gonna play live poker. We gotta get out there. Tampa's only 90 miles. Hollywood's over a 4-hour drive. We got to get the ClubWPT private jet air for you to take you up to Hollywood. All right. Thank you again for dinner. Most memorable night. Oh, that was awesome, man. Yeah, that was fun. That dinner was so fun. I forgot the name of that Mexican place. It was awesome. Bobby's spitting some knowledge. He says 3% of net winnings and it's deductible. There you go. You heard it there first. Doesn't sound like 3%. It doesn't sound like Pybothon agrees to the 3%. Texas Donk is doing well. 160,000. 190,000 rather. So he's facing a 3 big blind shove. So this is one of those spots. This is an important spot to pay attention to. What hand should Texas Donk here call with? The answer is every single hand. 100% of hands. He's got to call 12,000 to win 41,000. He should call with every single hand in his range. 7 deuce offsuit to call. Now, if you told me like, okay, I want to just fold like the absolute bottom, 7 deuce offsuit, 9-3 offsuit, that's okay. But if you're getting 3, if the all in is 3 times your big blind amount, you call with 100% of hands. It's just that's how it works. Because we could get deep into a long discussion about the math of it, but that is a big mistake I see in ClubWPT often, that when you go to play it live, you see people do it correctly all the time. So, yep. All right. Surmise, don't pull up my table. Oh, okay. No, don't pull up the table requested. I'll honor that. I don't know if you make it to the final table or last 2 or 3 tables, I'm gonna pull you up no matter what. So just get the chip lead. That way you can fend off my run bad. All right, Jack Queen offsuit versus Ace Jack. Certainly Ace Jack is gonna take this. Clubs, nope, clubs are not working. Yeah, pretty bleak for Queen Jack. 3 outs to the river. Never a good place to be. Done. Good run. Swearingen. Texas Donk chipping up nicely here. All right, let's see. Let's get back over to the list, see who else we have. That's super deep. All right, we have, let's see, Texas Donk is currently in 12th place. And who else do we have? Looks like the chip leader is 336,000 chips. Second place, 310,000. 2 people I've never heard of. Davey wins. There he is, 21st place, 160,000, 160K. That is the next person I see for quite some time. All right, let's pull up Davey wins also. So let's find Davey wins' table. There he is, 677. All right, we're gonna get Davey wins going here. All right, let's get Davey wins table going. All right, that's awesome. 677 we said. That muted. And let's pull up Davey wins. Let's make sure Texas Donk isn't doing anything crazy. Looks like XX all in 69XX is a Davey wins table also. Tough table. All right, Davey wins. All right, Davey wins. There he is. All right, get this going. All right, is it 7:15? We have 52 in the chat. Not quite 55, so it looks like 4 more minutes. We'll kick off the next giveaway. If you haven't won a seat yet to the private stream team family tournament, this might be your time. Let's get that going. Let me put that up front for now. All right. Awesome. All right. All right, that's reasonable. That's okay. Yeah, we see the gameplay. We're gonna lock that in. All right, so it's on Davey Wins right now. Matter of fact, 29 big blinds off a big 3,000, 6,000. Wow. More than, I think starting stack was 5,000 chips. The big blind is over. That's a crucial part of the tournament. You know, if your big blind is more than the starting stack, you have run deep in the tournament. That's fun when you get to be at that point. XX all in 69. XX is running deep yet again. Always running deep, it seems like, on ClubWPT. All right, let's just hop over to Texas Donks table here. Looks like it's a little frozen. Let's see if I can figure that out. All right, get rid of that. All right, there it is. Texas Donks got 182,000 chips. All right. All right, it's back. Oh, there's Sharingo at Texas Donks table. All right, he's hanging in there. Let's see how close we are to the money. 2638. And we said 55 players. Just confirm. Yeah, 55 players. We got 2 minutes away from the next giveaway. All right, so 113 players left. We're getting close to the money. We got some people running deep. We got some Stream Team family right in there. Let's go ahead and kick the giveaway off now. We're in the break. Raise your hand in the chat if you want to be included for the next giveaway. Let's see what we got. So put your hands up in the chat if you want to be considered for the next giveaway. We're going to keep the entry period open for about 5 minutes. Bum, bum. Dun, dun. All right, let me fix that one. Which one is that? That's Davey Wins, right? Davey Wins. All right, Davey Wins. All right, let me adjust this one. Davey Wins. Ta-da. Let me just make this a little bit better, a little cleaner. I think if we drop it down here, it'll be better. Yeah, that's better. I'll keep it open for about 5 minutes. See who wants to get in for the next giveaway. I'm going to take a couple minute break. I'll be right back. Hey guys and gals. Oh, Callan's in the chat. Hey Callan, welcome in. Callan, to my knowledge, is the only person from ClubWPT to cash the main event at the win. Correct me if I'm wrong. Actions on Davey wins, folds it over. 21 big blinds for Davey wins, 21.5. So let's check it out here. All right, Texas Donk got nice stack also. Texas Donk and Davey Wins have the same chip stacks. Look at that. We're right around the same, within one big blind. All right. Perfect. Yeah, tips are deductible. I need to do another one. I did a consultation with one of the tax poker experts from Las Vegas, actually. After my big score at the win last December, I did a tax consultation with the, I think it's called Condler Associates. They're a CPA out of Las Vegas. They're experts in poker. They're actually poker players themselves. I think their brothers own a accounting firm. It was a CPA firm. It was really good to meet with them. That was exceptional. Pacer Cup, yes, you're absolutely eligible. You can win multiple seats. Iraq Vet has won 3 seats, matter of fact, because it's a rebuy tournament, or has been historically. Mr. Scoops JC himself has not announced whether it will be. I'm assuming it will be at least one rebuy. Yeah, so Iraq Vet has won 3 seats. He's given one of them away to West the Best. And yeah, so you can absolutely win again. All right, Crayjack saying hello to Cool and Calm. Welcome in, welcome back, welcome in. Crusher. One of the many female crushers we have, including Old Lady Jane is running deep. All right. So let's see what we got here. All right, so let's mix it up here. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do another random number generator. Let's think about something. Let me think about how we're gonna do this. Let's do one, and let's just keep it going with what we got. It worked out pretty well so far. Let's go our random number generator 1 to 1,000. Drop your numbers in the chat now. It'll stay open for about 4 minutes from now. When my clock gets to 7:25 p.m., it'll be over. So I've got the number here. All right, that's good. All right, 4 minutes. Drop your numbers in the chat. 1 to 1,000. Could be number 1, could be 1,000. Can't be 0. All right. Let's hop back into the action. We're getting deep. We're about down to about 100 left. We got Texas. We're following Texas Donk and Davey Wins, both running super deep. Over about 20 to 25 big blinds each. Healthy stack at such shallow stack levels. So I don't think there's any ICM play going on. What does that mean? Independent chip model, which just means basically you're tightening your ranges, really understanding who's the big stack and small stack. There really isn't any of that going on. It's kind of more turbo style where people are really just trying to chip up and run deep. So that's fine. It is what it is. Just recognize what it is for what it is. Let's see. Let me see something. I wonder if I can adjust that. Oh, that looks fine. All right. All right, so we are part of the SUNRUN Bounty series. This is the third and final currently scheduled SUNRUN Bounty series. We're at the Josh Guindon SUNRUN Bounty series is the third and final. Whoever cashes in this tournament, top 55, will get their payouts doubled if I cash in the upcoming World Championship live at Wynn, Las Vegas, December 13th through the 19th. I'll be firing. I'll be in there. I'll be giving it my all. Looking to chip up. I'm ready. I'm mentally, physically ready. Been studying, preparing, and give it my all. We're gonna run deep. We're gonna look to cash, at least min cash, so we can get everyone's payouts doubled. Got it all in here. XX all in X. Need some help. A7 suited. You know, your suited hands really go down in value during all in encounters. All right, knocked out. Good run. XX. All right, so we got some numbers coming in the chat. We got about 2 more minutes. We'll keep it open. You got to be quick to the draw on this one. Pretty short turnaround. 7:23. When it gets to 7:25 p.m., I will write closed in the chat. After that, all of the it will be closed to any further entries. So there is a giveaway going on. Giveaway active. Drop number now 1 to 1,000. All right, good. All right, so we are giving away a bunch of seats. If you want the best chance to get most of the seats, I mean, this stream is pretty good chance to get some seats. Check out my YouTube also, at Josh Guindon Poker, on to a lesser extent, but also on X and Instagram, both at Josh Guindon Poker. We will be giving away more seats and giving away tips, clues, ways to get in, how to win more seats. We've had some pretty good guesses. I'll call it now. If someone guesses exactly exactly to the number out of 1 in 1,000, I'm gonna give a second seat, and you can either choose to keep it for yourself. That way you have 2 bullets, or you can instantly give it away to someone else. So if you guess the number exactly, then you get a second seat. So that'll be fun. All right, so let's see what we got. All right, I'm gonna say closed. It has been 7:25, closed. All right, so the number is 362. Let's see who has gotten close to that. All right, hold on. Davey Wins all in with top 2 pair. Wow, knocks out a player. Good job, Davey Wins. Chipped up nicely. Sharingo is out. Sharingo just got knocked out on the outer table. Good run, Sharingo. Damn, that was a really good run. I don't think you quite made the money. That was a deep run. What place did you go out in, Sharingo? That was so good of a run. Dang, that's close. That was close. I was rooting for you. We got Davey Wins still in the action. All right, so 362. So let's see about this giveaway. Oh, Pyboathon, sneak it in there. Yeah, 362. Good guess, Pyboathon. I wonder how you got that. Let's see. Okay. All right, let's see who's closest. Dr. Gretchen, 19. West to best relation is close. 379. That's close. 17 off. That might be a winner. Let's see. Oh no, TJ, 357. That's got to be the winner. TJ is 5 off. 360. What did I say? 362, 357. That's 5 off. That's got to be the winner. 362. Oh, Utah Kurt was close. 7 off. Not as close as 5 off though. All right. Yeah, that's got to be the winner. All right. TJ wins. TJN 2564. Congratulations. All right. Why does everyone say Utah Kurt got this one? Utah Kurt. I guess I got to check my stats again. Utah Kurt. Where was he get? Oh, 369. That's 7 off. No, he did not win. TJN 2564 is 357. That's 5 off. Utah Kurt was close. No, yeah, congratulations, TJN. TJN. Wow, nice job. All right, that was the, let me see, I think 15th. Yeah, 15? I think that was the 15th seat giveaway. So I'm going to add TJN. TJN, can you just confirm that you are indeed going? Everyone's saying Utah Kurt. I still don't understand that. So the number was 362. Number 362. TJ guessed 357. 5 off. Utah Kurt guessed 369, which is 7 off. TJ wins. TJ wins. Okay, just spell it out there, just so there's no confusion. Yeah, I don't know why people keep saying Utah Kurt. But no, it looks like, unless I'm wrong, unless I could be wrong. I've been wrong several times already today. I'm wrong a lot. I think, yeah, Utah Kurt got second place. Congratulations, but second place didn't win anything, unfortunately. Anyways, so TJ wins that one. TJ, can you confirm that you will be in Vegas and plan to attend the private Stream Team Family Tournament? If not, you can play a live tournament. Let me know if you're going to do that. Looking forward to it. New winner, new unique winner. That's exciting. I think Iraqbet's the only person who's won multiple seats so far. Davey wins. All right. Texas Donk is tripping up nicely. Word on the street was that Pyboathon wanted to use the name Texas Donk, but it was already taken, so that's why he chose Pyboathon. So let's see. All right. Pyboathon, you want to shed some light on your name? That's a very unique name. I can't even begin to think about what it means. So there's Davey wins. Out of the hand. Let's check on Texas Donk, see how he's doing. Really nice chip sack, 250,000. What's that? That is 31 big blinds. That is a healthy stack. That's up towards the top. I think we're gonna have some Stream Team family members at the final table. That's gonna be a nice payout, $1,000 with a chance at doubling to 2,000. That's really great. Bum, bum, bum. All right. All right. TJ will be there. All right, confirmed. All right, good job. Imbroglio's back. The man, the myth, the legend. Brad Braulio, Mr. No Lenses. Hey, Brad Braulio, can you tell us where that chat from earlier will be posted? Is it going to be on your up and coming YouTube channel? I can imagine some people are going to benefit from that and will want to check that out. I think I'd like to rewatch it and get some pointers. There's some really deep dives and some stuff in there. Yeah, you missed the giveaways, Brad. So far, Super Dan 1974 won, but gave his seat away to Pacer Cop. Medi23 got a seat from Phil the Mechanic, if you remember, was the inaugural winner. And just now, TJN barely edged out Utah Kurt for the 15th seat given away to the private Stream Team Family Tournament, which, come to find out, if you would have asked me maybe 2 months ago, I would say there's less than 5% chance I'd be able to make it to the Stream Team Private Tournament. Now it's looking favorable. I mean, I don't know what the odds are for me to make this mystery quest. Day 3, 25%, 50%, something like that. Seems promising. Seems possible. All right, Texas Donk. Let's see, Texas Donk. Let's see, Davey wins. I missed the opening action. So this is I read a stat. I watched something from Faraz Jaka. What are the odds of this flop, Jack of 3 of 1 suit, flopping? It's only 5%, 1 in 20. So this is a really kind of a rare situation. It's kind of hard to think about how to approach these boards. You know, it's pretty rare that you flop a flush, even with 3 to the flush. You know, I think the in position raiser gets to continue betting a lot, especially with small bet size is really nice. Top pair is really high value on a board like this. If you have like a, especially a top pair plus any sort of flush draw, that's extremely valuable. All right. All right. Python plus boa constrictor equals pyboathon. Okay. Makes sense. Squeezing the chips right out of you. Makes sense. Maybe he worked with snakes in Texas. I don't know. All good seeing everyone. We'll see you guys in Vegas next week. All right, Crayjacks. Good luck, good luck. Expect a deep run out of you, Crayjacks, similar to the TOC. All right, Brad's going to post it on Twitch and YouTube tonight. Definitely Twitch. Yeah, happy to help, Brad. I'm glad. Thanks for inviting me, and thanks for being the leader that you are, organizing that very important discussion we had earlier. I would encourage everyone to watch it when Brad talks about it. We delved into mental health. You know, had some prominent people of ClubWPT and the Stream Team family. You know, we didn't get approval. We just did it off the cuff and had some really important things to say. And so I encourage everyone to check that out. And said a lot of important things were said about mental health. So it affects all of us, whether you like it or not. So yeah, we had a good discussion. Thanks for starting that chat and organizing us and being the leader, Brad. That was awesome. All right. What kind of puppy? Is there a puppy? Do you see my puppy? There, my dog is in the room. I don't know if you can see. Probably can't see her. I wonder what puppy you're referring to. Bex. All right, Davey wins. So let's see. I'm gonna say it's a lab. Oh, you can probably hear my dog. Is that what you're referring to? She's kind of whining, being cute. All right. So all in jam. All right, Texas Donk. Texas Donk will be big blind next hand. I really like playing in the blind, like small blind, big blind, blind versus blind play. It's another thing we don't get a lot of from ClubWPT because usually it's more multi-way on ClubWPT. So, you know, if people are always asking me like, what can you do to be successful playing live versus coming from ClubWPT? I mean, first and foremost, I'd say the people that have won a package or are going to play live have a very good chance at doing well. These are very good players. We have very stiff competition. So just number one, realizing that you should have confidence. You should feel confident in your skills and your ability, because in order to win a package on ClubWPT, that means you are a very good player, elite. I mean, one of the top-notch players, even amongst the pros. Some pros played on our site. Some do, actually. There's a billionaire that plays on the site, right? And some people, they don't even win packages that often. But the point is, have the confidence to know that you can compete as number one. And then number two, think about what we don't get good practice at, and maybe think about reading a little bit about spots like that, or watching a training video or two. Deep stack play is one of them, and blinds play is the other one. And there's two parts of blinds play. One is blind versus blind, like small blind versus big blind. The other one is small blind or big blind facing a raise. I think these are very valuable positions to that we can quickly improve on. I mean, if you don't know anything, let's say you've never played one live tournament, you've only played in Club WPT, you have almost no experience playing blind versus blind, and you have very little experience with very deep stack play. If you just touch up a little bit on how to play small blind versus big blind, what ranges, how to approach it, this sort of thing, and also how to 3-bet more from the small blind and big blind, like when you should be doing that. And then the last thing would be, how do you play with 300 big blinds deep? If you just watched a few training videos on that, you will like become twice as good almost within just putting a few hours of work towards that. So yeah, that's what I would recommend if you were trying to be, crush the prime tournament, for example. So you do those things, like you keep playing on Club WPT, you focus a little bit on deep stack play, a little bit on blinds play, then you're gonna absolutely crush it. Come over here. So yeah, that is Run Good RX. That has been what we've been highlighting on the YouTube channel recently. Ooh, Texas Donk. Let me hop over there. All in 2 pair. Wow, good one. Missed all the action. Good hand there, Texas Donk. Big one. Takes down a really nice pot. Let's see what Davey Wins does. 20 big blinds from the low jack. One of the big stacks at the table, although his table is getting to be some pretty solid stacks at his table. And you got to keep chipping up. I mean, now you can't just kind of hang on here. You really got to keep the foot on the gas pedal. You got to, at this point in the tournament, you got to, it's tough because you're kind of near the money bubble and there's some value in that, but big money is at the final table, right? $1,000 for first, 500 for second. That could get doubled. The min cash is nice. 25 could get doubled, but I think you still got to play for the final table. That's pretty much true in any tournament you're going to play. You got to play for the final table. If you really commit to it and keep the foot on the gas pedal, be aggressive, stay aggressive, you'll make some final tables. It's almost inevitable. So let's see what we got. 12,000 into a pot of 63. Must have been under the gun raise. Takes it down. Shows 2-3 offsuit. Wow. I don't know that I'd be showing 2-3 offsuit from first to act. Must have been from the big blind. Yeah, it must have been big blind actually. I missed the action. All right, Bob Sims. All right, let's hop on over to Davey Wins' table. So, good night, Crayjack. Super Dan says, Pyboathon used to breed snakes. No way. Pyboathon, boa constrictors and pythons, or like the big ones, or I bet those are the ones that people want, right? So I doubt you were breeding rattlesnakes. Oh, yeah, my dog is super cute. Australian cattle dog. Got a blue heeler, probably part border collie. Super smart dog, super high energy. She's sleeping right now. Tongs. 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 Say hi. Say hello. Hi. You got bat ears. Yeah, she's cute. Someone referred to her as an Oreo milkshake. Super high energy. Has to go on walks at least once a day. A long walk. Oh, 75th place by Airherb. I didn't even know, Airherb, I didn't even know you were in the tournament. I was looking for you. You weren't even in there. 75th is great. Good luck in Vegas, everyone. We're going to miss you, man. You're a legend. Hopefully next year things can get straightened out. You can make it out. Great run, though, tonight. 75th should be at cash. I got to talk to JC about that. Airherb, what % chance are you going to make it to Vegas? 0%? Is there 5% chance? All right, let's see. Davey Wins is in the small blind. Texas Donk is under the gun. He folds. Awesome run, Airherb. You're running deep every tournament I see you in. I don't know how you do it. There's Crayjacks. Bum, bum, bum. Da, da, da. Yeah, can't say I've ever met a snake breeder before. That's pretty unique. Davey wins. Folds it over. Nice tight play. Could have called 8,000 to win 64,000. 8 to 1 on his money, and he folds it. Must have been absolutely one of the worst few hands at that price. I think even 7 deuce offsuit would realize your equity 1 in 8 times, but maybe he was worried about. He definitely had the right odds, but maybe he was worried about realizing his equity. All right, let's take a look at Texas Donk. Now in the small blind. So Texas Donk has, well, I guess the big blind player is basically forced all in. So we know how that's going to be. But this player's got about, 8.5 big blinds to the button. Okay, so he's all in and he calls. Oh, he just calls. That's funny. I do like the call there. Could just kind of bait him out. Sometimes it would fold, rarely, but 3-6. Wow. Top 2. Good clean living. Oh, got outs. 4 ball. Nope, full house. Good double up. Davey wins. Must have folded the button. All right, Texas Donk. Small hit there, nothing big. Still has over 20 big blinds. 21. Ah, thanks, Bex. Yeah, she's a sweet girl. My now wife and I got her when we were down in Houston, Texas. She's a rescue. She's a sweet girl. Ironic thing about her is that she had heartworm, and so the family couldn't afford to pay for heartworm treatment. But then when they turned her in to HSPCA, her heartworm treatment was free. It was covered by the HSPCA that we adopted her from. So we went there, and there was someone like pointing at her, like this family that was like really, and so we went and got the person who worked there, and we grabbed her, and we took her to the little room to like get to know her, and as soon as you get them in the room, like you have the right to the dog essentially. And then the dog like jumped up on my wife's lap and just like cuddled her, and like, it was all over from there. And interestingly enough, my wife's dog's name was Vega. It was a family dog, and that was what our current dog's name was listed as from the pound that we got her from. So in Texas, but we've changed her name now. But yeah, she's a sweet girl. Was our first child together, my wife and I. Yep, for good fur dog. She's good. She keeps me motivated to stay active and get out there. She always wants She goes on at least one good long walk per day. All right, let's see what we got going on. Poof in the VIP 64th-ish. Nice run, surmise. Dang, heating bill, electric bill, $750 a month due to the heating lamps. Wow, that's a lot of money. Jason SD used to have a blue heeler, and another was part blue heeler. They're great dogs. They're so awesome, so loyal. Very high energy, a little anxious, tending, and love to be ran. Very intelligent. I've taught her how to do several tricks and voice commands and that sort of thing. Yeah, very loyal, sweet dog. decent family dog, not like a cuddly like a blue lab, but just a really sweet, very good with the kids. All right. Hey, Flyfish, welcome in. Nice man from Maine up there, Flyfish. Ace 8 off. King, queen. King gets there. Let's check out Davey Wins. Davey Wins hanging in there, 200 and not hanging in there. He's got $250,000. It's a nice stack. Big hit there by Bob Sims, hitting top pair. Texas Donk. Okay, 22 big blinds in the big blind. This is short-handed table, 6-handed. There's a couple shorties, 3 real shorties. He's obviously calling that if it gets to him. Yeah. All in. That's a pretty big all in. 6 big blinds. Folds it. Jack 10. Ace queen. Yeah, that's a good bet. Ace queen off versus Jack 10 suited. Ace queen's probably gonna win. Spades working. It's a lot of outs. 15 outs. 14 technically. Oh, ace queen. Another player eliminated. All right. We got a lot of stream team running deep here. 2,646 runners ballpark. I mean, that's not the official number, but it was pretty close. Down here, under 100. Running deep. Texas Donk. 338,000. Good for about 21 big blinds. Davey Wins 243,000, right at 15 big blinds. When you're shallow, when you're as shallow as you are, these are decent stacks to have. I mean, it's not down and out by any means. Yeah, Herb, you never know. Never know what tomorrow holds. Health is wealth, they say. Family first and foremost. If the health is good, family's good, we hope to see you next year for sure. If not then, maybe I'll catch you when we're in Florida. I'll let you know when I'm down there next. So Texas Donk. Mm-hmm. 41 viewers, almost 4 hours into the stream. I got an hour or so left, I'd assume. Got some good action going on right now. Let's see if Texas Donk can keep running it up. Bob Sims folds. It's probably a nuanced thing, but Texas Donk snap fold. I don't think there's too many people that would be caring about this, but there's a bit of a timing tell, or just a sense that I like to take the same amount of time pre-flop on every action, at least when you're live, right? I mean, it should matter online too, but probably too many people aren't making decisions. But when it's folded to you, take 5 seconds every time, even if you know what you're going to fold. At least just take the same amount of time. You just kind of, that way people can't really pick up on any tells and that sort of thing. And Also, if you're like snap folding, like instantly folding your hand right away, people might perceive you're more tight than you are, which isn't good. I mean, if then people might start opening more hands against you, and if it might be harder for you to play. So really, it's a small consideration, but when you're playing the prime level or above, people are paying attention to that stuff about timing tells and that sort of thing. So just start standardize your timing about, all right, I take 5 seconds pre-flop. On the flop, I might take 10 seconds or 10 to 15 seconds. And I got a big spot on the turn of the river, I might take 25 seconds or 15, 25, something like that, right? Start standardizing these positions. Even if you're not, if you know you're going to fold, for example, still take 5 or 10 seconds. Don't feel bashful. And really see if you can pick up on tells from the other people. How are they breathing? How are they blinking? Think about your ranges. What hand would I be calling in this? I know I'm folding my 7 deuce offsuit. What hand would I be calling in this position? Would my 7 be good enough to call? And if I had a 7 there with the board paired, how would I do? Just start thinking about like the next step. Just use that time, to just think about your strategy. That'll help you out a lot. Let's see. Good night, Air Herb. Take it easy. See you soon, buddy. So I think that we probably need to give away another seat pretty soon. I think whenever. I'm not gonna say when exactly. We'll table that. We'll see. We're gonna give away another seat here pretty soon. I think Iraq Vet needs another seat. I think only three is not enough for this man. He's insatiable. Anyone else work shift work out there? My day job, I work shifts, and just so happens with my schedule, I don't have a regular schedule, obviously. Just so happens I have um, the next 7 days off. It's pretty wild. I don't work, well, 7 days in total, but I don't work again until next Friday. So shout out to all the shift workers out there. Let's see. Let's see what we got. Davey wins. Let's get over to his table. He's got a spot here. Player's deep in the tank, 89,000. So he's gonna have 4.5 big blinds would be his shove. So basically you'd have to call another 69 to win 200. This is almost getting to that 3-to-1 situation. You're calling with almost 100% of your range. It's kind of scary when you only have like 20 big blinds and it's for like a 30 or stack or something, but we have to stop folding. Like if you're in the big blind and the blinds are 10 and 20,000 and someone raises to 60,000, you have to call with 100% of the hands you have. Every single hand. If you're folding any hand, you're mathematically not correcting the right thing. You're making the incorrect fold. Like I said, if you told me, oh, I got 9 deuce, king, 9-3, 7 deuce, that's technically still a call because you've got the right pot odds against their range of hands. But we gotta really, that's a big leak I see. People, because you're just giving away equity. You're just giving people chips. You're like, here, take my chips, sort of thing. So you gotta make, it feels uncomfortable the first few times you do it, but then you win up like a pot. You put in like 2 more big blinds to win a pot of like 9 big blinds. You win it with like 9-4, and you're like, oh, this isn't so bad. And then you think about the math, and you're like, yeah, okay, I'm gonna start doing this because it just makes sense. Iraq Vets trying to set a record. Number 4, going to fire another bullet at the MQ mystery quest. What time does that start up, Jason SD? I might join you there. That sounds pretty good. Texas Donk. Davey wins in another spot, potentially. 12.5. Jason SD, you don't want to miss this giveaway. There's going to be another giveaway. Not in the... All right, I'll just call it now. Next time one of the two people we're sweating goes out, whether that be Davey wins or Texas Donk, next one of those two people to be eliminated will trigger a giveaway. So calling it now, going to give away another seat once Texas Donk or Davey wins is eliminated. I hope that's an hour from now, but it could be, who knows, could be 3 minutes, 5 minutes. You never know. Donks, you're okay. Come here. Osio. Osio. You're like, she wants snacks. Okay. Airherb's going to bed. Good night, Airherb. Sleep well. Same time zone as me, 8 p.m. Currently. All right. Only pre-flop. Yeah, Bex, I think you're asking about what I was commenting on, that 3-to-1 situation. Yeah, it is pre-flop only because once there's cards out on the flop, the ranges change significantly. But the point I'm trying to make is, let's say, what are the blinds now? 10 and 20,000. All right, so we're on Davey wins table. If this Cockaroo person, let's say they had 60,000. If Cockaroo went all in for 60,000 in Pro Ace King was considering a call, if it folded around a Pro 8K, then they should call with, mathematically speaking, 100% of every single hand they have. 2-7, 9-3, you name it, you have to call. Because if you look at the pot odds, right, you put 40,000 in to win 160,000, for example, it's almost 3-to-1 on your money. So every hand you have in your range is going to do well against their entire range of hands. And you're going to be getting the right percentage to call. And if you're not calling that, you're folding away a bunch of equity. You're making the incorrect fold. It's a losing play. It's like an easy leak that most ClubWPT players have to shore up. It's really nice too, because you don't have to think about it. You're like, okay, if it's 3-to-1 or less, I just call every time. I do it in every tournament I've ever played in since I've discovered this kind of mathematical thing. You just have to call. I mean, you just, mathematically speaking, pot odds, must call every single time it's 3-to-1 or less. And once you start mastering that, or just understanding that concept, then you can kind of apply that to other things. Okay, now it's 4-to-1. Okay, now what range of hands? I should be probably calling with 80% of hands I have. So unless I have 9 deuce or 7-3 or 9 deuce, or 9-3, then I need to call that too. So you can take that and tweak it to the next level too. That's how you should be thinking about what range, based on how much money you have to put in compared to the pot odds. So yeah, that's a quick, easy rule though. Like not even a heuristic. It's just a mathematical principle that if you're calling, if the all-in is 3-to-1 or less of your big blind and it's on you in the big blind, call 100%. You don't even think about it. Just call. I'll fire another one up to my stack. Oh, 5 minutes. Pybothon. Yeah, you need Pybothon. You got a nice stack. 219,000 if I remember that correctly. You should be right in the middle of the pack. Texas Donk is looking for the sweat with the eyes. Let's see, how we doing, Texas Donk? Welcome in, buddy. You're running nice. I feel like you're going to final table this. You're running super, super well. Playing well, running well. It's a good combo. Jason SD, run up a big stack in the MQ. Mystery Quest. Hop in over there on gold, guys. If you can stomach it to fire 100 coin, do it. You're talking, I think if you make day 3, tell me what you guys think, but there's $3 million prize pool, 100 people there, so that's at least a $30,000 average value of each person who makes the top 100. It's an incredible value. So yeah, hop in over there. I'm talking about ClubWPT Gold. I mean, they basically have had 3 major events. One was a $5 million free roll. That was the first one, as before they even started to advertise ClubWPT Gold. Several of us got a seat there. Pyboathon, Dan Mahoney, Josiah, Triple T, Terry St. Peter, myself, or a few more that I'm blanking on right now. but several of us cashed, and that was great. And then the summer festival kicked off. Big prize pools, big tournaments, big overlays. That was fairly soft competition overall. That was another one. This is kind of their third iteration. They're doing this $2 million on top of $2 million added to a prize pool of a 100 coin buy-in. I've never heard of such a thing. So yeah, really exciting what they're doing at Gold. So yeah, one of the top traffic adders to Gold is ClubWPT. Happy to report. It's pretty exciting. So it does seem that people are playing ClubWPT and Gold at the same time. So let's see what we got. All right. We've mainly been on Davey Wynn's table. Let's see what's excuse me. Texas Doc and Davey Wynn's were both under the gun and both folded. All right. So stick in with me, chat. We're gonna do a giveaway here once the next person between Davey Wynn's and Texas Dunk gets eliminated. I hope that's not till the final two people. So that's fine. So let's see. All right. So, do you guys know for the 100 coin, is there qualifiers? I think there's probably like a $1 or a $10 satellite for that, or no? Yeah, Bandit Jerry's gonna keep your stack. Remind me, Bandit Jerry, you got 570,000 chips? Absolutely insane. Tell me, how did you run up such a big stack? Were you just loose aggressive, coolering people left and right? Yeah, I think the 100 coin one, if you can get a seat there, I think is better than the other one they have. They've got the step thing going on, 218, 1100. I forgot all the steps. One is 10,000. There's a guy at my local casino, guy that plays some of the daily tournaments. He won he went to the 1100, then he went to the 10,000. So he'll be playing the main event, the win December. So it can be done. There's just so many steps though. There's like 5 or 6 steps. It seems really hard. You also have to have the patience to do that. I just know that I'm not playing the Prime this year, so it doesn't make sense for me to play it. Yeah, Pyboathon. I think I've got big stack envy of Bandit Jerry for day 2 there. Yeah, it's. I watched some training stuff on Dana. I can't remember his name exactly. Dana O'Kearney. He's like he must be Irish. He's the expert on satellite strategy. He wrote a book on it that I've actually read. It's crazy how you should play so much differently in satellite strategy. A lot of it is actually playing much tighter. It's almost like ICM type style. There's some special like strategy considerations in satellites if everyone is really good satellite strategy players, if everyone knows the strategy, but most people don't. So it just becomes more so of like a almost standard chip EV, or playing like normal tournaments like this. But usually you just want to be a little bit tighter. Think of like an independent chip model, if you've ever heard of that. Bro, shut up. All right, gonna get the washer fixed. Let's go, Sharon Tier. 557,000. Is that it, Bandit? I'm really sad. I'm really sorry you don't have 570,000. Davey wins 306,000 chips. Let's go. Texas Donk 277. Actually getting down there. This tournament, so he's like 12 big blinds here. Really? Oh, all in jam by Texas Donk. Let me get over there. All in jam. Wow. Must be a big hand. Ace queen, I'm guessing. Ace jack suited, maybe. Tens. Doesn't show. Texas Donk takes down a big one. All right, back up over 15 big blinds now from the button. That was a big one. What did you have, Texas Donk? Ace queen off, ace jack diamonds, or pocket tens? Those are my guesses. Josh REA, Bandit Jerry. Oh my gosh. Bandit Jerry, if and when you make day 3, you need to wear a Who's Josh Who's Josh shirt. Josh REA. One of the most iconic interviews with Jeff Platt ever was Bandit Jerry being interviewed after he just knocked out future poker Hall of Famer Josh REA. I won't butcher the rundown of the interview. I know the gist of it, but just go watch that if you can. I'll just give you the short version. So Jeff Platt interviews Bandit Jerry in the World Series of Poker main event. Bandit Jerry just knocked out Josh REA. It was a pretty wild hand. And Jeff Platt says, hey, sir, how are you? And kind of getting to know him. And he said, do you know you just knocked out future Hall of Famer Josh REA? And basically Bandit Jerry says, Josh who? And then Jeff Platt says, Josh who? Like kind of not giving him the credibility he deserves or something, like, oh, future Hall of Famer. And then Bandit Jerry basically says, oh, he's just another chip donator. Just another chip donator. One of the classic lines. If someone has that clip, drop it in the chat. I feel like Braulio's got that on speed dial. I'd love to watch it again. It's so funny. Such a brutal, because you only get one buy into the main. It's a freeze out structure, right? Just flopped a boat in the mystery quest. Let's go, Jason SD. I hope you got paid. I was in poker jail over the weekend. I was at my wife's parents' place in Connecticut, and I was banned from playing poker. I did try to fire up the VPN, and it worked a little bit, but also was blocked on several sites. Word to the wise, VPNs will help you bypass your location if you are in Connecticut or California or some of these other states that are being affected by the wide sweeping legislation that's coming down. But it did not help me on ClubWPT Gold, interestingly. Davey wins. Called a small all-in. Got a rebate. Oh, missed the action. Let me see if I can get back over. All right, Texas Donk. Nice stack. 357, 15 bigs. Davey wins 307. That's about 12 big blinds. Hello, Pyboathon. Good luck on your mystery quest. All right, let's see what we have. feel like there's some good jokes there, like snake trainer and the ER doctor walk into a bar. I feel like that could end favorably. Yeah, Bex, that's funny. Bandit Jerry's covered in WPT gear too. Yeah, and Jeff Platt is a WSOP announcer, right? So. Oh, here comes Bandit Jerry. He's got the clip. Yeah, share the link in the chat if you can, Bandit. Oh, you probably won't be able to. I think it blocks links or something. Maybe you can. All right, Davey wins. Let's see what we got. Texas Donk. All right, Davey wins. Let's see. It's just so hard to get good hands, you know? I mean, you get short stacked like this, and you got 12 big blinds, you got the big blind coming, you got the blinds coming, and you're just like, just give me anything, right? But it's so hard to make a good hand to even feel confident in opening. Oh, Surmise. Thanks for the shout out. VPNs are against policy. It's good to know. Thank you for that. Yeah, we don't want to do anything against policy. Jason SD, good luck in your mystery quest. All right, Davey wins. Coming into the blinds. All right. All right, let's see what we got. Texas Donk. Davey wins a short. Right at 10 bigs. Facing a 4 big blind shove. Pretty considerable stack. Jams it. Oh, gets snapped. Nines. Oh, we need some help. 9 of diamonds. 9 of spades. Spades wouldn't do it. We need a 9. Any 9. 8 seemed close. 2 outs. 9. Oh, good run. Davey wins. Oh, he's not out yet. He's got one big blind, a little over one big blind left. All right, chip in the chair. Run it up. Yeah. All right, Davey wins. Time for a quadruple up. Texas Donk says limpin' is pimpin', limps in We're on position 5, aka under the gun 2 at a full ring. Let's see what develops over there. First of all, Davey wins sub 1 big blind. Let's see if he gets into the action. Davey wins folds. Let's get back over to Texas Donk. Nice takedown there, Texas Donk. All right, currently on a 3-minute break. See you all when we get back. Davey Wins is hanging strong with 24,000. Welcome back, fam. Slick 999. All right, Davey wins. Down to half a big blind. Gonna be looking to chip up. Good luck, Davey. He's all in. He's gonna get called, obviously. Probably multiple ways. 3 ways. This would be a nice chip up. Hopefully get it down to heads up. Bet we like to see it narrow the field. And a call. Let's see what he has. Big bet. Ace. We need a 10. Oof. 2 pair. Good run, Davey. Certain he cashed. Let me see what the current level was. I bet he cashed. Let me see what he got. What place? So he got, I think, 36th place, most likely. 35th or 36th. I think 36th place. Definitely cash. Nice job. Probably the min cash, 25. Good job, Davey wins. I hope I can get that doubled for you. All right, that triggered a giveaway. Let's give away a seat. Raise your hand in the chat if you want a seat giveaway. Iraq vet probably won't raise his hand. He's got so many seats already. He doesn't know what to do with them and probably doesn't want another one. But if your name is not Iraq vet, or if Iraq vet changes his mind, put your hand up in the chat, and we will open it up to a giveaway in the next 5 or so minutes. So let's see what we got cooking over here. All right, so let's see who else we have left. Who's running deep? Texas Donk, 11th place, 407,000. That's impressive. Super Dan is right there, 1974, 387,000. We're going to have to get him pulled up. See if there's anyone else still in it. But that's it, the way I see it. That is the last person of the Stream Team family. We got 2 prominent members. Let me get Super Dan pulled up. There's only 4 tables left. Look at that. He's at table 665. All right. Let's see what we got. Super Dan. Okay, awesome. That's good. Get Super Dan's table up and running here. Super Dan. Perfect. All right. Let's see what we can do. That's pretty good, all things considered. There's Super Dan right there. All right, Super Dan is in. Give 2 or 3 more minutes here. Get your hands up if you want to be included. Oh, okay, the video is here. Click the link in the video, link in the chat. All right, let's just close this one out. There's Texas Donk, 314,000, 10.5 big blinds. All right, we'll give 2 more minutes. If you could get your hands up in the chat, we'll give away another seat. All right, 4.5 hours in, we got 40 people still hanging strong with us. All right, there's Super Dan in the big blind, 11 big blinds left, facing a min raise there. All right, so let's talk about this spot earlier. This is a really important concept for tournament poker. So if you have King Jack offsuit and you are under the gun, first act, let's say 8-handed table, World Poker Tour tournament, are you better off raising under the gun when you have 15 big blinds? Let's say everyone has 15 big blinds, 15 big blinds effective, or if you have 75 big blinds. Would you rather raise King Jack offsuit under the gun from if you have 75 big blinds or if you have 15 big blinds? I'm going to open that up for discussion. This is separate from the giveaway, but this is what we'll discuss during the giveaway. So let me know what you guys think. Is 15 or 75 big blinds a better stack to open King Jack offsuit from under the gun, assuming all equal stacks? Let me know what you guys think in the chat, in the comments. Please provide a reasoning, what your kind of thought process is from that standpoint. I posed a question on Twitter, on X, the same thing, 25 or 50 big blinds. It's the same heart of the concept. All the concepts are kind of the similar at play, but this one is a little bit more dramatic. 15 versus 75 should be a little bit more obvious, essentially. Dun, dun, dun. All right, 1 more minute. Cabby, welcome. You're the last to get your hand up, Cabby. All right, so that is good. Let's just make it easy. Let's just run another random number generator simulator. 1 to 1,000. Okay, we got it there. I'm gonna write it down. That was easy. Okay. All right. Drop your numbers in the chat. We're gonna go 5 minutes. 5 minutes only. 8:30 now, and it gets to 8:35. We'll close the giveaway. So drop your number between 1 and 1,000. Also, let me know what you think. Is King Jack offsuit a better hand to open at 15 big blinds under the gun or at 75 big blinds under the gun, assuming all the stacks are the same? Let me know why. And anytime someone is teaching poker or really anything, the more you engage or turn your brain on and think through this process and you'll get more from it, and whatever the matter at hand is, if you engage, you'll be more engaged and more likely to get something out of it. All right, let's check out Bandit Jerry's link. Looks like Texas Donk is sleeping. Oh, looks like I have to log in. It's all right. Check it out later. Let me see if I could. The Bandit Jerry did drop the link in the chat box. It's, if you haven't seen it yet, definitely click on it. If you have an X account, click on that link and watch the video. You have to be logged in to your X account, which is Twitter. While you're over there, drop subscribe to Josh Guindon Poker so you can win a seat giveaway. So we got about 2 or 3 more minutes here. Drop your comments in the chat. Drop your numbers in the chat. I only have 2 entries so far. There's more coming in. Good, and that's all fine and dandy. So let's see. No, not a 3-bet under the gun Iraq bet. I'm talking about open raise. It's your first act. There's no 3-betting. It's just your first person to bet. 3-bet, of course, is every raise. This is an open raise. It's your first act. Its action is on you. All right. Got some good numbers coming into the chat here. Got about 15 entries. Good luck, Catlin. Callan, are you making it out to Vegas this December? Is that in the cards for you? Bex, 2 questions. Number 1, drop your number in the chat, 1 to 1,000. Okay, I see yours, 313. The question is, what hand, on Twitter I put 50 and 25 big blinds, but I'll make it even more severe, more dramatic. That way it gets the point across. It should be more clear. Even if you're wrong, it doesn't matter if you're wrong in the guess or your reasoning, but it's good to go through this mental process. If you have King Jack offsuit from under the gun, first act, 8-handed table, you're at the World Poker Tour, you're sitting there, and if you're gonna raise, open raise, so 15 big blinds, you might raise 2 big blinds, 75 big blinds, you might make it 2.75 big blinds, for example. What is the, would you rather open King Jack offsuit under the gun with, if everyone had 15 big blinds, or would you rather open King Jack offsuit under the gun if everyone had 75 big blinds? There is a very clear answer and a very important point I want to get across. So drop your comments in the chat what you think. It's okay if you're wrong. I expect you to be wrong. I mean, that's part of growth, you know. I always, whenever I always see my patients, or whenever I always say, whenever you learn how to be perfect, let me know. I'd love to learn it from you. But yeah, but yeah, this is a fundamental concept of tournament poker that I think is very important. Let's see. All right, we got, let's see, another minute here in the chat, and we'll see if we can give away another seat. I've got the number pulled up. We'll wait till 8:37 exactly on the computer. So maybe 30 more seconds. Get your guesses in. We'll comment closed, and then we'll drop the number, which we drew from the random number generator. I could open both, but 75. Callan likes 75. Oh, well, I don't know what I'm doing, or so I say go with it with 75. Very cool. It helps more to give a reasoning. I mean, yeah, guesses are good, but also give a reason. Why would you open with 75, or why would you open with 15? Doo-doo-doo. Mm-hmm. Bum, bum. Bum, bum. All right, gonna drop this in. Closed. The number is, I've got it here, 914. So we'll have to grade that, see what happens. All right, 914. Let's see who has won the 16th seat giveaway. Welcome in, old lady Jane. You are one of the lucky winners. I hope you turn your seat into $2,000 or $3,000. That would be awesome. All right, so we're gonna need to grade this. Wow, Sharon Tier is really close, 10 off. That might be the winner. I'm gonna have to see. 914. Doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo. Bum, bum. Doo-doo-doo. Let's see. Doo-doo-doo. Bum, bum. All right, 914. Sharon Tier's got to be the winner. 10 off. Anyone closer? Anyone see a number closer than 10 away? Seems very, very unlikely. Doo-doo-doo. Oh, Texas Donk must have busted. Is that right? Let's see. Not Texas Donk. Who was that? Super Dan? Is Super Dan still around? Let me see. Super Dan must have busted out. Dang. Let's get over to Texas Donk's table. 914. Yep. Callan's pulling the Piboathon method, entering the number in after. Our Texas Donk's going to be all in. Let's go, Texas Donk. Congratulations to Sharon Tier winning this seat. I'm going to give it a couple minutes for anyone to voice any objection, but I think Sharon Tier has won the seat. Good luck, Texas Donk. 2040. This is about 7 big blind shove over 1.5x open. We'll discuss some strategy chat in a minute. Okay, let's hold. Big pot here. Oh, open-ended. I like your eights. Jack 6, 8. Hearts are bad. Let's get an 8 of clubs in the river. Ugh, tough. Unlucky. All right, Sharon Tier with the win. Congratulations. Nice win. All right, add her to the list. Man, Sharon Tier is running well. She's like rabbit's foot. Might have to, if you find people rubbing your head in Vegas. Oh man, Sharon Tier, excellent, cool, great. 15 seats given away so far. Let's go. I want to give away some prime seats. That's the plan. Texas Donk all in. Let's go. Big chip up there. Yes, hold. 3 pairs, good. Nice double up. 466. Let's go. All right, let's get into the comments. See about this question. I think Cabby has the right answer. Let's see what everyone says. All right, so Jason SC says 75 because if I have to fold, I don't feel as bad about it when I have more chips. Yeah, let's see. More chip room to play, 75. I guess the first question, would you even open King Jack offsuit under the gun with 75 big blinds? I know I wouldn't. I mean, certain people like Catlin have more of a loose kind of field-based style. They'll kind of get in there. If you're playing standard opening ranges, you don't want to be opening King Jack offsuit 70 big blind, 75 big blinds, 80, 100 big blinds deep. That's a losing hand. I mean, under the gun, 75 big blinds. The only hands offsuit hands I'm opening offsuit are Ace King and Ace Queen. Now that can be debated, but that's how I've played. That's a pretty standard tight opening range. I mean, this is what most winning tournament poker players will play. You start getting a King Jack offsuit, King 10 offsuit. Those are way too loose, standard 75 big blind opening ranges. You flop a top pair of jacks or kings, what's going to happen? You're going to get coolered, reverse implied odds. You're going to get absolutely stacked. Someone raises you or goes two or three streets with one pair. You got no kicker and a marginal pair. You feel good about that? I sure don't. The best way to do that is just to avoid those trouble hands right away. I mean, you don't play King Jack offsuit under the gun. 75 big blinds is a fold 100% of the time. I'd say 98% of the time. There might be a rare exception. If you're one of the best players in the world who can navigate tough players who are playing tough ranges, so be it, go for it. But most of the time, you really don't want to be opening King Jack offsuit, 75 big blinds under the gun. It's a fold. Ace Jack offsuit for me, under that same situation, fold. King Queen offsuit, fold. Might be pretty tight, but you're not going to get exploited and you're going to chip up. You're going to run deep more often. I think most pros would play that way. Of course, there's variability. Now at 15 big blinds, and especially 25 big blinds, especially 15 big blinds, King Jack offsuit becomes an open. You can open raise that now under the gun because you're not suffering from the concept of reverse implied odds, because you flop a top pair there, you're more likely going to go with it. And you're okay if you're getting a 1-to-1 stack to pot ratio, for example. You're getting your top pair of kings all in. You can feel good about getting all in. If all the money goes in the pot when you got a top pair of kings on king queen 2 or king 8 6, when you got king jack, and guess what? You're not going to be ahead. 160 big blind pot, you got one pair, no kicker. That's a terrible hand. So yeah, I mean, just fold it. It's a clear fold to me on 75 big blinds out of the gun. At 15 big blinds, I would open it. At 25 big blinds, I would open it. Somewhere around 30 to 40 big blinds, I would start to open King Jack offsuit. But the concept is that your ranges really change as your stack gets shorter and shorter. Your deep stack, you really want to avoid King Jack offsuit. It's a trouble hand. Ace 9 offsuit under the gun, no way. Throwing that away. It's reverse implied odds. You're going to get stacked. You need tight opening ranges under the gun because you got 7 or 8 more people behind you. So King Jack offsuit's a very clear fold at 75 big blinds. It's a very clear open at 15 big blinds. It's a decent hand. If you get raised pre-flop off your 2 big blind open, you can just fold. You do a lot of raise folding off a pretty short stack. Even shallow stacked at 15 big blinds. Let's see. Chief U says 75 because I'm committing a smaller percentage of my chips and have room to fold if I get 4-bet really big pre-flop or 3-bet. If someone re-raises your initial raise, that's a 3-bet. Yeah, or the flop isn't favorable. The biggest problem with opening King Jack offsuit under the gun with 75 big blinds is if someone calls, let's say the button calls you. If a lot of money goes into the pot, you don't know. Let's say the flop is Jack 6 deuce and you get King Jack offsuit. A lot of money goes into the pot. You have no idea where you're at. You don't know, do they have a set of sixes? Do they have ace jack off? They flatted from the flop or flatted pre-flop. You don't know, and you're going to get cooler. The worst thing is when you flop a top pair and you've got a second best hand and you can lose your entire stack pretty easily. So the best way to avoid a very marginal hand, a marginal value hand, in a hand that suffers significantly from reverse implied odds is to fold it right away. It's absolutely a fold under the gun. You look at any sort of solver, any simulator, talk to any pros, any winning tournament player, they're not opening King Jack offsuit under the gun from 75 or more big blinds for the most part. I'd say more likely than not, more than 50% of players would not play that way. Any solver, any sort of simulator would never play that way. All right, I could open both. Catlin likes 75. I figured he would say that. I think Catlin is one player who could play that one. I mean, his style is amenable to that. He's a slippery player. Beck said, I'd only raise that with 75. I would challenge you to think about your logic, your reasoning there, and I think it's logical to fold 75 but raise 15. Let's see, Cabby. Cabby had the correct answer. Let me go up above. Let me see what he said. So Cabby said, my reasoning, you are more likely to get only one caller versus more callers because players are playing tighter. And out of position, they're going to figure you have a stronger hand, not as likely to play. Yeah, that's another really good, important reason. 15 big blinds, people are not going to be playing as much. King Jack offsuit, multi-way, forget it. That hand's trash. If you get more than one player, if the cutoff calls you, the button calls you, the big blind calls you, 75 big blinds, I would just fold. Like I don't even want a piece of that. Yeah, I agree. That's another important point you made, Kevy. Char with the win, Charentier. All right, let's see. Counter that, Josh. If people know that's all you are playing, no one going to play with you. That's not true, Catlin. You can have such a wide range of hands. Ace king off, ace queen off. A lot of suited connecting hands. Any pair, any suited ace. People still play. And also, you are overvaluing people's ability to react and judge you, right? So, people don't make that big of adjustments, player specific, in the middle of a tournament. People only see certain hands, only a few amount of hands, and really aren't making that big of adjustments against specific players. Now, if you sat down at my table, you might be the one person out of the several million player pool that I might play against that know that, but I think that's a very minor point, Gallon. 950,000 jam. Going to Vegas. We'll get rid of that table. Texas Donk chipping back up nicely. 9 big blinds. Over 500,000 chips now. Charentier says the Red Lobster lady is going to claw her way through the series. Big runs, deep runs. Could a prime seat win be transferred to the ladies? LOL. Oh, Char, you got the prime. So I'll tell you a quick story, Charentier. I was in the line for Doyle Brunson's book signing. This must have been 4 years ago. 180 ClubWPT members got to get in a line and get a signed book from Doyle Brunson, shake his hand, meet him, talk with him briefly. And one of the 180 books had a golden ticket in it that got a free entry to a $10,400 to the main event at the Win. This is about, like I said, 4 years ago. And the couple behind me, one had an MIT hat on. I said, "Oh, are you from Boston?" They said, "Oh, we're in Colorado. Our son's at MIT." I said, "Wow, congratulations. That's really great." And the guy, I was talking with him, he'd won first place out of 5,000 people at the Borgata. And the woman was his wife, and she was an attorney. She didn't play any poker. She was, she was there in support and was enjoying Vegas during the week he was there, this sort of thing. And they said, "Oh, we hope you win it." And I said, "No, I don't really want to win it. I won't be able to play." And it was non-transferable. So I was like, I hope you guys win it. I just want to meet Doyle and get the book signed, right? And so I drew my ticket. My book. I didn't get the ticket. The lady behind me went first. She opened the ticket and she won. She held it up. Oh, she won, right? But she'd never really played poker. I mean, she'd played poker like 3 or 4 times. I don't think she'd even played a tournament. So it was interesting, but she'd never really even played. So here she was, never having played poker in her life, about to play a $10,400 tournament. This year, I think there were 4,000 runners in the $10,000 buy-in tournament. She did really well. She made day 2. She ended up like 550th place out of 4,000. She almost made the money. She was one of the last few people to not make the money. So it was interesting. But basically the World Poker Tour, the pros like Tony Dunstan and them took her under her wing and like coached her up for a few days before the tournament. So, but anyways, so the point is like you never know. You play well, you play tight, you play your hands, you know, play how you know how to play. You play like you do on Club WPT. Quite honestly, it's intimidating to be in a 10,000, you know, to be in a prime or a 1,000 or $10,000 tournament, but yeah, you know, you if you played well in it, like going back to what Raji Smith told me, you know, 2022, he said, Josh, if you played well in Club WPT, you can play well live against these pros and against this live field, and that's absolutely true. Don't feel intimidated. No one that's playing on Club WPT who's in the chat right now, who's every one of you have had success. You got to have the confidence because you can play well, you can compete, you can run deep in these tournaments. It's absolutely true. So yeah, that's a good that was a fun one. Becky, check the charts. She says it's true. Catlin disagrees. He's going to write his own. He disagrees with all the pros, all the charts, and all the solvers. Let's see. But Becky, check the charts. She agrees. Texas Donk. Let's go. Texas Donk chipping up nicely. All right, Iraq Vet. Good to see you, buddy. Sleep tight. Thanks for taking part in that in this stream and the first stream. That was awesome. Glad to hear your insights, man. Nice to chat with you. Yes, Bex. GTO 50 big blinds and down open King Jack offsuit. Yeah, even at 50 it's close. Above 50 it's a very clear fold in my mind. Below 50 it's a very clear open. Um, but even though it's subtle, the difference between 50 and 25 big blinds is important. I mean, just to start thinking about what sorts of hands, it really opened my eyes when I started seeing these pros do this in real time from under the gun, what sort of hands they were opening when we got short stacked versus how they were playing deep stacked. You really see that there's some subtle nuance differences. Your high card, when you get short stack, well, first of all, deep stack, 75 big blinds above, you absolutely are not opening King Jack offsuit. It just doesn't have enough value. You're getting reverse implied odds. You're going to get stacked basically. If you go multi-way, forget it. The hand's worthless. But when you get shallower, like down to 15 big blinds, what Cabby was saying is true, is that people tighten up a little bit. Also, you know, when you think about ICM and when you think about shorter stack, shallower stack play, your bigger hands, kings and aces specifically, go up in value. This concept of blockers, because you have a king makes it less likely that anyone else has a king in their hand, which is a very strong card, right? But you know, hands like ace nine offsuit, king jack offsuit, hands that I would never open at 100 big blinds, at 15 big blinds, they're opens, right? Even yeah. So those are some simple simple examples of how your range changes as you get super short stacked. You know, as you if you're playing 100 big blinds, you want hands that flop well, hands that make straights, flushes, combo draws, suited connectors, small pairs, suited aces, suited one gappers. These are all great hands. When you get down to 20, 15, 25 big blinds, those hands become very low value. You want big Broadway cards, you want big aces, you want, you know, kings, this sort of thing, go up in value, not only for their absolute value, but their blocker concept in hands like pocket threes, pocket fours, pocket fives, which have better value at 100 big blinds, become almost worthless at 15 big blinds. Texas Dunk under the gun, 10 big blinds. Open raise, so he's playing seven-handed, and he opens So let's see. Good night, Iraq vet. Sleep tight. Johnny, haha, welcome in, buddy. Remind me what tournaments you're playing. You're playing the main event or the prime or both this year? And will you be there for the Stream Team Family private tournament? All in, Super Dan. Why am I gonna get you back up, Super Dan? Assuming you hold. Texas Donk is all in. Also, and player full is 900,000. Good luck, Super Dan. Let me know if you hold. Your table dropped off my list. I'll pull you back up if you hold. If not, let me know what place you go out. Hope you hold. You hold? Nice. How many chips you got? Let me pull your table up. Let's see. There it is. Only 3 tables left. Super Dan down to the final. Why is it not showing me? That's not the right table. Let's see. Super Dan is where? Super Dan. Oh, you got moved. That's why. Okay, you're on table 639. Perfect. There we go. All right. Let's get you pulled up. Super Dan is on 740. There you are. All right, give me 1 second. I'll have you up. 740. Super Dan. Texas Donk is there. 740. Super Dan. Texas Donk. There's Super Dan's table right there. Awesome. Super Dan, Texas Donk. All right, there's Super Dan's table. All right, good luck, Super Dan. Take it down. You guys are close to the final table. There's only 3 tables left. This is awesome. All right, locked in. That's great. Okay, 401,000 chips for Super Dan. 80,000 big blinds. He just had to put the big blind in. So he's down to 4 big blinds, facing a limp. This is a 7-handed table. Callan is learning something new. He says you open lighter with less chips. Yes and no. I mean, the range has changed, right? So your reverse implied odds are no longer a factor when you're super low. So your hands that are not afraid of reverse implied odds anymore, like King Jack offsuit, go way up in value. Big king, suited Broadway or big kings are much more valuable. All of a sudden, where they suffer significantly from the effects of reverse implied odds above, say, 50 big blinds. Let's see. That's actually one thing that's never happened to me in my 6 World Poker Tour main events. I've never gotten like stacked from a reverse implied odds hand situation. The caveat, you look at the other side of the coin of that is I always wonder, can I go thinner for value or play a little bit wider ranges? I feel pretty good about the ranges I play, but maybe I could go thinner for value in some spots. So let's see. All right. Texas Donk is in a hand. Super Dan is in the small blind now with about 4 big blinds total, 3.5. Action is on Texas Donk. All in by Texas Donk. Good luck, all in. Over 1 million chips. Let's go. Super Dan. Oh, I missed Super Dan's hand. He must have chipped up. 463,000. All right. Wow, big raise. 3x. That's a nice raise size against a, if you're going to play the hand. Make it a bad price for everyone else to come in. Against the big blind player who will be forced all in. I mean, they have to call 24,000 to win 340. So you're getting like something like some crazy amount of money, like 16 to 1 on your money. Please call for the love of all things that are poker. Oh my goodness. Folded a hand for 20,000 chips to win a pot of 340,000. Wow, that's like the extreme example of what we were talking about earlier. If you told me the other player had aces and you told me I had 7 deuce, I'm calling there. 16 to 1 on my money. That's insane. All right. Catlin, not a big GTO guy. I don't think this is even GTO. This is just basic poker concepts, fundamental concepts, understanding reverse implied odds, which is not really GTO. That's just a poker concept. Let's see. Ace. I think anyone, even someone who's never looked at a chart or understand anything, charts would tell you that, you know, any player who plays with regularity would understand reverse implied odds, or should understand it thoroughly. All right. Becky is saying, so not a pure open, so maybe 75 is a small percentage open. At 50 it says 75% open. I mean, I think you also gotta if you're thinking about solvers and 75% open, you know, you gotta simplify it. The biggest thing about GTO and solvers and this sort of stuff is making it over complex. People complicate it way too much. I think you just gotta make it simplified, implementable, something, you know, when I'm using, quoting a solver in my mind or thinking about game theory optimal at the table, I'm not thinking, oh, this square said that. I'm thinking, no, this group of hands wants to do this group of hands wants to do that. You're never going to remember individual squares. Like, don't waste your time with that. But it's just understanding these weak hands that are vulnerable to reverse implied odds above 50 big blind. You can just node lock it in your mind. If you ever, like, if you always folded king jack offsuit, ace nine offsuit, queen jack offsuit, king 10 offsuit, these weak offsuit big hands, you know, if you always folded those under the gun or under the gun plus one, you know, at above 50 big blinds, you would be instantly become more of a winning player. I mean, that's the goal, right? Now, if you start getting 40 big blinds or below, then, you know, those hands, you can start opening them. They're not massively winning plays. If you look at the expected EV or how many big blinds you're going to win from a solver, now they become mildly positive. But if you open them, you know, king jack offsuit under the gun, 8-handed, that's negative EV. You're losing big blinds every time you make that play. Now, maybe you can overcome it if you got some crazy style and if you're a field-based player, maybe. But I would say most people, they just need to stick to solid poker, and it's a losing poker play. So if you could just train your mind to think greater than 50 big blinds under the gun, I'm folding ace 9 offsuit, I'm folding ace 10 offsuit, I'm folding king jack offsuit, I'm folding queen 10 offsuit, you know, all these hands that perform poorly multi-way, don't realize their equity, you're subject to reverse implied odds, meaning you're going to get stacked, you're going to have kicker problems, then you're going to be a much more winning poker player. you know, and long term. That's the goal. Super Dan is looking nice. Texas Doc has over 1 million. Super Dan has a nice stack, 5 big blinds. I'd like to see him make a play. That's interesting. I don't agree with that. Three, that looks super strong. That looks stronger than a jam. 3 big blind compared to 5 big blinds. That is, it's just screaming strength. It's like I've got aces, kings, ace, king. I would be really scared. Oh, we got Texas Donk versus Super Dan. Am I just now seeing that? Oh, the other one's frozen, so this one's active. Wow, okay, look at that. Texas Donk versus Super Dan at the same table. This must be 2 tables left, I'm guessing. Wow, this is awesome. Okay, let's go. 2 tables left. Super Dan versus Texas Doc. 2 prominent players in the Stream Team family. ClubWPT. Bexky, you asked about could it be a percentage open? I mean, no. I think it's a negative EV play. You're losing. If you look at the charts, look at the solver, it's negative big blinds if you open it. I mean, if you want to open it and understand it's a negative big blind play, if you're going to try to make up for that other ways, maybe. You could maybe do it. But I can tell you 98% of the time, King Jack offsuit, 75 big blinds or higher, I'm never opening that under the gun at an 8-handed table. I'm never opening under the gun. I'm never opening under the gun 1. I'm not opening it under the gun 2. King Jack offsuit, in my mind, is an open at 75 big blinds or higher at position 6, which is low jack. That's the first position I'll open King Jack offsuit. Same with Ace 10 offsuit. First time, Ace 10 offsuit, King Jack offsuit, position 6. In my mind, I just know that. But before that, 75 big blinds, especially even closer around 60 big blinds is when I start to think of before position 6. But position 6 is the first position. Position 5, 4, 3, all losing plays, all negative EV. You're gonna, if you open that with any frequency, 5% of the time you're losing value. You know. So maybe that can overcome. Do you use Poker Coaching Premium or Peak GTO or both? Poker Coaching Premium, I don't know what that is. Is that Jonathan Little's Poker Coaching? Peak GTO, I think that's Doug Polk's. Faraz Jaka has excellent coaching. Jaka Coaching. Chance Corneth has another one. I'd say those are probably the 4 best people currently in the poker sphere. I have used Jonathan Little's Poker Coaching and Faraz Jaka's Jaka Coaching. I just did a partnership with Jaka Coaching. Pretty excited to kind of briefly announce I'll be doing a deal with Faraz Jaka Coaching. So I'm not going to announce all the details of that right now. I think it's beyond the purview, but I've really liked Jonathan Little's coaching. I think his style, I think if I could be a poker player, I would be like Jonathan Little. He's like, his style, I mean, is very solid, very foundational, pretty much tight aggressive, but mixing in some loose aggressive components. I really think of myself like Jonathan Little when it comes to being a poker player. Obviously, the result, I'm not saying I'm as good as him or have the results, but that's the type of player I aspire to be. I love Faraz Jaka. He's a brilliant guy. He's a very good coach. His style and my style are slightly different, but I have a lot to learn from a player like him. Like I said, top 2 I could recommend right now: Faraz Jaka, Jonathan Little. I've never looked at 1 ounce of anything from Chance Corneth. I forgot what his site's even called, but he's another very notable guy. I've used Doug Polk's poker solver at Lucid Poker. I'll have about 20,000 hands reviewed just this year from Doug Polk's Lucid Poker GTO trainer. It's incredible. I'd encourage anyone to use a GTO trainer just to run these hands. When you start doing them, you'll see where you'll not only see where your weaknesses are, Like what I was realizing is I wasn't opening because I always thought King Jack offsuit is a terrible hand at 75 big blinds open under the gun, which it is. So then I wouldn't open it at 25 big blinds. But actually, it's definitely an open at 25 big blinds under the gun, right? So that's one of the weaknesses of my game that I saw. But you start recognizing these patterns because you use one of these peak GTO trainers, which you can get for free on a lot of these websites, and it'll show you like -2 big blind play with this hand. Like if you open King Jack offsuit under the gun, 8-handed, 75 big blinds to 100 big blinds, it's probably like a -half big blind loss. You're losing chips, you're losing expected value. Whereas it's a positive expectation at 25 big blinds or under 50, probably 40 or under. Tony D at my gold table now. What tournament are you playing? You playing the high roller, the $10,000 buy-in, Johnny Haha? Jeez, battling with Tony Dunce. They need to get a chat box going at ClubWPT Gold. They're long overdue. Let's see. Yeah, so right now, Pyboathon, what I'm using for coaching, the biggest thing I'm doing is drilling hands. I mean, I'll have 20,000 GTO trainer hands on this app by December, by the start of the tournament. Reviewing charts, I'm using Jaka Coaching, all his modules to like train spots like big blind defense, check raising from the big blind, this sort of thing. I've got aspirations. This ambassadorship continues going into the new year. I've got goals, plans, and to create what are called bite-size, in my mind, bite-size strategy tips, which are little things like, folds you in the small blind and you both have 100 big blinds. What hand should you be raising or limping, or, really simple adjustments that we can be making in foundational, kind of fundamental concepts. I think there's a big problem actually with poker coaching right now, like that Jaka Coaching and Jonathan Little does. Number one, I think it's too complicated. I mean, most people want something very simple. If they're going to add some things, most people don't want to study a solver or even look at charts. I'd say probably 80-90% of people on ClubWPT never want to look at a single chart ever. And I respect that. I get that. But there are some components you need to be able to learn from this if you want to be a successful tournament poker player. But I also think that the poker coaching that people are putting out is way too expensive. It could be $100 a month or $1,000 or whatever. People just don't have or want to spend that amount of money on this sort of thing. So I think it should be free, if not free, very, very low money. And it needs to be on a level that people like us understand, right? Some of the stuff is way too complex or too high level that I'll never even start to think about, right? But there are some things that we need to learn to level up our game, right? Like what, I guess a really cool one to do, just a simple thing would say, what are the hands you should open at 75 big blinds versus what are the hands that you should open at 25 big blinds? Just showing the comparison of those, and it would be it's really eye-opening. So I think that is a simple example. Tony D. I wonder what table Johnny Haha is playing. Let's see. All right. So, Poker Coaching Premium is Jonathan Little. I forgot what the other one you called was. Yeah, I really like Jonathan Little stuff. His charts are really great. The way he explains stuff is really good. Gotti, check back in later if stream is still going. Great stream, Josh. Thanks a lot. Great run, man. Chip leader there for a while. Good night. If we don't see you, we'll see you soon. All right. Need a boom. Good luck. Boom switch coming. Super Dan. I think I'm a little behind. I have the tournament course from Upswing. Upswing is Doug Polk, right? If you have the tournament course from Upswing, Darren Elias and Nick Petrangelo. Yeah, I think that's the one that Doug Polk put out. Let me know how that one was. I thought about checking that one out, but I have not yet. I think what I've got going on with Faraz Jaka, probably won't be checking that one out, but let me know what you think about it. Darren Elias is exceptional. I like Darren Elias because he's kind of like us. I mean, he's like a normal player that's just like super successful. He's not like Nick Petrangelo is good, but he's too like GTO, like a computer, like a bot essentially. He's just clicking buttons, but he's a winner. Oh, Tony Dunstan, the mystery quest. Yeah, I guess you gotta. That's the only way to win a seat, right? That's funny. Good luck to Johnny Haha and Tony Dunst in the mystery quest. Hopefully they can join some crushers from Club WPT that are running deep in mystery quest. So let's go Super Dan, 316K, down to 3 big blinds. Super Dan's gonna need to look to chip up down to 3 big blinds at a short stack table, 6-handed. He's gonna really need to make moves. All right, so Texas Donk has been chipping up nicely, quietly, steadily chipping up, putting himself in position for a deep run at a final table. Texas Dan's holding in strong, running down to the final 2 tables. Really impressive showing here. 2,646. So if that's 9, what's the math on that? 300? Right around 300 tables. We're down to the final 2. What a run by Super Dan and Texas Donk. Really impressive stuff to watch. Uh-oh, I predict some stream on stream violence. Uh-oh, re-raise, isolation. Texas Donk has probably got one call, one move, all in or fold. I'm assuming we're on a delay, so I can need help. King, queen. Oh, we need a queen. Boom switch. Where's Mojo? Uh-oh, we got open-ended. Or not open-ended. We got four tens twice. 10. Oh, good run. Super Dan. Woo! Nice. Well done, man. Impressive stuff. Good payout. Let me see. I'll get to the payouts in a minute. I gotta see what you made. Hopefully it can help get that doubled for you. All right, good luck, Texas. Nice run, Super Dan. Man, impressive stuff. If I had to guess, it's probably about 12th place, something like that. I'll have to check the list. 12th place, ballpark out of 2,600. That's amazing. That's a top 0.5% finish. Congratulations. Any top 1% finish, but top 0.5%. Good job, buddy. Another, wow, hats off. That's amazing. All right, Texas Donk coming down to 6-handed play here, or 6-handed rather at this one. So let's see what we got. Bobby says, Jonathan Little has good stuff, but I can't stand the way he talks. It annoys the shit out of me. Yeah, certain people's voices aren't for certain people. Maybe just put them on mute and put on the closed caption. Yeah, Upswing Poker Course. I've heard that one's pretty good, Bex. Yeah, Darren Elias I've met a few times we shared a few over the tournament stops. Really nice guy. Of course, Darren Elias, who's from Boston originally, and Brian Altman, who is from Boston, currently lives over here. I know Brian decently well. Both from Boston. Darren Elias lives in New Jersey, but they're both the all-time leading World Poker Tour winners currently, both with 4 championships. The best players ever. Pretty cool. Yeah, I'd encourage Bex. I'd encourage you to go through that 2, 3, 4 times. Find someone who has the course also and do a study session. Get into the weeds with that. Pick someone else's brain that you trust who's a good player. This is the way to use these tournament courses. You want to know that thing cold, back of your hand. You're in the middle of some crazy spot, and you just say, "Oh, on chapter 8, page whatever," and then just think of the concept and apply it, and your game will quickly level up. I'd say Jonathan Little's coaching has been the vast majority of what I've used. His Tournament Secrets book, it's like the poker Bible to me. I mean, it's so good. It's just I've basically got it memorized. I probably listened to it 5 or 6 times. Yeah, I made an investment in it. I'm nowhere near done with it. Happy with the information they give. A lot of interesting concepts and strategies. Ton of material. Yeah, it's like a comprehensive course on how to do well at tournament poker. Um, I learned Jonathan Little's like tournament course, his Tournament Secrets book. I've read it so many times that I have it like memorized. And now what he's talking about is to learn the charts cold. That's what I'm actually focusing on this year, is just to learn the GTO charts. Even if you don't use them exactly, you want to know a foundation, a baseline, but also you'll know what other players are doing against you. You'll have a good concept of I think knowing GTO is essential if you're going to be a high level, if you're going to do really well in tournament poker. There's some debate about whether it's the best strategy to use. I'd say it's essential to know somewhat for yourself, but also for other players you'll be facing. Whether or not you need to follow it to a T, that's someone like Landon Tice, who's like a computer genius, one of these bots that just, you know, spit out these GTO formulas. It's debatable. There's pros and cons but I think you have to know it. So yeah, it's good stuff. Texas Donk 805,000, sitting pretty. Let's get to the payouts here. Looks like Super Dan went out in 13th place for $75. Nice, good run. Get it up to 150 with a double. That might be your buy-in to the. Actually, you're not going to make it. I apologize. Okay, so Texas Donk is currently in 5th place, which is $250 buy-in. And who else do we have? All right. Oh, Texas Donk slipped down to 8th place. Actually, it looks like as it reset. There's 11 players left, close to making the final table. Texas Donk is the only one left from the stream team. Super Dan was second farthest. And let's see. All right. Some huge payouts coming up. Starting at $100, 10th to 12th. Goes up to $200 by 6th place. Doubles up to $400 at 3rd, $500 for 2nd, $1,000 for 1st. Massive payouts. Wow. $35. All right. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, Bexy says the difference between live and online play. They kind of highlight the difference. Chief Hugh says, I listened to a few of his books. Isn't too bad. I listened to worse people read their books. What do you mean? I've listened to worse people read their books? Oh, I see. Usually do the preview before I buy a book. If I don't like the voice, I don't get it because I know I won't finish it. Yeah, that's important. 2 of 19 in the 10K. Let's go, runner. What is he? He isn't too bad. He listened to worse people read their books. Oh yeah, I think the reading the book thing is the narration is just he's helping you navigate, or it's like a tutorial basically, kind of breaking down the concepts. I'm an audio guy. I like listening to books as opposed to reading them. I'm a little traumatized from medical school reading books. I really like audiobooks. Bex, I've studied Jonathan Little's book as well. You have to let me know how Jonathan Little compares to the other one from Darren Elias and Nick Petrangelo, Nikki P. I think they are both part of under Doug Polk's consortium. Um, Poker, that was my first poker. And I think you can get like if you're using the tournament series book, I think it's you know, it's fundamental to get a peak GTO like a hand trainer, and it'll just help you drill some of these spots about. It'll help really quickly realize the if you're making errors, like if you're opening King Jack offsuit or Ace 10 offsuit from under the gun from 75 big blinds. It'll show you how quickly it'll show you that's a losing play. It'll just help you quickly just get that out of your system, so to speak, going forward. All right, down to 5-handed on this table. I believe 6 on the other table. It's going to move to a final table pretty quickly. Texas Donk is sitting pretty nicely here. Bottom third of the players left, but poised for a final table run. It's easy to say, but he should think about not overvaluing a final table, really realizing just playing a 12, how many ever big blind strategy he has. If he's got 4 or 5 big blinds, just play that strategy. You really don't want to be folding too many hands. If look at that, cooler. No 6, no queen. We got one more player eliminated. Oh, that's sick. That's gross. Chop it up. Yeah, Annie Duke has got a cool story. Maria Konnikova is another one. Like cool podcast too. All right, Texas Donk, Tiny NH. That must be New Hampshire or something. Rejam. Let's go. 10s. Okay, hold. I really like 10s here. All right, let's go. Really favorable. Okay. No queen, no king. Yes, nice double. 1.6 million. Let's go, buddy. Big one. That was huge. Yeah, you can definitely make the final table now. Ooh, fold. Man, 665. So 5 players here. So one thing that I think people make mistakes a lot at 5-handed play. For example, okay, so you got 5 people at your table. Your first act on a 5-handed table. What should you think about? Some people play either way too tight or way too loose. You basically want to think like it is a full table. Let's say just pretend there's 9 people there, and then it folded to you, and now there's only 2 more to act before the button. That's basically how you think about it. You don't want to play any different. You just think like it's a full 9-handed table, but it's folded all the way to you in the position. Now, if you got to pay attention to how people are playing. Some people play incorrectly, too tight or too loose. So pay attention to that. But for example, the button is the button. He should be opening certain button hand ranges. But if you can pay attention, you can see where people are making mistakes and then work to counteract that. That was one of those 3-to-1 spots that should have been an automatic call right there on the big blind. Texas Donk is all in. 9 big blinds. First act. Nice. Good take. All right, chipping up now. 10 big blinds. Well, 11 big blinds technically. 1 invested. All right, min raise from the button, which is different, but Now the player's got less than half of the pot, or roughly half the pot. I don't know. Ooh, hopefully Texas Donk's got a king, trapping with the king. Min bet. Oh, that's strange. Strange stuff. Bum, 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 bum. Another 160. Raises, puts it all in. I think Texas Donk's slow playing a monster from the start. Oh, open-ended. Okay. Ace 9. Oh, man. Tough. Tough, tough. All right. Texas Donk down here. He's got 5.5 big blinds from the button. Jams all in. And gets it through. Let's go. Now he's from position 8. Over 8 big blinds. Bex is dropping some strategy in the chat. She said she loves to make the opponent's decisions difficult as possible and your decisions as easy as possible. Yeah, I agree. Like, could you open King Jack offsuit under the gun, 75 big blinds, effective? Maybe you could and navigate, and I mean, you're working from a deficit, right? Just make it easy, fold. Uh, just play it out. Texas Donk, keep your head up. Absolutely not. Get those words out of here. You played great. You're close to a final table. I think you're going to make a final table. And you're the last stream team player. You outlasted 99.5% of the field. You're not done yet. Keep your head up. Okay, stay strong. I need Brad to do a crane kick for you. Oh, set. Oof. See ya. All right, another one gone. Might be the FT. Let's see. Yep. All right, let me pull that up real quick. Get the FT going. Down to the only table left. Oh, that one's closed. It must be the other one. All right, only one table left. Let's get it going. There it is. All right, FT time. Congratulations, Texas Donk, on your FT. Final table, baby. Almost 2,700 runners. Final table. That's insane. All right, let's get rid of that one. And let's get rid of that one. Gonna have to do get Brad on here to do a crane kick for you. How about you just win first for $1,000 and then we double that to $2,000. All right, let's get this going. We're almost there. All right, need to shrink it just a little bit. We should be good to go. All right, that's good. All right, let's lock that in. All right, that's fine. All right. One second here. All right, let's see what we got here. Texas Donk sitting pretty. Two players already eliminated. Seventh place. 7 people left, rather. So now, final table, it's like ICM or no. I mean, I think you just play normal, try to chip up. There's some debate, talking about GTO. It's like any good tournament player, you really understand the value of independent chip model. I think for the most part, a kind of tournament turbo structure like this, most people are just playing just to play good poker and make good decisions. But if you are going to play a live final table, really need to start thinking about and studying what's called ICM, or the independent chip model, because everyone else will be playing that way. So if you're not, it's big disadvantage. Yeah, Bexkey. I think Nick Petrangelo probably overdoes it with GTO. I don't know. You look at his results; they're pretty impressive. I think he's approaching 30 million or something. But um, he's playing the high rollers. GTO is arguably more important at above a $10,000 buy-in level. Before that, below that, it's less important. I still think it's really important, but not critical. People like Kathy Liebert never studied GTO or looked at a chart one time. She's world class. Been in the game for 30 years. Tiny NH really doing well. Fish Quest. So now is, I think, you just got to play for first. All the money's still up top. 1,000 for first, 500 for second. The biggest is you want to try to get those. But let's see. Darren looks like a college professor of poker. He's good at teaching. I can imagine he's good at teaching. I would like to hear what Darren says, because he takes some exploits. He's like not just a GTO nerd. He's like more exploitative, but you watch him at a final table. It's amazing stuff. All right, let's go. Another one down. Texas Don, come on, baby. All right, only one player. It looks like you're gonna finish in first or second. Probably second or first. So let's see what you got here. $627. 3 big blinds. Another one down. Tiny NH taking people out. So congratulations to all of the winners tonight of the Stream Team Family private tournament. Charentier, Pacer Cop by way of Super Dan, 1974, our second deepest runner, I believe 11th place finish. Medi 23 got the handout from Phil the Mechanic, showing the generosity. And TJ, and congratulations. Lots of awesome stuff going on. Hope I can do my part to double the payouts. Better believe I will be rested, ready, fighting, battling. There's going to be a tough field, $10,400 buy-in, a lot of pros. Just got to play my game. I know I can compete. A couple other US 85 will be in the main event. I'm trying to think who else. All In Poker Kid will be in the main event. One thing I did was Stake Kings is partnered with Tyler Hancock. If you are thinking about staking, selling any action, if you want to sell a piece, if you want more buy-ins, good luck, All In. Ace 10, let's go. Forget the Robbie, we're doubling. Double coming. Boom. Let's go. Drawing down on the turn. Watch this. Boom. Let's go. Winning. All right. Double up. 1.4 million. Nice one. But if you want to get sell some action, you want it online, we can post it on Discord. Basically, that'll allow you to sell a piece of your action. If you can't afford the buy-in, you want to sell some of your action. That's a good way to kind of decrease your risk, help with some of your travel costs, this sort of thing. Another jam, 7 big blinds from the cutoff. Been playing pretty solid. Oh, looking to double again. Okay, 10s hold. I like 10s. Let's get a hold here. Okay, diamonds. Ooh, we don't want diamonds. We don't need. That's all right. We're good. 6 is good. Hold. 7, we'll take it. Straight. Double. 3.2 million, up to 16 bigs. Comfortably in second place. Now from an ICM standpoint, this is where you think about, should you wait and outlast the 3 short stacks and guarantee yourself heads up play? Easier said than done. Easier said than done. Darren's view on GTO is just pre-flop play. Yeah, I don't. The majority of mistakes are made pre-flop. Yeah, I agree with that, Bex. GTO in my mind is knowing the charts. I mean, you can apply GTO post-flop, but that's less important. GTO, I agree with Darren. GTO is fundamental for post-flop or for pre-flop. Just like we highlighted with the King Jack offsuit example, you make one mistake pre-flop, and especially if your game is not quite really tailored to winning successfully pre-flop, especially deep stack play, you're gonna get your mistakes will be amplified. There's a very small subselect of people, I think Daniel Negreanu, I think Michael Mizrachi, that they can make up for any sort of mistakes or, when they don't have their pre-flop game correct. I mean, the grinder plays 100% of hands, and he's the best player in the world, right? But that's few and far between. You want a solid foundation. You want the GTO ranges. You want to know exactly what hand to open pre-flop in every situation, every depth of big blind effective, Texas Donk, come up. Let's take another player out right here. Let's get a hold. Going to be down to 4 really quickly. Boom. Texas Donk levels up again. 4th place. Comfortably in second. This is exciting, man. Just like when I was able to run deep on Braulio's 3rd anniversary stream. Let's go. It's exciting stuff. Over 2,600 runners. We're down to the final 4. Watching Texas Donk do his thing. Man's a crusher. Solid dude, too. I got the opportunity to meet him in Vegas last year. I'm not sure. I think the word was that he might not be able to make it this year. I think he had some family stuff or something. If I could be wrong, that was my recollection. Aces. It's Always fun when you run deep like this online right before you go play a live series. You just get so much confidence, and you can reflect on this. Well, down to 3 really quickly. Let's go. So 13 big blinds, jams. Wow. Ace queen offsuit. Ace queen offsuit, Texas donk. That's what I'm thinking you had. Maybe ace jack. Or maybe a pair you didn't really want to play with. Let's go, dog. Big raise. 4x. That's weird. So a 4x big blind raise, standard opening size is 2x, and he made it 4x. So when that happens, you just get to fold out weaker, hands that are stronger that you would normally think about calling. You can just fold. All right, let's go. Flip for a nice stack. Come on, 7. Take running hearts. Heart. Okay, we need a 7. Ace on the river. Just do a Barry Greenstein. Oh, it's all right. That's all right. Hang in there. Fight. Fight, fight, fight. Come on. 3rd place. Chip up. Now action's on you. No, the pressure's on you. So fight. Fight it up. Fight it up. You got it. 3 players left. Appreciate the strategy chat, everyone. It's good to pick everyone's brain, get some strategy going. Thanks for weighing in, Bex. Thanks for weighing in, Catlin. Several others. Cabby had some awesome stuff to say. Chief U also. Thank you guys for chiming in. I learned stuff. Even if no matter what it is, if I think I know it or don't really feel comfortable with it or it's completely new to me, whatever the situation is, it helps learn and reinforce. So appreciate you guys chiming in. 820, that's a crazy big raise size. Might just be the size he's going with. Let's go, Texas donk. Min raise. Is this gonna be the jam? I don't know. Yeah, there's kind of sneaky, you're trying to chip up obviously to get to heads up play, but there's also a sneaky kind of little secondary benefit, or if this other player busts against the big stack, then you can eke into second. Yeah, really got to chip up at this point though. I mean, still all the money's up top, first, second, third. Third's a nice payday, but still at this point you always want more, right? You gotta be greedy. You gotta want higher. You always want to go for first. That's the thing about tournament poker. You're never satisfied. You're always going for first. You almost never get first. All right, Texas donk. Let's go. Min raise. So what does that mean? That's weird. So he's been raising 4 big blinds, and now he raised a 1 big blind. That's probably, I don't know what that means. It's polarizing. It's either extremely strong or extremely weak. I suspect it's extremely weak. It's like a weak hand that he just didn't want to fold anything. He's raising is like 100% of his button. 500K. This is one of those any pair will do situations. Hopefully this fish guy gets knocked out before Texas donk has to face it all in. I'll be there. You may be thinking of, no, I'm not thinking Texas Taxman. Don't think we met yet. Oh,